Hey, what's up? It's cute what if? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku lived through 1,000 one-shots. Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. You and Ojiro had been best friends, but it had been over a year since you last saw each other. Finally, the day had come for you to hang out again. Ojiro felt a wave of nerves wash over him. He had developed a crush on you during your time apart. Although you had always been close, something had shifted within him. He found himself smiling whenever he received a text from you, looking at pictures of the two of you more often, and his heart raced during your video chats. Realizing the depth of his feelings, he was uncertain if he could act normally around you. So, he paced anxiously in front of the meeting spot. When he heard you call his name, he flinched and turned around. To him, your appearance didn't matter as much as who you were, but he had to admit you looked fantastic. You had lost some weight, your clothes suited you perfectly, and you wore makeup that highlighted your features. Blushing, he approached you and greeted you with a shy smile. You hugged him, and he hesitantly returned the embrace. You teased him about being a hero in training, and he laughed, mentioning how it was especially great when villains weren't attacking. You encouraged him to share more, and as you spent time together, it felt like old times. However, every time he caught a glimpse of you smiling and having fun, his heart skipped a beat. Eventually, he invited you into his dorm so you could relax like you used to. You looked around, impressed by the UA dorms, and he mentioned how some of the other dorms were even more extravagant. As you picked up a picture of the two of you, you exclaimed how cute it was and mentioned having the same picture at home. He playfully boasted about how great he looked in it, and you pushed him lightly, expressing how much you missed him. When you hugged him again, his heart raced. He admitted he missed you too, and as you both looked into each other's eyes, you leaned in slowly, sharing a brief kiss. Just as the moment deepened, a loud knock interrupted you. Kaminari called out, inviting Ojiro to join a game. He stuttered a refusal, trying to maintain the moment with you. After the interruption, he turned back to you, flustered and apologetic. He confessed his feelings, stumbling over his words as he admitted he liked you. You looked at him seriously, wanting to confirm that he truly meant it. He laughed at your disbelief, insisting he was serious. You playfully hit him with a pillow, but he reassured you that his feelings were genuine. You pulled him closer and kissed him again, both of you feeling elated about the day. Meanwhile, Hantasiro, your neighbor, sat at the foot of your bed, teasing you about your upcoming plans. You were packing for a visit, feeling a mix of excitement and nerves. You had promised Ochako that you would confess your feelings to Bnha the next time you spent time together outside of school, and you couldn't break that promise. Siro watched as you hurriedly packed your bag, amused by your determination. When your phone rang with a quirky ringtone, he listened in on your conversation with Jairu, who offered you a ride. You declined, not wanting to inconvenience her, and Siro commented on how he would have accepted the offer. As you finished packing, Momo entered, announcing that Ochako was winning a game. You heard Ochako's frustrated shout from another room, and you couldn't help but chuckle at the chaos. Momo and you exchanged glances, both amused by the antics unfolding in the other room. You took in the new surroundings, noticing the playful atmosphere. Ochako, wearing cute pajamas, was visibly frustrated, while Tsu, in her soft green attire, seemed to be dominating the game. Toru, though invisible, added to the lively energy, and Jairu surprised you by participating in the game as well. Lastly, Bnha caught your attention, and you felt heat rise to your cheeks as she greeted you with a warm hug, her excitement palpable. You returned the embrace, feeling grateful for the welcoming atmosphere and the friendships surrounding you. Wyan couldn't tell if it was intentional or not. She figured it was just a friendly gesture. She greeted her friends with a grin, and they returned her smile warmly. Momo offered her a drink, and Yn nodded in agreement. Knowing Yn's preferences, Momo slid a Dr. Pepper her way with a playful wink. Yn teased about the possibility of it being spiked, and Momo only chuckled, finding it amusing. Bnha joined in on the fun, jokingly expressing her concern about the drink being spiked. Ochako playfully complained about the game, and her exasperation drew laughter from the group. Soon, Ochako and Bnha convinced Momo to prepare some alcohol, with Toru requesting sake. Momo hesitated, questioning if it was a good idea, but the group was eager for a little fun. Jairu raised her hand, stating she would stay sober and just wanted grape juice, while Momo decided to drink less than the others. Ochako dreamily suggested amazake, and Momo smiled as she prepared drinks for Toru and Ochako. As the evening progressed, the girls divided into two groups. Tsu and Jairu were engaged in a heated game of Uno while the others formed a circle. YN sat between Ochako and Momo, playfully toying with Momo's hair in her light-hearted state. Ochako clapped her hands, excitedly suggesting a game of truth or dare. Toru eagerly volunteered to go first. Momo chose truth when it was her turn, and the question about her crush had everyone's attention. With a shy whisper, she admitted her feelings for Jairu, relieved that the violet-haired girl was distracted. The game continued with laughter and playful dares. When it was YN's turn, she confidently chose dare. Ochako, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, dared YN to kiss the person she thought was the hottest in the room and sit in their lap for the rest of the game. YN sighed, wishing she could sit in her own lap, but she crawled across the circle, drawing everyone's gaze. She settled in Mina's lap, placing a gentle kiss on her cheek, their bodies close together as they exchanged warm glances. Mina felt her cheeks flush, enjoying the closeness as YN nestled against her. YN playfully expressed her affection, and Mina, feeling flattered, reciprocated with a soft admission of her own feelings. Ochako captured the moment with her phone, documenting the playful atmosphere of the evening. YN felt content, happy to be surrounded by friends and the warmth of her growing feelings. Toshi, please hold on. The small man stumbled, reaching out to his boyfriend, who was angrily walking away. They'd been enjoying a nice dinner at a restaurant in the Kamino ward before a small argument erupted. Toshihiro, YN's boyfriend, had abruptly left, prompting YN to chase after him. Toshihiro stopped and turned to face YN. He expressed his frustration, revealing that he felt betrayed by YN's friendly interaction with a female coworker while he was in the bathroom. The jealousy had ignited a fire within him, leading to a heated exchange that ended their meal prematurely. YN pleaded for understanding, insisting that he loved only Toshihiro and would never cheat on him. He fidgeted with the end of his scarf, hoping to ease the tension between them. The silence hung heavy in the air, broken only by the gentle breeze. Toshihiro suddenly pivoted and briskly walked down an alleyway. YN called out, trying to keep pace with Toshihiro's long strides. Using his quirk, he became a blur, disappearing from sight. YN sighed heavily, leaning against the wall and rubbing his temples in frustration. Then, unexpectedly, two hands gripped either side of his head, startling him and activating his ghost quirk. Toshihiro's intense gaze bore down on him, filled with anger. YN deactivated his quirk, returning to his human form but remained on guard. Toshihiro's frustration boiled over as he expressed his distrust, claiming that YN was going behind his back. Tears welled in YN's eyes as he briefly floated through Toshihiro, but when he returned, he felt the tight grip on his wrist. Despite the pain, he pleaded for Toshihiro to let him go. In a swift motion, YN was slammed against the wall, the impact knocking the breath from his lungs. He gasped, struggling to regain his composure, but Toshihiro held him firmly, whispering that he knew what was best for him. Tears streamed down YN's face, transforming his fear into anger. He pushed Toshihiro away with all his strength and activated his ghost mode, slipping through him. The force sent him crashing through the wall into a dimly lit hallway. Exhausted, YN collapsed onto the floor, his quirk draining his energy. He struggled to stand, taking a few shaky steps before falling again. Sobs escaped him as he curled up on the floor, overwhelmed by his emotions. Unbeknownst to YN, in an adjacent room, 3 notorious villains were gathered. They heard the thud from the hallway and lowered the volume of the television to listen. Shigaraki, irritated, instructed Dabi to investigate the noise. Dabi reluctantly pushed himself off the couch and approached the hallway. He was surprised to hear muffled sobs. As he neared, he found a boy curled up on the floor, trembling and crying. This was not what he expected. Unsure of how to proceed, Dabi took a cautious step closer, but the floor creaked loudly underfoot. The boy's head snapped up, and Dabi realized he had vanished, likely using an invisibility quirk. Dabi smirked, tauntingly asking why the boy was hiding. Moments later, Wine reappeared at the end of the hallway, collapsing to his hands and knees, struggling to catch his breath. Wine stammered an apology, explaining that he hadn't meant to intrude. Dabi felt a pang of guilt as he observed the boy's fragile state. This was not an intruder, he was clearly in distress. Deciding to approach with caution, Dabi asked if Wine was all right, noting his difficulty standing. He took a step closer, ready to engage in conversation while remaining vigilant. Wine took a deep breath, insisting he was fine but admitted he had overused his quirk. A flicker of fear crossed his face as he glanced nervously at the wall beside him. He used the sleeve of her jacket to wipe the last tears from his cheeks and leaned against the wall for support as she began to walk forward. Dabi observed his unsteady movements and realized he was genuinely afraid. The fear in his eyes as he looked at the wall made Dabi wonder what was troubling him. Suddenly he stumbled, losing his balance and falling. Dabi reacted quickly, looping his arms under him to support his weight. As he lifted him back to his feet, their eyes met, and the dim light from the other room revealed a bright red mark on his left cheek. Kaminari loved you deeply, more than words could express. You were the one person who made his heart race. However, he had never seen you jealous, and he was curious about how you would react. Over the past week, he had started flirting with Jairu, making suggestive comments that were typical of his playful nature. At first, you didn't mind. After all, he was Kaminari, a natural flirt, and you accepted that part of him. But as the week progressed, his teasing crossed a line. You had always trusted him, never feeling jealous before, but now your heart ached at the sight of him giving someone else his attention. You had never asked for much, or so you thought. Doubts began to creep in, making you question everything about your relationship. Were you too clingy? Not clingy enough? Did you fail to meet his needs? Kaminari, while intelligent, could be slow to catch on. Initially, he thought you were merely jealous, but it took him time to realize it was more than that. You had been avoiding him, not giving him your usual bright smiles or texts. It hurt him to think that his actions might have made you lose interest. He continued his flirtation for a few more days until he finally told you that he wasn't replacing you with Jairu. He pleaded with you to stop avoiding him, explaining that he only wanted to see you jealous. Your response was filled with frustration as you expressed how much it hurt to see him constantly making comments about Jairu. The venom in your voice made it clear that he deserved every bit of your anger. Deep down, he wanted nothing more than to hold you while you expressed your feelings, and he quickly embraced you, apologizing profusely and admitting he didn't deserve you. In the end, you forgave him, but he noticed a shift in your behavior. You stopped playfully responding to his declarations of love, and your affectionate gestures diminished. You feared that if you acted like your old self, he would return to Jairu, who seemed to have such great chemistry with him. The guilt consumed him, and he longed for the old you. One day, he invited you to his dorm after school, gently guiding you to sit on his bed. He held your shoulders, and you braced yourself for a breakup, but instead, he pulled you close and whispered about how much he loved and cared for you. He expressed his regret for making you feel this way, assuring you that he only wanted to see you jealous, not to hurt you. He still loved how you clung to him and made him feel cherished. You explained why his actions upset you, and he listened, promising never to do it again. As he laid back with you resting on top of him, his arms wrapped around you, he made sure you could hear his heart beating just for you. He whispered about how you were the best partner anyone could ask for, and the night was filled with cuddles and sweet whispers. He knew he had won you back when he said, "I love you," and you smirked in response, playfully acknowledging his affection. You found yourself in a dilemma when Sue asked you out on Monday, and you said yes without thinking. Now you were unsure of what to wear. Sue had told you to wear whatever you liked, but that left you with no guidance. After some thought, you decided on your favorite shirt and blue denim shorts, perfect for the season, along with a cute cream-colored sun hat that matched. However, when you met Sue, you felt overwhelmed. She looked adorable in her little green dress and sandals, and her smile was captivating. You wondered if you could express your feelings without making her uncomfortable. Just as you turned to ask her if she wanted ice cream, she surprised you with a kiss. Your heart raced, and you kissed her back, feeling a rush of happiness. In that moment, you realized she was no longer just your best friend, she was your partner. YN felt a surge of excitement as she prepared for a day of ice skating with Todoroki. She had convinced him to join her, despite his quirk allowing him to create ice. It was a rare opportunity for them to enjoy a fun outing together, away from their usual hangouts like the park or the mall. YN had even asked her sister to help make an excuse for Todoroki, believing he needed a break from the pressures of his father. As she rushed downstairs, she heard a knock on the door. Seeing Todoroki standing there filled her with joy. She greeted him with enthusiasm, and he responded with a smile, though he teased her about picking up habits from Bakugo during a recent project. They left her house, and YN couldn't contain her excitement as they entered the skating rink. Todoroki admired her energy, thinking about how she always brought life to their adventures. YN grabbed his hand, pulling him toward the skate rental area. Once they had their skates on, they stepped onto the rink. YN was determined to learn, even if it meant falling a few times. When Todoroki asked if she had skated before, she admitted she hadn't but was eager to try. As they began, YN struggled to maintain her balance, causing Todoroki to chuckle. She shot him a playful glare but couldn't help but soften at his smile. He was so kind, and she often wondered how she deserved his affection. Todoroki encouraged her to stand, and as she playfully protested, he steadied her, holding her close to keep her balanced. They both felt a warmth between them, blushing at the closeness. YN clung to him as they attempted to walk, but she lost her balance and fell, twisting her ankle. Concern washed over Todoroki as he rushed to her side, lifting her gently into his arms. YN felt a wave of frustration, believing she had ruined their day. Tears began to fall as she expressed her disappointment. Todoroki reassured her, reminding her that he cared deeply for her and only wanted to ensure she was okay. After leaving the rink, they returned to YN's house, where her parents were away on a business trip. Todoroki stayed the night to help her feel better. They spent the evening watching movies and cuddling on her bed. As the second movie played, YN drifted off to sleep on his chest, whispering her affection for him. Todoroki smiled softly, returning her sentiment as he watched her peacefully rest. Ochako felt a sense of relief knowing that Midoriya wasn't invincible. He faced normal problems, just like any high school student, which grounded her in reality. Despite his incredible quirk that seemed to make him capable of defeating any villain, he still struggled with everyday issues. One of those challenges was quadratic sequences. He had difficulty remembering that if the common difference was 4, then the nth term would include 2n squared. His frustrated exclamation pulled her from her thoughts. Midoriya sat up, bending over his book and stretching his arms overhead, fingers linked. Ochako found herself counting the freckles on his cheeks. He noticed her gaze and looked over, a questioning expression on his face, as if he was checking if she was all right. When she continued to stare, he turned red and asked what she was doing. Flustered, Ochako fumbled for a response but ended up causing herself to float unintentionally. Midoriya laughed nervously, saying he was heading back to his dorm since it was getting late. After he left, she lowered herself back down and sighed, feeling foolish. She had wanted to spend more time with him and perhaps confess her feelings, but she felt she had failed miserably. Defeated, she walked back to her room and crawled onto her bed. Just as she was about to drift off to sleep, a gentle knock at her door startled her awake. She dragged her feet to the door and opened it, surprised to find Midoriya standing there. He seemed a bit flustered, and she wondered why he was back. He admitted he had forgotten something, and before she could process his words, he leaned down and connected his lips to hers. Ochako felt her heart race, nearly fainting from the unexpected gesture. Midoriya, worried he had made a mistake when she didn't respond, waited anxiously for her reaction. When you were about 2 years old, your family made a significant move from America to Japan. Your father found suitable work as a hero there, and that became your new home. His quirk was similar to that of a wolf, granting him heightened senses and agility. You inherited some of his physical traits, like a tail and ears, while still resembling your mother in many ways. Growing up, you quickly formed a bond with your neighbor's son, Katsuki Bakugo. Your fiery spirit matched well with his, making him an excellent playmate who could handle your roughhousing. Although you sometimes clashed during play, it was infrequent enough not to cause any lasting issues. You became inseparable, spending an excessive amount of time together, which continued into your school years. Despite claiming independence, you often followed him around like a lost puppy, wanting to do whatever he wanted. Over time, it became clear to everyone but you both that you would do anything for him. You were fiercely protective of him, snapping at anyone who questioned or bothered him in your presence. If he ever brought it up, you would vehemently deny it. It upset you greatly when others touched him or spoke to him more than you did, leading to sulking and pouting until either he called you out or someone else did. When you had his full attention, you loved to spar with him more than anything else. It wasn't a special activity, but it felt unique to the two of you. While you trained with others, practicing alone with him was a different experience altogether. You were currently waiting for him to return to his room so you could ask him to practice together. He entered, unfazed by your presence since you had made a habit of coming in whenever you wanted. Excitedly, you suggested practicing together, hopping off his bed. He shrugged, explaining that he had just finished training with Kirishima for the past hour. Frustrated, you exclaimed in disbelief, questioning why he would choose to train with someone else when you were right there. He rolled his eyes and matched your stance, standing in front of you with his usual scowl. The height difference didn't intimidate you. He insisted he could do what he wanted and needed to train with different opponents to improve. You scoffed, feeling indignant as you argued that you provided a challenge too, reminding him that he didn't win every time. His expression shifted, and when he grinned, you narrowed your eyes, unsure of what he was thinking. He teased you, suggesting that you were jealous of Kirishima, which made you nearly explode in denial. You insisted you weren't jealous, but he continued to provoke you, leaning closer and flicking your nose playfully. You swatted at his hand, defensive and frustrated, insisting that there was nothing jealous about you. He easily grabbed your hand, tilting his head with a mocking tone that made you want to bite him. When he asked who you would recommend to replace Kirishima, you yanked your hand back and pushed against his chest, growing more frustrated when he didn't budge. You shouted for him to stop, insisting you weren't freaking out, even as your emotions betrayed you. He found your reaction adorable, noting how pink your face had turned over his training with someone else. That was jealousy if it had ever been seen. The response was immediate and fiery. The other person insisted they were not upset or jealous, just frustrated with the accusations. Despite the tension, the one being accused found comfort in gently massaging one of their ears, a gesture that surprisingly calmed the situation. The anger simmered down, even if the pouting remained. The one who had been massaging continued, explaining that they needed to work on their technique and couldn't only spar with the other. The frustration was palpable, as the other person argued that they could adapt their fighting style and do different things together. The question of why it mattered so much hung in the air, revealing a hint of annoyance that made the other wince internally. The response was blunt, expressing discomfort with the idea of someone else having too much physical contact with the one they cared about. The retort came swiftly, challenging the notion that they should be the only one allowed to touch the other. The tension escalated, with accusations flying back and forth about attention and preferences. The one being accused felt cornered, insisting that they were not needy, but the other countered with claims of jealousy. In a sudden burst of energy, the frustrated one lunged off the bed, tackling the other to the floor with a growl. The struggle was fierce, but the one on top quickly flipped the situation, pinning the other down. The playful wrestling continued, with both trying to gain the upper hand, but the atmosphere was charged with a mix of competitiveness and underlying affection. As the tussle continued, the one on the bottom found themselves pinned, their face pressed against the floor. The struggle to escape was met with laughter and playful banter, each trying to assert dominance while also enjoying the physical closeness. The playful nature of the fight was evident, with both parties caught up in the moment. Eventually, the playful banter turned into a more serious exchange, with accusations flying about intentions and feelings. The atmosphere shifted, tension building until it reached a breaking point. In a sudden move, one leaned in, closing the distance and capturing the other's lips in a surprising kiss. The moment was electric, filled with a mix of aggression and unexpected tenderness. When they finally parted, both were left breathless, the reality of their feelings hanging heavily in the air. The one who had initiated the kiss looked at the other with a mix of confusion and affection, acknowledging the bond they shared in a way that was both new and familiar. In that moment, the playful rivalry transformed into something deeper, a realization that they were more than just friends. He grimaced and collected himself for a moment before speaking through gritted teeth, expressing his feelings clearly. He was asking his boyfriend to be his girlfriend. That wasn't really phrasing it as a question, but the answer was obvious. The response was a cheerful yes, accompanied by a smile and a quick kiss on the cheek. It was clear that he had been a sucker for him for quite some time. There was only one condition. He wanted to be informed before any other person got too close. In return, he would overlook any awkward moments that might arise because of his boyfriend's reactions around him. He giggled while his boyfriend rolled his eyes, clearly embarrassed. The taller male decided to take charge, playfully lifting him up onto his tiptoes, smirking at the surprised expression on his face. He reminded him that if they were officially together, he needed to pay attention. As they entered the apartment, the shorter male hesitated, looking around and taking in the view. His boyfriend reassured him that everything was fine, though he had been repeating this since they left his own house. He didn't want to intrude, and his concern was palpable. A gentle kiss on his forehead helped ease his worries, and he was reminded that this was his idea. After taking off their shoes and slipping into slippers, the shorter male followed his boyfriend further into the apartment. He felt nervous, unsure of how to act after dating for 3 months. The affection they shared, especially in public, was still something he was getting used to. Despite feeling a bit awkward, he loved his boyfriend dearly and wanted to make it work. Taking a deep breath, he picked up his pace slightly, catching up to his boyfriend. He reached out, gently touching his fingers, but his boyfriend stopped, causing him to bump into his back. His hand was taken, and he was called cute, which made him blush and look away, mumbling softly. Once inside the room, he set his bag down on the bed while his boyfriend placed his by the door. YN had prepared a small study area with cushions to make themselves comfortable. Izuku had suggested a study session to help with a subject he was struggling with, and YN was eager to assist. They began their study session, with YN asking where to start. After a moment of awkwardness, Izuku gathered his courage and began tutoring, covering crucial topics before diving into more detailed explanations. He even created review sheets, timing Izuku like it was a test. After completing it, he reviewed the answers, marking the incorrect ones. Izuku reflected on his performance, realizing he needed to work on context clues when reading. He leaned over to give YN a quick kiss, and instead of blushing, YN smiled widely and nodded in agreement. As they continued, YN encouraged him, saying he was making progress. He handed over another review sheet, watching as Izuku focused intently. It wasn't long before YN got up, thinking Izuku needed a break from sitting. However, he was surprised when Izuku kissed him gently on the neck, sending shivers down his spine. Soon, Izuku climbed into his lap, nuzzling into his chest. YN asked if he was all right, and Izuku purred in response, clearly content. The worksheet faded from YN's mind as he felt Izuku cup his face and press his lips against his own in a sweet kiss. Initially innocent, the kiss deepened, and YN followed Izuku's lead, feeling a rush of warmth and affection. Pressing his own pink muscle against the others, they engaged in a small battle for dominance over the kiss. However, before either could claim victory, the smaller of the two pulled away, a small string of saliva still connecting their lips. Both boys panted softly as they stared at each other, their hearts racing. After a few moments of silence, Izuku broke it, his eyes wide and his face flushed, wearing a rather innocent smile as he expressed his feelings. He declared his love for YN, causing the taller male to blush a deep crimson. Leaning down, he hid his face in the crook of Izuku's neck, playfully admitting defeat. He wrapped his arms around Izuku, embracing him tightly and reciprocating the sentiment with affection. They discussed the need for more study sessions, with YN reminding Izuku that they wouldn't have any unless he finished his last worksheet, as he had to leave soon. Izuku chuckled softly, his confusion evident, but he quickly focused on completing the paper. Fear lurked behind All Might's smile. No matter how dire the situation, he maintained his cheerful facade, concealing the pain and suffering within. As the symbol of peace, he felt the weight of his role pressing down on him. The first time he teamed up with YHN, they were praised for their seamless collaboration. They exchanged smiles and knowing looks, both internally deciding they wanted to work together again. From the moment they met, it was clear to everyone that there was an attraction between them. All Might's adoring fans showered him with affection, while YHN enjoyed the admiration of their own supporters. As they went their separate ways, both wondered if they would ever cross paths again. They were young heroes, already making names for themselves. YHN was in their 20s, perhaps a year older than All Might. Despite their desire to work together again, they didn't realize how often they would seek each other out until they found themselves in the same place repeatedly. Years passed, and the two teamed up time and again, becoming a powerful symbol of peace. Crime rates dropped significantly due to their efforts, yet the unspoken attraction between them remained unaddressed. YHN had saved All Might on several occasions, while All Might had rescued them countless times. Their loyalty and shared glances gradually transformed into a budding attraction that they both kept hidden. YHN never expected to become a teacher at the same school they once attended. However, they learned the truth about All Might Toshinori Yaga, a frail man with a quirk of strength. Upon discovering this, YHN realized that their love for Toshinori could never be fully realized without burdening him. Tears streamed from YHN's eyes as they hid on a rooftop not far from where they had just defeated another villain. All Might announced he would bring the criminal to justice, while YHN quickly left the scene. The press had finally asked the questions they had dreaded for nearly a decade, and each query felt like a knife to their heart. Clenching their fists and pursing their lips, they wished the press had not brought up their relationship with All Might. Toshinori's weak voice called out to YHN, searching for them after checking multiple rooftops. They quickly wiped their eyes, forcing a smile as they approached him. They greeted him softly, trying to keep their voice steady despite the turmoil within. Toshinori rolled his eyes at their comment, his expression reflecting concern. He explained that he had been looking for them, as they were supposed to meet up after the incident to return to UA together. YHN sighed, attempting to come up with an excuse for their absence, finally apologizing for losing track of time. Toshinori's slender fingers rested on YHN's shoulders, his face uncomfortably close as he studied them. Concern filled his eyes as he confirmed his suspicions, pulling YHN into a gentle embrace. He noted that they had been crying, his voice breaking slightly. YHN felt their heart tighten at his words, tears threatening to spill again. They rested their head on his shoulder, murmuring that they were fine and suggesting it was time to go. Each moment spent with Toshinori reminded YHN of the inevitable loss they feared. They had shared so much, yet they felt like a fool for not fully embracing their feelings when they were younger. Toshinori reminded YHN that he cared about them, that their feelings mattered, and that they were a team. He urged them not to face the world alone. As they separated just enough to meet his gaze, YHN managed a half-smile, admitting their fear of losing him. They explained how the press's questions had sent them spiraling, revealing the depth of their emotions. Toshinori frowned before turning to the side, coughing slightly, a hint of red staining his lips. He reassured you softly that he still had some time left. By the time he was gone, he believed there would be a new symbol of hope, confident that you would teach young Midoriya everything he had not. You pursed your lips, rolling your eyes at him. You clarified that you were not talking about the symbol of peace, but about him. You confessed your feelings, expressing how much you loved him and how you never intended to burden him with that truth. Tears streamed down your cheeks as you struggled to hold back your emotions. Your words flowed freely until they were interrupted by a gentle kiss. The kiss was passionate, and as he pulled you close, his arms wrapped tightly around you. His eyes closed, and you could sense the emotion in him as well. When you finally separated, your breath was still caught in your throat from the intensity of the moment. He smiled weakly and asked you to never leave another word unsaid. He admitted that he loved you too, surprised that you could love him after knowing everything about him. He tenderly wiped the tears from your eyes and asked if you truly loved him for who he was. You smiled through your tears, assuring him that you loved all of him. Yamada Hisashi, known as Present Mike, was your husband. You had known each other since your time at UA, starting as best friends, then dating and eventually marrying. While you preferred to keep your personal life private, especially from your students, Hisashi was openly affectionate. He was often lovey-dovey, while you tended to reserve your affection for moments when no one was around. One day during class, he surprised you by hugging you from behind and spinning you around, leaving your students in shock. You tried to play it off, but later, you scolded him for his behavior. Feeling frustrated, you decided to confront him about it. You approached him and asked if you could talk. He turned around, calling you his love and lifting you off the ground in excitement. Noticing your annoyed expression, he asked what was wrong. You explained that you needed to discuss public displays of affection at school and suggested he tone it down. He questioned why he couldn't express his love for you, raising his voice a bit too loudly and drawing the attention of a few students. Panicking, you pulled him into the teacher's lounge to continue the conversation privately. You reiterated that while you loved him, you needed him to be mindful of the setting. The rest of the day, Hisashi moped around, and Aizawa noticed his mood. Reluctantly, he asked what was wrong. Hisashi lamented that he couldn't show any affection toward you. Aizawa pointed out that he couldn't blame you for wanting to maintain professionalism at work. Throughout the day, even the students noticed Hisashi's downcast demeanor. Midoriya, Uraraka, and Ida were concerned and speculated about what was bothering him. They decided to approach you, believing you could help cheer him up since you were close friends. You felt relieved that they thought of you as just friends and promised to look into it. You entered the teacher's lounge to find Hisashi and Yagi. Yagi mentioned that he didn't think he was helping, and you assured him it was fine. You approached Hisashi, who tried to hug you but hesitated. You acknowledged his feelings and apologized for your earlier request regarding public displays of affection. You expressed your love for him and after a moment, pulled him into a hug and kissed him. Eventually, he embraced you tightly. He buried his face in your shoulder and confessed that he loved you too. You decided to let him express his affection in front of others just this once. While teaching a class outside, Hisashi approached you, and you braced yourself for what he might do. He took your hand, causing gasps from the students, who exclaimed their surprise at the revelation of your relationship. With a deep breath, Hisashi declared his love for you loudly, announcing that you were married. The excitement from the students was overwhelming, leaving you momentarily speechless. You sat beside Toshinori, waiting for a response as he attempted to call Aizawa and 13. Although you didn't have a class to attend, you had been waiting for your perpetually exhausted boyfriend to finish his. When you ran into him in the teacher's lounge, you decided to stay with him. Toshinori stared at the phone with concern, expressing his frustration at not receiving an answer. You bit your lip, shaking your head as worry crept in. You voiced your concerns about the recent press fiasco, fearing something might have happened. He comforted you, placing a hand on your shoulder, reminding you of Aizawa's strength and that if there were any incidents, the alarm would alert everyone. It didn't change the fact that concern lingered in the air. The other person noted the exhaustion etched on their features and expressed their worry. They suggested that perhaps they could go down themselves, acknowledging that Aizawa might be a bit annoyed if interrupted during a smoothly running course. Still, a sinking feeling in their stomach urged them to take action. Just as they were about to stand and leave the teacher's lounge, the principal entered, addressing both of them before starting to brew some tea. Danger clouded your mind, but you forced yourself to act professionally. You ran ahead of your companions, knowing all might would be close behind. It had taken a while to leave the teacher's lounge, but you couldn't dwell on what could have been. Your quirk allowed you to transform into a cheetah-like creature, granting you incredible speed. While you felt capable, you understood that facing an entire league of villains alone was beyond your limits. You needed your best friend at your back, but you also hoped your love would be safe. As you entered the scene, the metallic scent filled your nostrils, urging you to rush toward the source. Unfortunately, you couldn't simply grab Aizawa and leave. You nuzzled him gently, your sharp, feline eyes glaring at the villain threatening the children. You may not have known their names, but you charged in with fierce determination, ready to defend. You thought to yourself that all you had to do was hold them off until All Might arrived. You growled for the children to stay back as you faced all three villains at once. Felt like a reckless gamble, but you urged them to take Aizawa to safety while you distracted the attackers. Thankfully, your enhanced hearing picked up the children moving him away after the initial shock. The villain with hands all over his body scoffed, expressing doubt about your threat level. You retorted that you preferred to stay out of the spotlight, but they had already made a grave mistake by underestimating you. It wasn't long before your best friend appeared, sending the strange creature Nor flying through the ceiling with a powerful strike. Once help arrived, the villains were quickly subdued. You managed to carry Aizawa away as tears filled your eyes, rushing him to the nurse while holding back your relief until later. No one questioned your presence as you stayed by Aizawa's side during his recovery. Visiting hours didn't matter for a pro hero, especially when your eyes often brimmed with tears. The injuries Aizawa sustained raised concerns about potential permanent damage to his eyesight, and you resolved to remain until he woke. On the third day of his recovery, Toshinori and young Midoriya visited. Upon seeing you, they sat beside you, and you were grateful that 13 had already left. The three of you sat quietly by the recovery bed, Toshinori in his normal form. You held Aizawa's hand, tears welling in your eyes. A supportive hand rested on your shoulder, and Toshinori offered a reassuring smile. He expressed confidence that Aizawa would be all right and thanked you for holding off the villains for so long without injury. You corrected him, saying you had only a few bruises and wished you had arrived sooner. You then complimented the children, especially Midoriya, for their exemplary training. Midoriya, blushing, thanked you and asked if you were Aizawa's partner. When you confirmed, he inquired about your quirk, guessing it was related to cheetahs. You chuckled and clarified your ability to take on cheetah-like qualities. Just then, Aizawa stirred, his voice pained but familiar. He expressed gratitude to Toshinori and requested a moment alone with you. Toshinori nodded and led Midoriya out, leaving you and Aizawa together. Aizawa expressed his fears about what was to come and pulled you closer as you sat beside him on the bed. He acknowledged your bravery in risking your life to save him. You reassured him that you had backup, even if he shouldn't have been there. You admitted your worry for him and the others when you learned how many villains had shown up. He murmured that he had heard you took care of the children and ensured they got him to safety. You speculated that he had managed to erase one or two of Nora's quirks but noted that he sounded like a monstrous experiment. You expressed concern about what other threats lay ahead, especially with the villains intent on harming Aizawa. He sighed and nestled closer to you, affirming his love. He wanted to ensure nothing remained unsaid between you. You looked down at him, your heart full, and whispered that you loved him always and that you understood. He felt a deep ache in his heart, realizing how close he had come to losing her. It was a pain beyond anything he could fully comprehend. He shifted slightly, pressing a gentle kiss against her lips before settling back down beside her. With a somber expression, he admitted that while he couldn't guarantee an eternity together, he felt fortunate to share the time they had. As the school year progressed, Wine found herself increasingly concerned about her boyfriend, Shinso Hitoshi. He seemed to devote every waking moment to his training to become a hero, leaving their relationship feeling neglected amidst his rigorous schedule. Yet, she couldn't bring herself to be upset with him. She understood his ambition and recognized that he felt the need to work harder than his peers due to his quirk. While it lacked the typical flair of a hero's ability, it proved to be quite effective in its own right. Whenever he mentioned a private training session with one of the teachers, she would offer him small smiles and words of encouragement, giving him a quick peck on the cheek before they parted ways. She didn't want to hinder his dreams, even if it meant sacrificing their time together. However, Wine were honest with herself, the situation was wearing her down. All she wanted was a simple date night, a chance to enjoy each other's company and relive their teenage years. She hated that she only saw him during class or the brief moments he spent in the dorms. Yet, she couldn't bring herself to tell him to stop training, the thought of holding him back felt unbearable. One particular Friday, after class, Shinso finally noticed her unusual demeanor. He informed her that he was heading to the training rooms for a few hours and that she didn't need to wait for him. The bright smile that usually adorned her face faltered slightly before returning, though it was much smaller. Her best friend, who stood beside her, sighed before leaving the classroom. Shinso observed her odd behavior, raising an eyebrow in concern. He asked if everything was all right, noticing the slight downturn of her lips. Wine sighed, running a hand through her hair and looking down at her feet. She expressed her feelings, admitting that while she understood his dedication, she felt distant from him and had hoped they could spend some time together that day. His heart sank as he realized how much their time together had diminished due to his new training routine. He quickly stepped closer, taking her hands in his. When their eyes met, he apologized sincerely, promising to make it up to her. Her eyes brightened, a playful grin spreading across her face as she teased him about what anything might entail. Later, they found themselves on the couch in their dorm's common area, a movie playing on the TV. Dressed in pajamas, Wine snuggled into Shinsu's side, her head resting on his shoulder while he held a bowl of popcorn in his lap. He groaned about watching a romantic comedy, but she insisted it was a must since he always protested her favorites during their rare movie nights. She giggled and placed a kiss on his cheek, eliciting another groan from him. In a playful moment, Shinso pushed her to the side of the couch, leaning forward to place the bowl of popcorn on the table. Curiosity piqued, Wine watched as he sat back with a smug grin. Suddenly he dove toward her, tickling her sides. With her legs pinned beneath him, she erupted into laughter, trying to push him off but to no avail. He continued his playful assault, showering her with light kisses, and she begged for mercy between fits of laughter. Finally, he relented, cupping her cheeks and placing a tender kiss on her forehead. Pausing the movie, he mischievously replaced it with a horror film. Yn protested, expressing her disappointment, but Shinso playfully reminded her that she had lost their little game. She groaned, sprawled out on the couch in mock frustration, crossing her arms and pouting. As he returned to the couch, he teased her about being a sore loser. She rolled her eyes but made room for him to sit beside her. He wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her into his lap. Despite her scowl, he found her cute when she was annoyed, pinching her cheek lightly. She swatted his hand away, insisting he focus on the movie. In a surprising turn, he leaned in and kissed her, momentarily forgetting the film. After pulling away, he tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and suggested they should do this more often, promising to add it to his schedule. She playfully told him to be quiet, mumbling against his lips. The next morning, Wine woke up and jumped out of bed, realizing it was already 12:43 a.m. She hurried downstairs to the kitchen to make herself some breakfast. After finishing her meal, she returned to her room to get dressed. Once ready, she sat on her bed and watched videos of MT Lady and All Might to pass the time. Soon, she heard a knock on her door at 6:45 a.m. When she answered, she found Kirishima leaning against the wall. He was wearing a red t-shirt and black jeans. He apologized for arriving early, expressing his eagerness to see her. She reassured him that it was fine, as she had been feeling a bit bored anyway and was glad he was there. After putting on her white Adidas shoes, she stepped outside and locked her door. Kiri turned to her, his eyes wide with admiration as he took in her appearance. He complimented her, saying she looked amazing, which made her blush lightly. She humbly disagreed, but he insisted that she was truly beautiful. She smiled at him and asked where they were going. He teased her with a surprise, which made her curious. Kiri thought to himself how cute she looked as she tilted her head slightly. Feeling his face warm up, he finally revealed that he was taking her to a fair nearby, which he thought would be fun. She beamed at him, excited to try all the games. When they arrived at the fair, it was much brighter than Kiri had imagined. Colorful lights adorned every ride, game, and food booth. Yn's eyes widened in awe as she took in the sights, and she eagerly pulled him toward a ride, urging him to join her. He reassured her that they would have time for everything. They enjoyed all the rides, sampled various foods, and played nearly all the games. After a while, YN grew tired, so Kiri carried her to a bench near where the fireworks would be. She complained about her tired legs, and he comforted her, promising she would be home soon. With a hint of sadness in her eyes, she expressed that she didn't want to go home because she loved being there with him and wished to stay forever. Kiri felt his cheeks heat up as he asked if he could share something important. He confessed his feelings for her, admitting that he liked her a lot and asked if she would be his girlfriend. Her radiant smile confirmed her answer, and he hugged her tightly, feeling overwhelmed with gratitude. After pulling away, he rested his forehead against hers, their noses almost touching, and declared his love for her. She reciprocated his feelings, and in that moment, they shared a tender kiss. As they pulled away, Kiri expressed his surprise at having kissed her. She laughed softly, calling him a dork. They were so absorbed in each other that they didn't notice the fireworks starting, marking a perfect night for both of them. Later, YN asked Ochako what they would be doing that day, her expression determined as she wore her UA swimsuit. Ochako smiled and mentioned that they would likely do some volleys once the other girls arrived, suggesting YN could swim laps in the meantime. With determination, YN eagerly agreed and quickly dove into the pool. As she swam, Ochako watched in admiration, noting how toned YN's limbs were from her training at UA. YN was focused on her laps, unaware of the attention she was drawing from the boys on the other side of the pool, particularly from Midoriya, whose green eyes were fixed on her. After completing what felt like 100 laps, YN emerged from the water and playfully remarked about the girls taking their time. Ashido giggled, pointing out that the boys had arrived too. Feeling a blush creep onto her cheeks, YN glanced over at Midoriya, shyly waving before turning back to her friends, playfully scolding them for not warning her about the boys' presence. The group then organized themselves, while the boys continued their endurance training on the other side of the pool. Throughout your training, you were so focused that you hardly noticed how often the green-eyed boy glanced your way. Unbeknownst to you, admiration lingered on his lips as he watched your fiery determination. Hours passed as you trained with the girls, occasionally interrupted by their playful banter directed at Bnha or Kaminari. Finally, Ochako nudged you playfully, a smile on her face as she suggested that you should talk to Deku after training. You shrugged off the idea, thinking she might just want to get some extra practice in with one of the most dedicated trainers in Class 1A. However, you still managed to catch him afterward. As everyone filtered out of the pool area, you propped yourself up on the edge of the pool, a smile on your face. You called out to him fondly, feeling a blush creeping up your cheeks as you noticed how handsome he looked, dripping with water and sweat. You quickly shook off the thought. His voice was shy as he glanced back at you, his cheeks flushed. He greeted you with surprise, clearly bashful but somehow even more adorable. You chuckled softly, pushing yourself out of the pool and moving to stand beside him. You felt your confidence waver slightly as you explained that you had meant to catch him and asked if he could meet you out front. His lips curled into a shy smile as he nodded in acknowledgement. He responded kindly, though you could faintly hear him mumbling to himself as you returned to the women's locker room to change into your street clothes. When you met him outside, the blush returned to your face. You mentally scolded yourself for it, giving him a wave before jogging up to him. You had no plan for what to say until you were face to face, and your words slipped out messily. You confessed that you liked him, and surprisingly, it sounded confident despite your nerves. His green eyes widened, and his cheeks turned crimson as he blinked at your words. You half expected him to mutter something to himself or walk away, but he stood there, speechless, his gaze fixed on you. Embarrassed by your sudden confession, you murmured an apology and began to walk away. Just then, you felt a slender hand gently grasp yours, stopping you in your tracks. As you glanced back, you saw his large, enthusiastic smile. He asked if you really meant what you said, hope shining in his eyes. You rolled your eyes at his reaction, feeling more at ease as you witnessed his excitement. Turning back to him, you placed a soft kiss on his cheek and nodded, expressing your admiration and affection. You told him that he was determined, kind, amazing and handsome, and that you liked him. In a burst of enthusiasm, he leaned in and pressed his lips against yours. Both of you blushed intensely at the unexpected kiss, leaving you gazing into his sparkling green eyes. His expression was a mix of excitement and shyness as he confessed that he liked you too. Night after night, Hitoshi managed only a few hours of sleep. No matter how hard you tried, he refused to take a break. You watched him sitting on the couch with his eyes closed, not truly sleeping. You voiced your concern, telling him it wasn't healthy. He looked at you with his usual tired expression, insisting he was fine and that you didn't need to worry. He attempted to sip his coffee but missed his mouth completely. Sighing, you sat next to him and pointed out the dark circles under his eyes. He rubbed them and shook his head, stating it was his job to stay awake since he had patrol duty that night. He stumbled off to the bathroom, and you knew you had to do something. He couldn't continue like this. During the night patrol, you took the shift to keep an eye on him. He smirked, noting that it was rare for you two to patrol together. You playfully remarked that you could patrol with your boyfriend. He rolled his eyes but continued his patrol. As you both stood on a rooftop, he gazed over the city, and you noticed him nodding off. You shook him awake, and he insisted he was fine and that you needed to focus on the patrol. You exchanged glances, but you kept watching him to ensure he stayed awake. A few minutes later, you saw him lean forward, and in a panic, you pulled his collar back to prevent him from falling off the building. You hugged him tightly, expressing your worry about his well-being. He looked away, acknowledging your concern but explaining how hard he had worked to earn his pro hero license. He promised to try to get more sleep but insisted he would continue his duties. You sighed, knowing he wouldn't change his mind. You agreed to watch over him to ensure he didn't fall off any buildings, and you finished the shift together. The next time he was scheduled to work, you stood at the door, determined to intervene. You told him he wouldn't be working that night. He questioned your decision, but you explained that you had discussed it with others and insisted he needed at least 8 hours of sleep. You pushed him toward the bedroom, ignoring his protests about work, and sat him on the bed before climbing in beside him. He attempted to get up, but you gently pulled him back. You insisted that it was time for sleep and that he needed the rest. He muttered in agreement and settled back down. Struggling to fall asleep, you began to play with his hair, and soon he started to drift off. He then spoke your name softly, expressing his deep feelings for you. You responded with warmth, sharing your own feelings in return. With that, you both peacefully fell asleep. You and Ijiro Kirishima had known each other since childhood, your families being friends since their school days. Naturally, you spent a lot of time together, growing up side by side and forming an inseparable bond. However, when your mother took a job overseas during the last 2 years of middle school, you were separated from Kirishima. At first, you both made an effort to stay in touch, calling each other daily. But as time passed, those calls became less frequent, shifting from daily to weekly, then to occasional, until they eventually stopped. Life took over, and you both focused on your individual dreams. While you still cared for each other, the distance made it difficult to maintain the same connection. As fate would have it, you both found yourselves reunited. It was the first day of high school, and excitement filled the air. You hurried through the bustling hallways, searching for your classroom, feeling a mix of anticipation and nervousness. You murmured to yourself as you scanned for room 1A, finally spotting it. With a smile, you opened the door and stepped inside, greeted by the lively chatter of your classmates. As you looked around, you wondered if anyone from your past would be there. Then you heard a familiar voice call your name. Turning, you saw a boy with tall, spiky red hair. Recognition washed over you. Ijiro, you exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace him tightly. He responded with surprise and joy, expressing how glad he was to see you again. You shared your reasons for returning, thrilled to learn he was also attending UA. The excitement of being together again was palpable, and you both reveled in the joy of reuniting. As you settled into Class 1, it became clear that your bond was still as strong as ever. While you made new friends, it was evident to everyone that the connection between you and Kirishima was unique, sparking whispers and curiosity among your classmates. Mina inquired about the relationship between you and Kirishima, expressing curiosity about the bond you seemed to share. Hagakure chimed in, noting how close you both appeared. You explained that your friendship with Kirishima dated back to childhood, as your parents had grown up together, leading to a lifelong connection. Jiro was surprised to learn this, and you shared that you had only attended middle school with him for a year before moving overseas due to your mother's job. Kirishima observed from a distance as your classmates eagerly asked about your life before UA. You responded graciously, and for a brief moment, your eyes met, exchanging a warm smile. Kaminari then turned to Kirishima, asking about your relationship. Shiro added that you seemed particularly excited to see Kirishima on your first day, which prompted Kirishima to reveal that you had been friends since childhood. However, when pressed about whether there was more to your relationship, Kirishima hesitated, admitting that he liked you but was afraid of losing your friendship if he confessed. Despite his request for secrecy, Denki and Shiro couldn't contain themselves and soon shared the news with Bnha. This sparked a friendly betting pool among your classmates about when you and Kirishima might officially get together. As the bets circulated, the atmosphere in class shifted. Though everyone maintained a semblance of normalcy, there were subtle hints of their matchmaking efforts. Whenever group activities arose, your classmates found ways to pair you and Kirishima together, which you both enjoyed, unaware of their intentions. As time passed, you began to notice the unusual frequency of your friends canceling plans, leaving just you and Kirishima to spend time together. One day, you asked Kirishima about Ishido's absence, and he explained that she had canceled plans with her parents. You couldn't help but feel that the cancellations were happening too often, but Kirishima shrugged it off, content to enjoy your time together. While studying, Kirishima couldn't help but admire you, feeling grateful for the moments you shared, even if they were just as friends. When you expressed frustration over Mina's sudden change of plans, Kirishima suggested talking to her, but you both decided to focus on your studies instead. As you leaned closer to him, flipping through the textbook, Kirishima found it hard to concentrate, captivated by your presence. After a productive study session, Kirishima offered to walk you home. As you strolled along the path, you chatted about your experiences at UA, marveling at how much you were learning and growing. Kirishima praised your progress, noting how much stronger and more confident you had become since starting school. You smiled back, feeling equally proud of him and the journey you both were on. He had gotten so much stronger and braver, and with a smile, he expressed that she was going to be a great hero. As he leaned in, she instinctively turned her head to look away, thinking she saw someone else. She spotted Kaminari waving at them, and her face lit up with a big smile as he ran across the street to join them. Kaminari greeted them, mentioning he thought they were with Bnha studying. She explained that Kirishima had been walking her home. Kaminari shot Kirishima a knowing look, which made Kirishima glance nervously at the ground. Kaminari commented on Kirishima's gentlemanly behavior before saying he needed to head to the library, winking at Kirishima as he left. She looked at Kirishima, clearly confused by the interaction. She chuckled lightly, calling Kaminari weird and noting that they could manage walking home alone. Kirishima chuckled nervously and asked if she wanted to go to the movies on Friday. When she asked what movie, he mentioned the new action film. She recalled discussing it with Shiro and suggested they gather a group to make it more fun. Kirishima agreed, though he seemed slightly disappointed that it wouldn't just be the two of them. She thanked him for walking her home, and he smiled, feeling content as he walked back. The next day at lunch, she excused herself to head to the library, and Kirishima explained to the Baku squad what had happened the day before. He shared his attempt to ask her out, which had turned into a group outing. The group reacted with surprise, and Shiro lamented that his bet was almost up. Kirishima was puzzled by the mention of a bet, and Bnha explained that they had been betting on when he and YN would get together. They had been trying to create opportunities for the two of them to be alone. Kirishima realized that YN thought their friends didn't like her, but they all loved her and wanted him to be with her. He then proposed that everyone ditch their plans one more time. Bnha excitedly asked if he would confess after the movie, and he affirmed that he would try. Kirishima and his friends quickly made plans, but unbeknownst to YN, the entire class was in on it. When she arrived at the movies and found only Kirishima there, she was shocked. She mentioned that everyone was running late, and Kirishima lied, saying Aizawa was holding the others back due to their grades. He added that Bakugo was just being Bakugo, and it seemed they all had excuses, leaving just the two of them again. She accepted this, noting how often plans seemed to fall through. He reassured her that it wasn't personal, explaining that it was tough to find free time while training to be the next #1 hero. They made their way to the theater, sitting together as the movie began. She tried to focus, but when Kirishima's arm rested on her shoulders, her attention shifted to him, and she felt her cheeks heat up. As the movie ended, they stood to leave, and Kirishima took her hand, lacing his fingers with hers. He then confessed that he had asked everyone to cancel their plans because he wanted to be alone with her. He admitted that he really liked her, and her eyes widened in surprise. She expressed disbelief, but he insisted it was true, revealing that he had liked her since they were young. She admitted that she liked him too, and he smiled brightly at her response. She asked if that was why their friends had been ditching plans, and he confirmed that it was part of it, though he hadn't asked them to do it before that day. She inquired why they had been doing it, and he explained that their friends had a bet on whether they would end up together. She laughed, realizing how typical it was of them. Kirishima chuckled along, and she suggested they get back at their friends. He agreed, and she proposed going out for dinner, which he happily accepted. Regardless of opinions about him, it was undeniable that Shoto Todoroki was one of the more attractive members of Class 1A. He had joined the class as the resident pretty boy and only seemed to grow more appealing over the years. His charm quickly caught the public's eye when they all went pro, women adored him, and everyone wanted to be with him. He transformed from the shy, awkward Shoto into one of the most sought-after figures in Japan. Even she couldn't help but fall for him. It happened during their first year after the sports festival when he began to hang out with the class. As she got to know him as a person rather than an unattainable standard, she found herself falling hard. She spent her time at UA pining for him, but he remained oblivious to her feelings. After they went pro, she realized she had no chance and decided to let him go. In their second year as professionals, she only saw him in passing or at events, and they rarely spoke unless necessary. Their friendship faded from the good times they had in school to almost nothing, which felt easier. He moved on with his many fans, while she tried to find her own path, but it was hard to ignore him, especially when he was so close. Todoroki was surrounded by various reporters, all eager to get a quote from him. The Heroes Gala had no rules regarding paparazzi, and they were swarming outside the event. One reporter asked if they could grab a quote, but Todoroki politely declined, waving them off. As they continued to press him, the narrator stepped in, moving past the crowd to Todoroki's side. Apologizing for the interruption, the narrator mentioned that Todoroki was needed inside, as Deku was calling for him. The reporters shouted more questions as they made their way inside, where Todoroki offered a soft smile of gratitude. He expressed his thanks, saying he owed the narrator one. The narrator brushed it off, insisting it was no trouble. Todoroki insisted he really owed them, noting that the reporters wouldn't have let him through without the distraction. The narrator's gaze shifted to the bar, and they agreed that Todoroki could buy them a drink. As they walked toward the bar, the narrator felt their heart racing, questioning why they had helped him. It was unusual for Todoroki to attend these galas alone, and the narrator wondered where Deku was when he was needed. Todoroki ordered a whiskey neat and a Detroit Smash martini, which made the narrator smirk, knowing that the martini wasn't for them. The bartender began preparing the drinks, and Todoroki turned his attention to the narrator, prompting a feeling of unease. The narrator wished Todoroki would stop talking, as they had been avoiding him for a reason. He remarked that it had been a while since they last spoke, to which the narrator replied that it was only a few months since Momo and Jiru's wedding in March. Todoroki pointed out that they barely talked at the wedding, as they had been separated by Mina and Denki. The narrator clarified that they hadn't wanted to intrude on Todoroki's date, only to learn that he hadn't actually had one. They explained that the blonde girl from Shiketsu, who had been with Denki, was just catching up with Todoroki. The conversation shifted to Denki's tendency to bring multiple girls to events, and the narrator sighed, lamenting that they would likely end up babysitting him for life. Todoroki chuckled lightly, keeping his eyes on the narrator. He commented that they and Kaminari were a cute couple, which took the narrator by surprise. They quickly clarified that they were just friends, despite having hooked up a few times in the past. Todoroki looked surprised, and the narrator finished their drink as he ordered more. As the drinks flowed, the conversation became easier. Todoroki asked if the narrator was single, prompting a light-hearted response about feeling bad for being single while he was known as the Tom Cat of the pro heroes. The narrator teased him about his reputation for having a new girl each week, while Todoroki defensively denied being a player. The narrator playfully mentioned Todoroki's connection with one of their interns, recalling a wild story that had annoyed them. Todoroki explained that it had been a one-time thing, and the narrator asked if he often hooked up with people. He replied that he didn't, and the narrator admitted that they thought it was a nice way to relieve stress. Todoroki seemed taken aback by the revelation, and the narrator wondered if they had ruined his perception of them. He admitted he didn't expect that, and they both pondered the idea of him being seen as a womanizer. The narrator teased him about the possibility of everyone falling in love with him, to which he responded that not everyone did. The atmosphere shifted as Todoroki asked if the narrator had ever loved him. The narrator playfully questioned if it was a trap, but Todoroki insisted it was just a question. They admitted to having liked him back in school, and he confessed that he had been in love with them. The narrator found it hard to believe, but he reassured them that he still liked them. Todoroki suggested they discuss things further when there weren't reporters around, proposing a meeting at Bnha the next day. The narrator agreed, teasing him about the possibility of a second meeting if he impressed them. He confidently assured them that there would be another one, and the narrator playfully warned him not to get too confident. You were a sidekick for Best Jeanist, a bit rough around the edges and not as elegant as he was. He decided to help you overcome your flaws. When you expressed confusion about his intentions, he pointed out your messy hair and insisted that if you wanted to be his sidekick, you needed to change your appearance. As you took the jeans he offered, uncertainty crept in. He sat you down and began to style your hair, transforming your usual messy look into something more presentable. When he handed you a mirror, you were taken aback. You liked your hair the way it was, but he insisted that it now looked appropriate for a sidekick. While patrolling together, he lectured you about controlling your reckless behavior. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air as two men fled from a nearby store. You chased after them, tackling one of the criminals with excitement, only to realize too late that the other was about to strike you. Best Jeanist used his quirk to immobilize the attacker just in time. Your heart raced as police officers arrived to take the criminals into custody. Standing next to Best Jeanist, you avoided his gaze as he began to lecture you about the dangers of recklessness. You silently acknowledged his point, realizing that you needed to be more cautious. From that moment on, you became a model sidekick, following his advice, keeping your hair tamed, and wearing the jeans he suggested. Best Jeanist began to respect you more and more. One day, while patrolling, you learned about a group of villains causing trouble and decided to increase your vigilance. You asked if there were any eyewitness descriptions, but there weren't many. As you walked, you noticed a few people trailing behind you. Best Jeanist signaled for you to stop, and just then, one of the pursuers lunged at you. He quickly immobilized the attacker, but you noticed another man preparing to use his quirk. In a split second, you pushed Best Jeanist out of the way, and your arm was singed by the flames. Once the villains were apprehended, Best Jeanist turned to you, visibly upset. He expressed his frustration and concern, asking what you were thinking. You felt taken aback, as he was usually calm and collected. Looking down at your arm, you apologized, feeling tears well up. You admitted that perhaps you weren't cut out to be his sidekick. Suddenly, you felt his arms around you. When you looked up, Best Jeanist reassured you that he wasn't angry but worried. He urged you not to take such risks again. You agreed, returning his embrace and calling him by his first name, Hakamata. You had been married to Aizawa Shota for almost 10 years. As pro heroes, having children hadn't been a priority due to the dangers of your profession. However, you didn't need children to have a happy marriage. There was one little girl who had recently stolen your hearts, a girl you had rescued. One day, Shota came home looking troubled. You greeted him with a hug and a kiss, but sensed something was off. He sat down on the couch, burying his face in his hands as he spoke about the girl they had rescued, who had endured so much suffering. You sat beside him, understanding how deeply he cared for his students, whom he treated like family. After a few moments, he looked up and explained that the little girl needed a place to stay somewhere safe, not a crowded facility. You smiled and took his hand, agreeing that she could stay with you. Relief washed over his face as he shared more about her. Arrangements were made, and you prepared a room for her in your small apartment. When she arrived, you could see why Shota felt compelled to care for her. She appeared small and frightened, hiding behind him when you introduced yourself. You gently suggested showing her to her new room, which was small but cozy, equipped with a twin bed, wardrobe, and dresser filled with clothes you had bought for her. She hesitated to touch anything, so you reassured her that everything in the room was hers. Her eyes brightened a little as she sat on the bed. You offered her pajamas, knowing she was still wearing the hospital clothes. After exiting the room, you prepared dinner. When she emerged, you greeted her with a smile and offered the curry you had made. However, she sat silently, staring at her food. Shota encouraged her to eat, but she only whispered an apology before retreating back to her room. You felt a pang of sadness as you looked at the untouched meal. Shota placed a comforting hand on your shoulder, promising to help her. You expressed your desire for her to be happy and have a normal life. Later that night, you quietly got up to get water, trying not to disturb Shota on his rare night off. As you entered the kitchen, you spotted Eri, who turned to you with a frightened expression. You quickly reassured her that you hadn't meant to scare her and asked if she was hungry. When you heard her stomach growl, she nodded, and you knew you needed to help her feel safe and cared for. Do you have anything special you want to eat? She shook her head. He thought about what to make for her. As a child, he had loved omurice, so that's what he decided to prepare. Eri watched him from the kitchen table as he finished the dish, creating a smiley face with ketchup on top. He set the plate down in front of her and poured a glass of water. This is omurice. I loved this when I was your age. I made it just for you. He smiled at her. She looked from him to the food, picked up her fork and took a bite. As she chewed, her eyes lit up, but then tears began to fall. Are you okay? He asked, concerned. She nodded, managing to say, it's good, through her tears. He placed his hand over hers as she continued to eat, tears streaming down her face. Once she finished, he gently wiped away her tears with a handkerchief. Are you so nice to me? I caused everyone trouble, she cried. He took her hands in his and reassured her, you didn't. It wasn't your fault. What happened wasn't your fault, and we're just glad that you're safe. That's all that matters. He smiled at her, and she cried as he held her close. She tried to smile back, but it was difficult. Still, the thought of it was enough. Some time later, it was time for the culture festival. He helped her get dressed for the event at UA. Although he couldn't spend the entire day with her due to his patrolling duties, he made sure to check in on her and play a few games together. Then came the concert that Class 1A was putting on. He stood next to Mirio and Eri as the performance began, and it was fantastic. He watched Midoriya perform and glanced at Eri, who threw her hands up in excitement and actually laughed. This sight filled him with immense joy. Togata looked at him, and they both began to cry tears of happiness. Eri finally smiled. On the way back, she excitedly gushed about the performance. After putting her to bed, he returned to his own room. I'm glad she had fun. And she's actually smiling, he said as he cuddled up to his husband. His husband hummed in response, and they lay together in comfortable silence. Hey Shota. You know how we both love Eri? He asked. You want to adopt her? His husband replied. Yeah. I really do. Funny, I was going to ask you the same thing. He jolted up and looked at him in surprise. Really? Really? We'll be a great family. The next morning, he woke up to the loud sound of his alarm clock. Today was a day he had been dreading all year, his birthday. He hit the alarm and rolled over, noticing it was 5:30 a.m., the perfect time for a 2-hour run. He dressed in a black t-shirt and blue shorts. He headed downstairs, trying to be as quiet as possible so he wouldn't wake his parents. He grabbed a water bottle from the kitchen, filling it a quarter of the way with ice and the rest with water. With his phone, house keys, and a small bag for running in hand, he stepped outside, locking the door behind him. He ran along a bike path behind his house for about half an hour before taking a 10-minute break. Checking the time, he saw it was now 6:15 a.m. Deciding to head back home, he wanted to have time to shower and get ready for school. Upon returning home, he was greeted by his mom. "Welcome back, honey. Where did you go?" she asked. "Oh, I went out for a walk," replied, starting to head upstairs. "Are you okay?" "I'm getting worried," she said with concern in her voice. "Don't worry about me, it's just fun," he reassured her. "Okay, sweetie. I made breakfast if you're hungry." "No thanks, Mom. I need to get ready for school." When he arrived at class, he was greeted by a very happy Tsuyu. "You look extra happy today," he noted, looking down at the shorter girl. "Yeah, well, today's a special day, Karo," she replied before jumping up to hug him. A slight blush crept onto his face as he hugged her back. "Oh yeah? And what would that be?" he asked sheepishly. "Your birthday, silly," she said, ruffling his hair before letting go. Mr. Aizawa entered the room, instructing everyone to settle down and get back to their seats. The first few classes passed quickly, and soon it was lunchtime. He sat down with Tsuyu, Momo, Jair, Tokoyami, Mina, Uraraka, and Hagakure. Time flew by as Mina, Hagakure, and Uraraka chatted about boys, while Jairu, Tokoyami, and Momo discussed music. He and Tsuyu talked about whatever came to mind. Tsuyu had been meaning to ask him out, but every time she tried, she felt nervous about his response. Since today was his birthday, she planned to ask him, but uncertainty lingered. "Hey, YN, I've noticed you haven't been eating anything at lunch all week. Are you okay?" Momo asked. Now that she mentioned it, Tsuyu realized she hadn't seen him eat much lately. "Oh, don't worry about me. I just haven't been that hungry," he replied. Before they could continue their conversation, the bell rang, signaling the end of lunch, and they all headed back to class. At the end of the day, Tsuyu and Pui walked off campus together. "Hey, YN, I was thinking that maybe you'd like to go to a park if you're not busy, Karo," she suggested. "Sure, I'd love that," he said with a smile. They spent a few hours at the park, and as darkness began to fall, he checked his phone, which read 7:16 p.m. "It's getting late. We should head back," he said. She nodded, and they started walking toward her house. "All right, we're here, Karo," Tsuyu said. "Before you go, I have a present for you." She leaned in and kissed him. He was taken aback for a moment but soon returned the kiss, wrapping his arms around her waist. The kiss felt like it lasted forever. When she finally pulled away, she asked, "Will you go out with me, YN?" He pulled her close and replied, "Of course." As he kissed her again, he could feel her smiling against his lips. After they pulled away, she ruffled his hair and said, "Happy birthday, dork." With that, she walked up to her door, waving goodnight to him before entering. I waved back until she went inside, then made my way home with a big smile on my face. Today was the best day of my life. You had a successful bakery, bustling with customers, including a few regulars who visited every couple of days. One customer stood out in particular, Timitsu Taishiro, who came in every day. He would buy a variety of pastries and breads, and over the months, you both got to know each other. Eventually, he asked you out, and after a few dates, you began dating. It was wonderful, but Toyomitsu had a secret. He lived a double life as a hero. He wanted to share this part of his life with you, but he was concerned about the dangers that came with it. He didn't want to put you at risk. One day, while patrolling with Kirishima and Amajiki, he spotted your bakery and felt a surge of excitement. He suggested they go inside to see you. As he entered, he found you stocking pastries. He greeted you enthusiastically, but you looked a bit confused and asked if he was Fat Gum. Realizing he had slipped into his hero persona, he confirmed your assumption. Kirishima and Amajiki exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why he was acting differently. After placing their orders, Amajiki inquired about Toyomitsu's behavior. Toyomitsu brushed it off, but his attention was soon drawn to a man who was flirting with you, making you visibly uncomfortable. Concerned, he got up and approached the situation. "Is there a problem here?" Toyomitsu asked, addressing the man. The man dismissed him, insisting everything was fine, but you looked at Toyomitsu for help. Sensing your discomfort, Toyomitsu placed a hand on the man's shoulder, expressing that you were not okay with the interaction. The man glared back, challenging Toyomitsu. After a tense moment, the man scoffed and walked away, but not before throwing a punch at Toyomitsu. In a swift motion, Toyomitsu activated his quirk, absorbing the man momentarily before releasing him outside, where the man fled. Returning inside, Toyomitsu checked on you, asking if you were all right. You nodded, thanking him with a smile. He was taken aback, surprised that you knew his true identity. You explained that he had called you by name, and it was clear he cared about your safety. Toyomitsu felt a wave of happiness wash over him. He hugged you tightly, but Kirishima and Amajiki cleared their throats, interrupting the moment. Kirishima asked what was going on, and Toyomitsu realized it was time to leave. As they walked out, he glanced back at you and you winked, making his heart race. He realized he was not just in love with your pastries, but with you as well. For the last month, life had been filled with diapers, bottles, and the cries of a newborn son. You and Shoto had been blessed with a healthy baby boy, who had especially strong lungs. He had kept you both awake for the entire month of his life, and exhaustion weighed heavily on you. He would never lie down for more than an hour before wailing again. It was mostly your responsibility since Shoto had to work. You were both worn out. One early morning, you were trying to soothe him from his relentless crying. Nothing seemed to work. He didn't have a dirty diaper, he wasn't hungry, and even a visit to the doctor hadn't resolved his distress. The doctor assured you that everything was fine and that he would eventually grow out of it. But when would that be? It was becoming increasingly difficult to function on just 3 hours of sleep. The situation had escalated to the point where you found yourself crying alongside him, overwhelmed with frustration and confusion. Shoto walked in to find you on the couch, both you and Kyoshi in tears. He looked concerned and asked what was wrong. You expressed your feelings of helplessness, and he gently caressed your face, kissing your forehead. He suggested that he take care of Kyoshi since it was his day off and you needed rest. With a warm smile, he wiped away your tears, and you felt a surge of gratitude. You set Kyoshi down and hugged him tightly, expressing your love before handing him over to Shoto and heading to the bedroom. As soon as your head hit the pillow, you fell into a deep sleep. You awoke suddenly to an unusual quietness. Feeling refreshed, you realized it had been weeks since the house had been this peaceful. You rushed to the living room to find Shoto holding Kyoshi in his arms. Panic set in as you asked if something was wrong. Shoto reassured you that everything was fine and asked how your nap had been. You approached him and shared a passionate kiss, expressing how wonderful your sleep had been and how much you loved him. He smiled, telling you that you deserved the rest. You leaned your forehead against his, feeling content. After a moment, you decided to take Kyoshi back, but just as you did, he began to cry again. Confused, you passed him back to Shoto, but as you prepared to make a bottle, Kyoshi quieted down. You held him again, but he soon became fussy. Doubts crept in, and you wondered if he didn't like you. Shoto quickly reassured you that it wasn't the case, but you couldn't help feeling emotional. He comforted you, and you leaned against him, feeling his warmth. You realized that even in moments of distress, his presence was calming. You then suggested moving Kyoshi to Shoto's right side, and when they did, Kyoshi began to cry again. Shoto explained that your left side was warm, which made Kyoshi comfortable. Relieved, you suggested taking a nap together, and soon all three of you were nestled on the couch, enjoying a much-needed rest. Kaminari trudged through the hallways, his body still buzzing with energy. He had been working hard to strengthen his quirk, following Aizawa's advice from training camp. Every day after class, he would head to the training center, electrifying objects for longer PRDS to build his resistance to high-voltage shocks. He was determined to avoid the embarrassing moments of his past, where he would lose control and act foolishly. Despite his efforts, he had recently been feeling unwell after training. His mind felt fuzzy and scattered, as if it had been pulled apart and rearranged. The exhaustion was more intense than usual, and even though it was still early evening, his body was signaling that it was time to sleep. After finishing his training, he would often feel an electric aura surrounding him, which drained his energy further. Yet, he could still think clearly, and that was all he needed for now. As he opened the door to his dorm room, he intended to collapse onto the couch instead of making the trek to his bedroom. However, he found two familiar faces already occupying the space. One was Midoriya, with his wild green curls and bright, innocent eyes. The other was Shinso, whose lilac hair was equally tousled but in a way that felt effortlessly stylish. Kaminari's heart swelled with joy at the sight of Shinsu's small smile, which always felt like a new experience. Shinso acknowledged Kaminari's return, pausing his conversation with Midoriya. Kaminari smiled back, though the fatigue in his eyes hinted at the exhaustion he felt inside. He was quite fond of the use of his first name. It made him want to giggle and dance, but his body felt too heavy to move for much longer. Midoriya stood up and expressed concern, noting that Kaminari looked worse than Shinso. Shinso glanced at the brunette and offered a sarcastic thanks. Kaminari could feel Midoriya's eyes analyzing him as if he were a top hero's quirk. The boy had already taken notes on Kaminari and his electrifying abilities. He reassured Midoriya, albeit groggily, as his eyelids drooped, and the piece of sleep began to pull him under. Shinso approached his boyfriend and placed a pale hand on his forehead, lingering a moment longer than necessary. Kaminari felt as if he could melt into Shinsu's embrace, but his plans were interrupted when Hitoshi pulled away with a frown, commenting that Kaminari felt fine. Almost ready to collapse, Kaminari offered a small shrug, barely noticeable. Despite his overwhelming tiredness, he tucked himself under Shinsu's arm, using his shoulder as a pillow. He hummed softly, feeling sleepy. Shinsu's hands wrapped around his lower waist, providing warmth that eased his fatigue and replaced it with a loving sensation. With his eyes closed, Kaminari nuzzled into Shinsu's neck, feeling safe and content. Midoriya hesitated in the distance, a hint of pink creeping onto his freckled cheeks as he announced his intention to leave. Kaminari, too tired to respond, felt the gentle hum of Shinsu's chest as he acknowledged Midoriya's departure. The Pikachu lookalike was on the verge of drifting into a deep sleep, as if he had pricked his finger on a spinning wheel hours before. Even with his eyes shut, they felt heavier by the minute. It would be so easy to fall asleep in Shinsu's arms, the world could end, but as long as they had each other, everything would be okay. Fortunately, he was wrapped in Shinsu's embrace, and the world was not ending. Even if it did, Kaminari didn't care at that moment. He just wanted the release of sleep, where anything could happen, and he would be free of worries. Shinso yawned and pulled away slightly, asking what was up. Kaminari felt a twinge of disappointment that Shinso hadn't fallen asleep. He imagined Shinsu's head of purple hair resting on his shoulder, their chests rising and falling like the waves of an ocean. Shinso seemed to never sleep, which explained why he often looked exhausted. Kaminari shook his head, trying to clear his mind of fuzzy thoughts. Shinso opened his mouth to respond, but Kaminari interjected, stating that he was just tired from training. Shinso raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. He studied Kaminari's stance, appearance, tone, and voice, just as Midoriya would. Kaminari insisted he wasn't lying, but Shinso pressed further, suggesting that he wasn't sharing the whole truth. Kaminari furrowed his brows and clarified that he trained after class. Shinso nodded, though his lavender eyes remained narrowed in thought. He moved to sit on a table instead of the chair next to it, resting his head in his hands while continuing to observe Kaminari. Kaminari sat beside him and explained that he had been working with electricity, wiggling his fingers to demonstrate small sparks. Shinso frowned, questioning if he had really been doing that for an hour. Kaminari confirmed, but Shinso sighed, telling him that he shouldn't overwork himself like that, as it didn't sound healthy. Kaminari's eyes widened at the irony of Shinsu's concern for his health when he barely slept himself. Kaminari had been managing just fine, so what was the harm? He challenged Shinso, who froze, stating that his choices were different. Kaminari suggested alternatives like sleeping pills, warm milk, avoiding screens, or taking warm baths before bed. Shinso raised an eyebrow in hope, asking if he would refrain from exhausting himself if he tried to sleep. Kaminari's face lit up with a playful smile, joking about Shinsu's assumption that he had brain cells. Shinso smiled softly, taking Kaminari's hand and bringing it to his face, affirming that he was smart. Kaminari laughed, playfully kissing Shinsu's cheek and giggling at the compliment. "You are the pro hero, HN. You studied at UA and worked closely with your classmates, getting along with nearly all of them, except for Bakugo Katsuki. A rivalry developed between you, as you both constantly tried to outdo each other. Whenever you worked together, there were always scuffles and arguments, but you managed to get the job done. So, when you were assigned to go undercover with him, you were far from thrilled. You expressed your frustration, questioning why he was chosen, pointing out that he was the loudest and most conspicuous person available. Bakugu retorted, insisting he was far better than you, and you reminded him of the damage he had caused the previous week. Bnha intervened, urging both of you to calm down. He explained that you were one of the best for undercover work, while Bakugu was one of the strongest. The mission required a duo that could excel in both areas. Despite your protests, Bnha insisted on the pairing. Realizing Bakugu wouldn't willingly agree to work together, you devised a plan to trick him. You suggested he was afraid you would outshine him, claiming you were the one capable of handling the undercover work without blowing it. This provoked Bakugu, who declared that he would prove he didn't need your help. You responded with enthusiasm, leaving him momentarily stunned. Later that week, you found yourselves in a crowded club, investigating a suspected drag trade. The drags were rumored to grant users multiple quirks, posing a significant threat if misused. Backup was nearby in case things went awry, and both of you blended in with the crowd, dressed like the other patrons. Bakugu, unfamiliar with undercover work, fidgeted with his uncomfortable outfit and hidden microphone. You advised him to stop, reminding him that it would draw attention. After a moment of silence, he complied, and the two of you began scanning the club for any suspicious activity. Bakugu pointed out a shady-looking man in the corner, and you acknowledged his keen observation, suggesting you move in. As you navigated through the crowd, someone accidentally spilled a drink on Bakugu, prompting him to shout in frustration. This outburst caught the attention of the suspect. You quickly instructed Bakugu to pretend to dance, and you grabbed the nearest guy to divert attention. After a few moments of dancing, you checked on Bakugu, who was awkwardly engaging with a girl. You urged him to move in closer, but as you attempted to leave, the guy you were dancing with grabbed your wrist, trying to pull you closer. Just as you were about to react, Bakugu intervened, confronting the man with an angry expression. Bakugu insisted he had everything under control, but you noticed the suspect approaching. You tried to silence Bakugu, but he continued to argue. In a moment of desperation, you kissed Bakugu to distract the suspect. To your surprise, he responded, and for a brief moment, you lost yourself in the kiss before breaking away and noticing the suspect slipping away. You quickly regained your composure and moved away, feeling embarrassed. It was just for the mission after all. The suspect began conversing with another shady individual near the door, and you pulled Bakugu in for another kiss, maintaining your cover. You focused on their conversation and spotted the drags in the suspect's hand. You called for them to freeze, and both you and Bakugu tackled the suspects just as the police stormed in to make the arrests. The chief commended your efforts, noting that the suspect was a major distributor. As you and Bakugu exchanged glances, you noticed lipstick smudged on both your faces. You quickly wiped it away, feeling the heat of embarrassment. You explained that the kiss was necessary to maintain your cover, and Bakugu acknowledged it without meeting your gaze. The atmosphere became awkward as you both stood in silence. Bakugu eventually complimented your work and suggested the possibility of going undercover together again. You watched him walk away, pondering the implications of his words. If you were to go undercover again, perhaps there would be another chance for a kiss. Your head rested on Ciro's chest, the rhythmic rise and fall of his breathing soothing you. His t-shirt draped over you as you both cuddled, savoring a rare moment of peace after a week filled with stress from classwork and training. It seemed like you and Ciro had barely found a moment to be together, and now that you had, neither of you wanted to let go. Ciro noticed your quietness over the soft music playing in the background. His hand gently traced along your side, always careful not to hurt you. He had a way of being tender, ensuring you felt comfortable and cherished. Something up? No, I just really love you, the character said, looking up to him. Their eyes met and he smiled widely. He didn't admit it often, but hearing those words made him melt. He was a romantic and a big softie. I love you too, he replied brightly, then leaned down to peck her forehead. She moved away from his chest to sit up beside him, causing him to sit up as well, almost as if her movement worried him. The real cause of her movement was the joyful song playing through the room. You make me feel like I'm living a teenage dream, she sang along with the music. The way you turn me on, I can't sleep. Let's run away and don't ever look back. He chuckled, his expression shifting from worry to pure enjoyment. You're cute, he said softly, appreciating her singing. My heart stops when you look at me. Just one touch, and baby, I believe this is real, she continued, pointing at him to encourage him to join in. He caved. So take a chance and don't ever look back, he added. Chuckled and moved in to pull him into a kiss. So let's go all the way tonight, no regrets, just love, she sang softly as she broke the kiss. She stood up, and he looked confused again. She began dancing carelessly to the music, and he kept his eyes firmly on her, a mix of confusion and amusement on his face, appreciation and love evident in his expression. What are you doing? He asked. Dancing, she replied simply. Come join me. No, I'm good, he said softly. Come on, babe, she urged, moving back to the bed and offering her hands to him. He hesitated, looking at her as she continued to dance to the beat. I'm not much of a dancer, he admitted nervously. It's just us in your dorm. Come on, no one can see us, she exclaimed excitedly. It'll be fun. I don't really know what to do, he said defensively. Come on, don't be a party pooper, she insisted. He finally gave in, taking both of her hands. As they stood in the middle of his room, she kept moving her body. He watched her for a moment before slowly starting to get into it. That's it. See, isn't this fun? She cheered. Yeah, a little bit, he replied, trying not to give her complete satisfaction. We can dance until we die, she sang to him. You and I will be young forever. You make me feel like I'm living a teenage dream. The way you turn me on, I can't sleep. Let's run away and don't ever look back. Thank you. Now, let's start the lesson, Momo said as she brought out tea. Just as you were about to take a sip, a hand stopped you. The first lesson begins with how you drink your tea. You extended your pinky, and she nodded in approval. You took a sip and set the cup down, but she shook her head. This was going to be more challenging than you had anticipated. Day after day, you and Momo practiced. You balanced stereotypical books on your head and practiced curtsying. Each day, you improved a little more, and your bond deepened. Gradually, the admiration you felt for her transformed into something deeper. Momo asked why you had requested her help. You hesitated before admitting that you felt average, lacking the beauty and elegance she possessed. You thought that by learning from her, you might feel better about yourself. Of course you're beautiful. Why would you say that? Momo exclaimed. You shrugged, feeling her hand on your shoulder. You are beautiful and I'll show you. She led you to her room, where she did your makeup and styled your hair. Then, she handed you a selection of dresses. You questioned whether they would fit, but she assured you that she could adjust them to your size. You could hear the excitement in her voice. After trying on the dress, you stepped out holding it up. I told you it wouldn't fit, you said. Not so fast. Momo replied, pulling the fabric and securing it to fit you perfectly. When you looked in the mirror, you gasped in amazement. Momo truly had a talent for making anything look beautiful, and you felt stunning. Momo, I look amazing, you said, turning to hug her, but you tripped on the hem of the dress. As you braced for a fall, you found yourself inches away from Momo's face. You held your breath, and in a moment of spontaneity, you leaned in and kissed her. You felt her stiffen, and you quickly pulled away, panic rising as you saw the shock on her face. I'm so sorry, you stammered, rushing out of her house before she could respond. Embarrassment washed over you as you wandered the streets in her dress. You found a bench in a park and sat down, ready to wallow in your sadness. Just then, two guys approached you. One of them asked if you wanted to have a good time. You firmly told them to leave you alone, stating you weren't in the mood. Come on, maybe we can make you feel better, the second one suggested, grabbing your wrist as you tried to walk away. I said, come with us. Let go, you're hurting me, you protested, struggling to free yourself. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted. Excuse me, she said no. You turned to see Momo standing behind them. Well look, you have a friend. This will be even more fun, the first guy said. Momo calmly asked them to let you go, snapping her fingers. Two men in black suits appeared beside her, and the would-be aggressors looked frightened, releasing your wrist and retreating. I'm sorry, Momo. I keep messing up. I understand if you don't want to be my friend, you said, staring at the ground. YN. Look at me, she urged. I was surprised. I had no idea you felt that way. And neither did I. Your eyes widened at her words. You've been my friend for a while, and I hadn't thought about you that way, but over the past few weeks, and after you kissed me, I realized it. This isn't a joke, right? You really like me? You asked, and she nodded, sitting beside you and taking your hand. You both leaned in for a kiss. You heard clapping and turned to see the two bodyguards. Will they always follow you? You asked. Only for the rest of my life, so get used to it, she replied with a smile, kissing your cheek. Truth or dare? Hagakure asked Azui excitedly. So you considered for a moment before choosing truth. Is it true that you liked Tokoyami? Hagakure asked. It was an accident. He got in my way during training, Tfuyu replied matter-of-factly. Boring. Mina shouted. I want to hear some juicy secrets. Tsu, it's your turn. Azui turned to you and asked if you wanted truth or dare. Truth, you exclaimed, feeling confident about what she might ask. To your dismay, you watched Mina lean over and whisper in Tsuyu's ear. After a moment, Tsuyu asked if you had a crush on Ida. Your face flushed red. Mina had been trying to get you to confess your feelings for him for months, but you weren't ready to share that part of yourself. Clearing your throat, you decided to play it safe. Dare please, you said. Mina's face twisted into a mischievous grin as she nodded to Tsuyu. All right, I dare you to sneak into Ida's room and steal a pair of his boxers, Tsuyu said. Your heart sank. That was the last thing you wanted to do. You slowly made your way toward Jairu's dorm room, dragging your feet as you procrastinated. Hurry up, YN. Mina urged. You placed your hand on the doorknob, glancing back at your friends with a pleading look. Ah, she looks so sad, Ochako pointed out sympathetically. Nope. Mina declared stubbornly. She chose dare. She has to do it. You shot her a glare, pulling open the door and exiting in frustration. As you approached Ida's room, your confidence began to wane. What if he was inside? Cautiously placed your ear against the door, listening intently. Nothing. That didn't guarantee he wasn't there, though. You had to knock. If he answered, you would ask to see his notes from class earlier and tell the girls you failed. Easy, right? You chewed on your bottom lip, trying to summon the courage to knock. Finally, you rapped on the door 3 times, holding your breath. Nothing. Your heart raced as you stared at the doorknob, rubbing your palms against your jeans to dry them. Just as you reached for the knob, you heard voices approaching from around the corner. Panicking, you flung the door open and dashed inside. It was dark inside his room, and the risk of turning on the light felt too great. The voices outside grew louder as they passed Ida's room, only to fade away moments later. A sigh of relief escaped as the flashlight app on the phone illuminated the space. Having only seen Ida's room once during a dorm decorating competition, the dresser was likely on the left side. The light confirmed it. Tiptoeing toward the dresser, anxiety surged at the thought of being caught in the act. Pulling open the top drawer revealed only shirts. Sliding it closed, the second drawer met the same fate. Time was slipping away, and frustration mounted as the third drawer also proved unhelpful. With determination, the fourth drawer was yanked open, and success. Who keeps their underwear in the bottom drawer of their dresser? The thought crossed the mind as a pair was swiftly grabbed. With the drawer shut, the plan was to make a hasty retreat. Just then, the doorknob began to turn, freezing in place as the heart raced. The turning stopped, and Ida's voice could be heard talking to someone outside. Seizing the moment, a hiding place was sought. Options were limited. The knob turned again, prompting a sprint to the long navy blue curtains draping the window. Pulling them aside, a quick crouch was taken behind them, close to the headboard of the bed. The flashlight was turned off just as the overhead lights flickered on. Holding breath, the sound of Ida entering the room was heard, followed by the thud of what seemed to be a heavy bag hitting the floor. Panic set in, questioning the decision to listen to Mina's teasing. The situation felt unbearable. Clutching the black boxers, thoughts raced for an escape plan. The only hope lay in Ida leaving the room again, which he would eventually have to do. Minutes dragged on, legs began to cramp, and the need to use the bathroom intensified. Peeking out from behind the curtains revealed Ida, focused on his desk, diligently writing in his notebook. Stuck in a predicament, the realization hit that Ida could be there for hours, absorbed in his studies. Admitting defeat seemed tempting, but the time elapsed made that option implausible. Waiting for him to leave was the only choice. Surely he would need to step out eventually. 30 long minutes passed. The discomfort grew, and a sigh threatened to escape. Another peek revealed Ida still engrossed in his work. The phone vibrated in the pocket, causing a moment of stillness as the breath was held, waiting to see if Ida noticed. The scratching of his pen continued, allowing a slow exhale. Carefully, the phone was pulled out to check the notification. One new text from Mina appeared. "Where are you?" An idea sparked texting Mina for help. Quickly, a message was sent, explaining the situation and pleading for a distraction. Mina's response came almost instantly, filled with laughter emojis. Another text followed, stating she was on her way. Relief washed over, and patience was practiced while waiting for Mina. A few minutes later, a knock echoed through the room. Ida's chair scraped as he moved to answer the door. Peeking out again, Ida stretched, his shirt lifting slightly to reveal his toned abdomen. When he opened the door, Mina greeted him cheerfully, making brief eye contact with the hidden observer. She asked for help with the microwave downstairs, claiming it wasn't working. Ida, rubbing his eyes, questioned if there was no one else to assist her. Mina, defiantly placing her hands on her hips, insisted that as class representative, he was the best person to ask. At her words, Ida straightened up, eager to help. Just as he turned to grab something, their eyes locked. Understanding dawned on his face as he glanced between the hidden figure and Mina. Slowly, he shut the door in Mina's face and turned to confront the trembling form behind the curtains. Emerging from behind the drapes, embarrassment washed over. Ida's stern gaze met the flustered expression. He asked why there was hiding in his dorm room. The response was drawn out, admitting to a dare. His expression shifted to one of disapproval. Entering someone's room without permission was unacceptable, he stated, emphasizing the importance of representing UA well. As Ida lectured, the attention drifted to his flushed cheeks, the animated gestures of his hands, and the way he adjusted his glasses. There was something endearing about his passionate speeches. When he asked for a response, the answer was a soft apology. He faltered, momentarily taken aback. Despite the apology, he insisted that it was still inappropriate and considered reporting the incident to the school. Heart-sinking, the plea was made not to do so, expressing how long the dream of being a UA student had been cherished. You took the situation seriously and earnestly pleaded not to let one silly mistake jeopardize your dream. His eyes softened and he looked away, clearly uncomfortable. He hesitated, unsure of how to respond. You gazed up at him, your eyes pleading and shimmering with unshed tears, reminiscent of the puppy dog eyes you had tried to use earlier on your friends. He stared at you, almost in a trance, before conceding that he would let it slide this time, his cheeks turning pink. You expressed your gratitude, wrapping your arms around him instinctively, and he awkwardly patted your back. Stepping back, you suddenly felt shy and mentioned that you should probably leave him alone. He looked a bit disappointed and suggested that you could study for the upcoming test together if you wanted. You smiled brightly at the idea, feeling a wave of annoyance towards Mina dissipate. However, you quickly noticed something in your hand that made you rethink your earlier thoughts. Ijiro Kirishima never saw it coming while sitting alone in his chair. He was startled when Bakugo suddenly opened the balcony doors and leaned against the railing. Heated up the moment Bakugo glanced over at him, and his heart raced. Ijiro waved and stumbled back into his room, closing the door behind him. He slid down against the door, gripping his shirt where his heart was beating wildly. The image of Bakugo looking up at the starry night sky with a soft expression lingered in his mind. Ijiro felt he was one of the few, besides Bakugo's parents, who could see that softer side of him. Bakugu's ruby-red eyes were gentle, not their usual glare. Aijiro groaned and rolled onto his side, grabbing a nearby pillow to muffle his frustration. He realized he had feelings for Bakugu. The feelings had started a few months ago when their class was formed. Bakugu stood out, capturing Aijiro's attention immediately. Aijiro wanted to befriend him quickly, and he was fortunate that Bakugu never seemed to push him away like others had. Perhaps it was because Aijiro refused to leave Bakugu alone and made sure to keep him in check. Since then, Aijiro felt a closeness to him. The heart-racing moments began when he caught Bakugu alone on his balcony one night, staring up at the sky with that soft expression. Bakugu looked beautiful, and Aijiro had to retreat to his room to process his feelings. He hadn't understood why until Deku pointed out his behavior change towards Bakugu. Deku had asked how Aijiro felt about Bakugu while they were heading to training. Aijiro felt his heart race as he caught sight of the ashy blonde. He awkwardly laughed and scratched the back of his neck, avoiding Deku's expectant gaze. Deku noted that Aijiro acted differently whenever Bakugu looked at him, and that he started blushing. Aijiro felt his face heat up when he locked eyes with Bakugu, and he quickly looked away, only to find Deku smiling knowingly. Deku reassured him that it was okay and that he wouldn't say anything, just wanting to confirm his suspicions. Since then, Aijiro had tried to avoid Bakugu, who seemed insistent on figuring out what was wrong. Aijiro would shrug off Bakugu's inquiries, afraid to reveal his feelings. Days passed in this awkward manner until he finally came to terms with the fact that he liked Katsuki Bakugu. The following day was like any other, but Aijiro couldn't stop glancing at Bakugu across the classroom. His obvious distraction prompted Kaminari and Siro to ask about his relationship with Bakugu, but Aijiro brushed them off, claiming he was still figuring things out. While true, it wasn't the whole truth. When they returned to the dorms, Aijiro sat with Deku's group to avoid the questioning looks from Bakugu and the curious glares from the others. He ate while trying to ignore Bakugu, joining the conversation with Midoriya and quickly washing up the dishes in silence before heading to his room without a glance at the ashy blonde. He sighed as he shut the door and decided to tackle his homework. After 2 hours of equations and hero work, he needed fresh air and stepped out onto his balcony. He ensured the doors were unlocked for easy access before turning around and nearly having a heart attack. Bakugu was on his own balcony, looking at him. Bakugu clicked his tongue and remarked that it was about time Aijiro showed up, noting that he had been avoiding him for a week. Aijiro felt the urge to retreat back into his room but knew he couldn't run away now. He nervously laughed and scratched his cheek, avoiding Bakugu's intense gaze. He feigned ignorance about what Bakugu was talking about. Bakugu, not letting him off the hook, moved to stand on the railing and hopped over to Aijiro's balcony, causing Aijiro to stumble back into the chair behind him. Bakugu sat down across from him, looking at his feet, and Aijiro noticed how nervous Bakugu seemed. Bakugu questioned whether Aijiro was scared of him now, having seen him talking to Deku the other day. Did someone say something to make Aijiro want to avoid Bakugu? The redhead looked up, meeting Bakugu's intense ruby eyes. Aijiro quickly reassured him, claiming there was nothing of the sort. He felt trapped, having unintentionally made Bakugu think he didn't want to be around him anymore. As he searched Bakugu's gaze, he noticed a mix of curiosity and uncertainty. It was now or never. Aijiro swallowed hard, sat back in his chair, and cleared his throat. He explained that he hadn't been purposefully avoiding Bakugu. Rather, he had received a wake-up call from Midoriya. Peeking at Bakugu from beneath his hair, Aijiro felt the weight of Bakugu's steady gaze. He took a deep breath and confessed that he liked Bakugu a lot. He had been avoiding him because Midoriya had helped him realize his feelings, and he wanted to share that with Bakugu. Bakugu interrupted him, and Aijiro felt his cheeks heat up at the sound of his first name. Hesitantly, he looked at Bakugu, who was now gazing at him with a softness that made Aijiro's heart race. Then, Bakugu smiled, and Aijiro felt a rush of warmth. Bakugu expressed his gladness and as he stood up to return to his own balcony, he glanced back at Aijiro, revealing that he had liked him since their first meeting. With that, he disappeared into his room, leaving Aijiro to process his words. Aijiro jumped up from his chair, a huge grin spreading across his face as he let out a giggle. He raised his fist in triumph, celebrating his small victory. However, he quickly covered his mouth when he heard the door open again. Bakugo peeked his head out, asking if Ijuru was coming over. Ijuru nodded eagerly and rushed inside to grab his phone before hopping over the railings into Bakugo's room. Katsuki Bakugo had never expected that a loud redhead would catch his attention on the first day of class. Bnha was no easy journey, especially in the third trimester. With swollen feet and constant fatigue, the expectant mother found her husband Mirio hovering over her. She loved him dearly, but his decision to take time off from his hero agency to spend all day with her was a bit much. Mirio frequently asked if she needed anything, even offering to help her to the bathroom. She assured him she was fine, appreciating his concern but wanting to maintain her independence. As she stood up to waddle toward the bedroom, fate intervened, and she felt a sudden pop followed by a gush of water. She called out to Mirio, who rushed in, panicking at first. After a moment, she calmly informed him that her water had broken. Mirio's face fell as he began to pace, trying to remember what they needed to do. Reassured him to stay calm and suggested they grab the Bnha bag and head to the hospital. As they arrived at the hospital, the long hours of labor began. Contractions started slowly, allowing them to watch TV and relax for a bit. However, Mirio grew increasingly anxious, worried that things were taking too long. She asked him what was wrong, and he expressed his concern that in movies, babies were usually born much quicker. She couldn't tell if he was joking or serious. She explained that labor could take hours or even days, which embarrassed him as he admitted he hadn't read the books she had given him because the descriptions made him feel sick. They shared a laugh, and she reassured him that they were in this together. As the hours passed, they joked about the absurdity of childbirth in movies, lightening the mood. After a long labor of 29 hours, they welcomed a healthy baby girl into the world. Bonding with their daughter, they began to dream about the future, knowing that one day, they would help her navigate the truths of childbirth. Yu and Bakugo had been in an on-and-off relationship for months, and right now, it was an off time. Frustrated, Yu couldn't believe how infuriating he could be. Yu genuinely liked him and wanted things to work out, but Bakugo seemed to have other ideas. When he suggested they see other people and walked away, you were left in disbelief. You vented to your friends in Mina's room, pacing as you expressed your frustration. You had tried to make things work, and it felt unfair. Determined to get back at him, you decided to date someone he couldn't stand. Your friends warned you to think it through, but you were resolute in your plan. You knocked on the doors of various guys, seeking someone to pretend to date. Most were hesitant, fearing Bakugo's wrath. Kaminari finally agreed, albeit nervously, after you promised to share the numbers of your friends who were looking for boyfriends. With a plan in motion, you dragged him along, eager to confront Bakugo and teach him a lesson. All those girls he would never date, he cried out in frustration. You looked around the corner and saw almost everyone in the common area. It was time to take action. You held his hand and pretended to laugh, saying how funny he was. Kaminari was visibly nervous as the two of you sat on the couch. You cuddled closer to him, noticing Bakugo glaring from a distance. You smirked and snuggled in even more. Shiro asked if you two were dating and you confirmed it, looking at Kaminari, who appeared pale and on the verge of panic. It was time to push forward. You leaned over and kissed his cheek, and chaos erupted. Bakugo flipped the table he was sitting at, and Kirishima had to hold him back. Kaminari screamed and scrambled over the couch to find safety. You yelled at Bakugo, questioning his problem. He shouted back, expressing his jealousy over your new relationship. You reminded him that he was the one who broke up with you. Bakugo's anger boiled over as he confessed his feelings, leaving you momentarily stunned. You responded by grabbing his face and pulling him in for a kiss, surprising everyone around you. Bakugo yelled in frustration, threatening you both, and everyone scattered, leaving you and Bakugo to share your moment. Afterward, Shiro asked what had just happened. Kaminari, still emotional, lamented how infuriating everything was. You were dating Todoroki Shoto, and you were genuinely happy. However, the nickname Romeo and Juliet of UA annoyed you to no end. Todoroki didn't mind, but you found it frustrating. The reason behind the nickname was clear: you were All Might's niece, and Shoto was Endeavor's son, which made your relationship a topic of gossip. You didn't care about Endeavor's disapproval, you were happy with Todoroki. The looks from girls who had crushes on him didn't bother you, but that nickname was unbearable. One day, while you were eating with Todoroki, a group of girls approached, fawning over you both. They called you the cutest couple and expressed their admiration for your relationship. While Todoroki ignored them, you felt compelled to respond. You thanked them but insisted there were more interesting couples than you. They insisted you were like a real-life Romeo and Juliet, which only fueled your annoyance. You argued that Shakespeare had better plays, and when they gasped in disbelief, you snapped. You pointed out the tragic ending of Romeo and Juliet, emphasizing how absurd it was to call it the greatest love story when it was filled with unnecessary deaths. Your passionate outburst startled Todoroki, who sighed and pulled you away from the shocked girls. He smiled at your fervor, having heard this rant many times before but loving the fire in your eyes. You continued to express your frustrations about classic literature until Todoroki kissed you, leaving you momentarily speechless. You were Bakugu Wyan, the older sister of Bakugu Katsuki, and the two of you were not on speaking terms. Unfortunately, you were quirkless, and you knew better than anyone how Katsuki looked down on those without quirks. Over the years, playful sibling banter turned into genuine animosity. One day, a small argument escalated into a breaking point. You asked Katsuki if he had seen your important college project, worth half your grade. He dismissed you, lounging on the couch, and when you asked for help, he refused, reminding you of your quirkless status. Frustrated, you made a hurtful remark about not needing Izuku to save you from villains. Katsuki's anger flared, and he confronted you, holding your project in his hands. In a fit of rage, he used his quirk to burn it, then dropped the remnants in the sink. You were furious, questioning his behavior and calling him a villain. He shot back with a cruel remark, suggesting everyone would be better off if you were gone. You left, and the silence between you grew over the next year. You watched his achievements at UA from a distance, feeling the weight of your stubbornness. One day, while walking to class, a villain attack erupted, trapping you right in the middle of the chaos. You felt helpless as the heroes struggled against the villain. Suddenly, one of them uncovered you and attempted to lead you to safety. But then you spotted a familiar head of spiky blonde hair. You called out to Katsuki, but he didn't hear you and seemed to be getting weaker. The hero insisted that you needed to get to safety, guiding you away, but you ducked under his arm and ran toward Katsuki. You pulled him aside, demanding to know what he was doing there. He snapped back that it was none of your business and tried to return to the fight. You protested, insisting he was too young for this and could get hurt. He shouted at you to get off his back and rushed back into the fray. Watching from the sidelines, you noticed a villain preparing to attack Katsuki. You called out his name and dashed forward, pushing him out of the way just in time. However, you were knocked aside and crashed into a nearby building. Katsuki looked up just in time to see you collide with the structure and crumple to the ground. Though the villain was defeated, he hardly noticed. His legs moved on instinct as he rushed to your side, panic gripping him. He struggled to breathe as he took in your battered form, feeling a lump in his throat. He called your name, but there was no response. Shaking your shoulder, he pleaded for you to wake up. You stirred weakly, acknowledging him. You explained that you couldn't bear to watch him get hurt, playfully punching his arm despite your pain. He expressed his frustration, but you reassured him that you were proud of him and believed he would be a great hero. As your eyes grew heavy, you laid your head down, and Katsuki's heart sank. He called your name again, but you remained motionless. Desperation filled him as he begged you to wake up, tears streaming down his face. He knelt beside you, realizing he never got the chance to apologize for his harsh words, leaving him with a deep sense of regret. Training with Kirishima and Kaminari had been going well until a sudden flash of electricity lit up the area. You and Kirishima rushed to investigate, finding Kaminari in a dazed state. Kirishima laughed, suggesting you stay with him until he recovered. You agreed, knowing he was your friend. When Kaminari finally came to, he was surprised to see you there. You explained that you stayed to make sure he was okay, and his heart raced at your kindness. After that day, whenever he hung out with you, he felt nervous and even discharged a bit of electricity. Confused, he mentioned this to Kirishima, who smirked knowingly. Kirishima teased him about having a crush on you, but Kaminari dismissed the idea, insisting he was just feeling unwell. Kirishima mentioned that you had a boyfriend, which caught Kaminari's attention. He was irritated to learn you were on a date with someone else, and he couldn't help but feel jealous. Kirishima and Kaminari decided to follow you, donning fake mustaches to stalk you. They watched as you enjoyed a meal with another guy, laughing and having a great time, which only fueled Kaminari's irritation. Kirishima suggested leaving if it bothered him, but Kaminari insisted on staying. After following you to the movies, they saw you hug the guy you were with, and Kaminari clenched his fists in frustration. Later, he confronted you, demanding to know who the guy was. When you clarified that he was your cousin, Kaminari felt a mix of relief and confusion. You both argued about his anger, and in a moment of frustration, you grabbed his face and kissed him. His eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly responded, feeling sparks between you. When you pulled away, a surge of electricity shocked you both, stunning you momentarily. Kirishima, witnessing the scene, joked that it looked like you two had found an electric connection. On your first day at UA, you felt the familiar anxiety creeping in, but you stood on a hill, taking deep breaths to calm yourself. Just as you were about to turn back, a voice interrupted you. A boy with wild green hair approached, asking if you were okay. You assured him you were just trying to hype yourself up, and he revealed that he was also a UA student. Midoriya Izuku introduced himself, and you responded with your name. You both headed to UA and soon became good friends. Through thick and thin, you two were inseparable. Over the years, however, a feeling stronger than friendship began to blossom. Since both of you were shy, neither of you ever expressed your feelings. As it was your third year, Izuku decided it was time to share his feelings. He approached Tenya and Ochako for help, explaining that there was a girl he really liked and needed advice on how to tell her. Tenya and Ochako exchanged knowing glances and smirked, asking if it was you he liked. Izuku was taken aback, surprised that they had figured it out. Ochako pointed out that everyone knew, as he wasn't very subtle about it. She added that he got flustered whenever he tried to talk to you. Izuku was astonished to learn that everyone knew except you. Ochako reassured him that they would help, and Tenya agreed, stating they would come up with a plan. Ochako then excitedly shared her idea for a romantic setup in the dorms, complete with candles and a beautifully arranged table. The scene was set with Izuku dressed nicely, surrounded by his friends, who were all ready to assist. Ochako explained that when you arrived, you would see the lovely display and Izuku would invite you to sit. Ijiro and Tenya would serve food and play music while Ochako sprinkled rose petals, and Minoru would appear dressed as Cupid. The plan culminated in a kiss between you and Izuku. As everyone took their positions, Ochako used her quirk to float Minoru above the table, while Tenya and Ijiro donned fake mustaches. Mina and Ochako hid, eagerly waiting for you to arrive. However, you were taking longer than expected. In the meantime, Tenya accidentally knocked over a candle, igniting a nearby plant. He panicked and tried to extinguish the flames, only to set another cloth on fire. As chaos ensued, Ochako released Minoru, who landed on the table, breaking it in half. Mina quickly used her quirk to put out the fires, but in the process, she accidentally spilled her acid on the floor. Ochako slipped on it just as you walked in, witnessing the chaotic scene. You asked if everything was okay, and Izuku approached you, requesting a moment to talk. You nodded, and the two of you stepped outside. Curious about the commotion, you asked what had happened. Izuku explained that his friends had attempted to create a surprise, but things had gone awry. Then he took a deep breath, looking serious. He confessed that he had strong feelings for you and couldn't keep it to himself any longer. He added that if you didn't feel the same, he just wanted you to know. Seeing tears in your eyes, he began to panic, urging you to forget what he had said if you didn't reciprocate. You shook your head, reassuring him that you felt the same way, and were simply overwhelmed with happiness. Taking his hand, you asked what would happen next. How long had it been? It felt like just yesterday. The days blurred together, and he still felt the heartbreak and sorrow, the agonizing pain of losing you. He clutched the letter you wrote, treating it like a lifeline. He must have read it at least 100 times, the paper crumpled from constant handling. The scent of your belongings was beginning to fade. Boxes filled with your possessions cluttered the space. He once thought he was ready to pack them away, but now he couldn't bear to touch any of your things. He stood up and looked in the mirror, feeling disheveled. Deciding to make an effort, he took a shower and put on fresh clothes. Bnha had scolded him for letting himself go, insisting he take a walk in the local park at least once a day, and this was that time. He got dressed but skipped shaving. After drying his hair and putting on his shoes, he hesitated, already missing the comfort of his bed. Lost in thought, he was jolted back to reality by a surprised gasp. Looking up, he saw a man proposing to his girlfriend. Their happiness struck him hard, a reminder of what he had lost. He rushed back to his apartment and slammed the door behind him, leaning against the kitchen island. Struggling to hold back tears, he stumbled to his bedroom, yanking open drawers in search of a small box. It was in his bedside drawer. Opening it, he saw the simple ring he had intended to give you. The floodgates opened, and he let his tears flow, taking out his frustration on the furniture. He moved from his room to the kitchen, his anger manifesting as he punched the walls, releasing the pent-up rage over your death, the happiness of others, and the void left by your absence. Suddenly, he found himself back in his room. It was night. He jolted awake, looking around in disbelief. Everything was intact, just as it had been. His breath caught in his throat as he turned to your side of the bed, and you weren't there. The realization hit him hard, and he began to cry until a familiar, tired voice broke through his despair. Ijiro stared, dumbfounded, before jumping up and cradling you in his arms. He wept on your shoulder, and you comforted him. Worried, you asked what was wrong. He shook his head, continuing to hold you tightly. Then he stood up, went to his bedside drawer, and pulled out a small box. He expressed his desire to never lose you, wanting you by his side forever. As he opened the box to show you the ring, you didn't even wait for him to ask before saying yes and hugging him tightly. He planted gentle kisses on your face, overwhelmed with joy. He shared a nightmare he had about losing you, how real it felt. You assured him you wouldn't leave, that he couldn't get rid of you that easily. Laughter filled the room as he hugged you again, feeling an incredible happiness that you were there. You and Izuku loved each other deeply. After 6 years of dating, you had faced challenges, but your love remained strong. Both of you worked at the same hero agency and were rising through the ranks. However, a villain causing trouble had become a significant concern, and you were assigned to the case. The villain possessed a quirk that could temporarily suspend others' abilities. While it wasn't permanent, the duration varied, with some quirks disappearing for just a minute and others for as long as a month. As you patrolled, searching for the villain, you asked Izuku what the plan was upon finding him. He reminded you to be cautious, explaining that you had a sketch of the suspect from previous victims. If you spotted him, you needed to approach quietly. Your quirk allowed you to manipulate materials like concrete or metal, which would help in capturing him. As you passed a shop, you recognized the suspect. Nudging Izuku, you pointed him out. He nodded, and you both hid in an alley watching. The villain moved down another alley, and you followed, preparing to use your quirk. Suddenly, he lunged at you with a knife. You quickly controlled the concrete beneath him, forming a ball to trap him. As you secured him, you heard a snap. With the villain contained, you and Izuku called the police to take him in. When they arrived, they asked you to release him. You complied, but nothing happened. Confused, you concentrated harder, but your quirk remained dormant. Panic set in as you realized the villain had suspended your abilities. Izuku flicked the ball of concrete, breaking it apart, and the police took the villain away. Afterward, you both headed to the hospital, waiting for the doctor and the blood results. You wondered how long your quirk would be suspended. Izuku reassured you that the agency had said you could take paid leave until it returned. When the doctor entered, she reviewed your file. Based on the blood samples of other victims, she informed you that your quirk should return in a few days. You sighed with relief, and Izuku offered you a side hug. However, the doctor had more news. She explained that while you were healthy, you needed to take it easy because you were PRGN about 12 weeks along. You and Izuku exchanged glances, smiles spreading across your faces. He hugged you tightly, showering you with affectionate kisses. When he asked if you had known, you admitted you had a feeling. As you stepped outside, he paused, pulling out a ring. Before he could say anything, you hugged him and said yes. He slipped the ring onto your finger, and the two of you couldn't stop crying, overwhelmed with joy at the new chapter ahead. You cried out with joy, announcing the news, "We're going to have a baby." You and Izuku celebrated a small wedding surrounded by friends and family, and there wasn't a dry eye in the house. Everyone had been eagerly awaiting this moment for you too. Shortly after, you revealed your Bnha, bringing even more happiness to the gathering. Instead of your usual hero duties, you found yourself buried in paperwork. 2 months before your due date, you took your maternity leave. After discovering the Bnha, you and Izuku purchased a cozy house. Your days were filled with watching TV and organizing the nursery. The nursery was painted pink, adorned with a white crib. One corner featured a play area with a soft white rug and an assortment of baby toys, including many stuffed animals resembling your hero friends. In another corner stood a changing table, next to a mountain of gifts from heroes and family members. Occasionally, friends like Ochako, Mina, and Momo would visit and spend time with you. One winter day, heavy snow began to fall. It was just you and Izuku at home, sitting on the couch as you contemplated names for your baby. You expressed uncertainty about the name you had chosen, suggesting you liked the name Emi. Izuku countered with his preference for Rina. Just then, you felt a sudden rush of liquid between your legs and joked that you might have peed yourself. Izuku laughed and helped you up. As you waddled to the bathroom, a sharp pain struck your lower back. Realization dawned on you, and you exclaimed that you thought your water had broken. Izuku's expression shifted to panic as he asked what to do. You instructed him to call an ambulance. He dialed for help, but his face paled as he looked out the window. The snowstorm was too severe, and the ambulance couldn't reach you until the roads were cleared. You hunched over as contractions began, 7 minutes apart. In a state of urgency, you asked what to do next. Izuku remembered that the lady next door was a MDWF. He dashed next door while you focused on your breathing techniques, though the pain intensified. He returned with your neighbor, Makoto Suzuki, who quickly assessed the situation. She instructed Izuku to gather a futon, clean sheets, hot water, and towels. He hurried to comply, and you settled onto the futon. Hours passed as you practiced your breathing techniques, enduring the pain with Izuku's encouragement. Eventually, his mother arrived to support both him and you. You squeezed Izuku's hand tightly, feeling his distress at seeing you in pain. Makoto urged you to push, and you did, feeling as if time had slowed. With one final push, you brought your baby into the world, and the sound of a newborn's cry filled the room. To Izuku, it felt surreal as he held his daughter, wrapped in a blanket, red and squirming. Tears streamed down his face as he gazed at her, then looked at you, who had your eyes closed. He excitedly told you that Emi was here, and you managed to open your eyes slightly to see them both. However, your vision began to blur, and you weakly called out to Izuku. He reassured you, holding Emi close and kissing her forehead, overwhelmed with emotion. You expressed your affection for Emi, but your strength was waning. You asked if you could sleep, feeling exhausted. Izuku urged you to stay awake, reminding you to hold your baby a little longer. As silence enveloped the room, Izuku's heart raced. He couldn't hear Emi's cries or the voices of his mother and Makoto. He desperately called your name, pleading for you to respond. Memories flooded his mind: your confessions, your first date, your first kiss, the moment you found out you were Bnha, and your wedding. He couldn't fathom losing you, not after everything you had shared. He held Emi's tiny hand, hoping you would grasp it, but it fell limply to the ground. Panic gripped him as he called out for you again, feeling the weight of his fears. In that moment, he realized how much he cherished you both. He envisioned a future filled with love, laughter, and the warmth of family. Eri was one of the best things to happen to you and your husband. He loved her deeply, and so did you. This led to a moment where you found yourself on the floor in front of Shoyuta, who was determined to improve his hair braiding skills for Eri. You chuckled as you watched Mirio attempt to style Eri's hair into a ponytail, only to laugh off his failure. Turning to Shoyuta, you offered him an encouraging smile. He expressed his frustration, wondering how difficult it could be to learn. You reassured him that no one expected perfection overnight. As he focused on braiding your hair, you closed your eyes for a peaceful moment. When you opened them again, you noticed Mirio and Eri had moved on to coloring. Curious, you asked Shoyuta what he envisioned for your future together. He paused, considering your question before responding. He saw a family with Eri, perhaps an army of cats, which made you laugh. You both shared a vision of a little family, just the three of you with maybe a couple of cats. Watching Eri's face light up as she shared her drawing with Mirio filled you with warmth, and you smiled softly, realizing you two saw a wonderful future ahead. Just you, me, Eri, and all your students. You laughed, teasingly suggesting that if Eri wanted their little family to grow, you wouldn't mind. He hummed thoughtfully as he finished braiding your hair. You pulled it around and smiled, feeling a sense of warmth. Eri looked up with bright eyes, eager to see how her papa had styled Mama's hair. She pulled Mirio over and settled in your lap, gazing at the braid with wonder. Her smile widened as she looked up at Shoyuta, expressing her delight in his work. He smiled back, feeling proud of his accomplishment. Your heart swelled with affection as you observed this sweet moment. You truly cherished this little family and wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. Izuku felt lost in his life. He followed a monotonous routine of work, eating, and sleeping, drowning himself in tasks to avoid thinking about his past. He had nowhere to go and nothing to do, desperately wanting to forget every mistake he had made, especially the memory of falling in love and the arrival of their baby, a mistake he couldn't undo. One day, a knock on the door stirred him from his thoughts. It was his mother, who greeted him cheerfully. She asked if he had been asleep, to which he replied no, but inquired if anyone else was with her. She assured him it was just her and asked if she could come in. After quickly tidying up, he welcomed her inside. His mother asked how he was doing, and he responded that he was fine. She expressed concern about not seeing him in a while, noting how busy he always was with work. Izuku acknowledged that people often told him he worked too much and suggested he take a break. His mother proposed a trip, pointing out that they hadn't taken one in ages. The idea excited him, and he agreed to think about it. After she left, Izuku found himself contemplating the trip. His mother had done so much for him, and turning down such a simple request felt wrong. He called her back and agreed to go. Arriving at his mother's apartment, he called out for her but received no answer. Searching around, he found a note on the kitchen counter explaining that she had to leave unexpectedly and thanking him for watching over things. He sighed, realizing he was alone again. Just then, he noticed Emmy peeking around the corner. She resembled her mother, with wild hair like his but in a different color. He encouraged her to come out, and she approached him, asking where her grandmother was. When he realized she hadn't been informed, he felt a wave of frustration. Emmy expressed her desire to go on the trip, but he reminded her that without their grandmother, it wasn't possible. Seeing her disappointment made him feel awkward. Later, while watching TV, he noticed Emmy peeking over the couch at him. He told her to either sit down or play elsewhere, and she hesitantly joined him on the couch. He attempted to text his mother, but she didn't respond. Looking at Emmy, he asked if she still wanted to go on the trip, and her eyes lit up with excitement. They packed their bags and set out, stopping at a store for supplies. Inside, they encountered a mother and her loud son, whose antics began to irritate Izuku. When the boy knocked toys off a shelf, he lost his temper and raised his voice, causing a hush to fall over the store. The mother apologized quietly, and Izuku turned to find Emmy had vanished. She soon emerged from the bathroom, her eyes puffy, prompting him to ask if she had been crying. She denied it, and he suggested they return to the store to buy her a toy. Her spirits lifted at the idea. In the store, Emmy browsed various toys but struggled to choose. Growing impatient, Izuku picked up a T-Rex toy and offered it to her. Her face lit up with joy as she nodded in approval. By the time they began their trip, it was noon. Izuku suggested they grab something to eat, and they settled at a small, empty restaurant. He asked Emi if she had received her quirk yet, and she eagerly nodded, standing on her seat. She grabbed a metal fork, held her breath, and focused. To Izuku's delight, the fork lifted, and Emi beamed with pride. He complimented her, but regretted mentioning her mother when she asked about her. After their meal, they ventured up a trail through a dense forest. Upon reaching the top, they were greeted by a breathtaking view of a field of wildflowers and a distant mountain. Emi's excitement was palpable, and he offered to give her a better view by lifting her onto his shoulders. She squealed with delight as she ran through the field, playing with her T-Rex toy. For the first time in a long while, Izuku felt a sense of happiness. As he sat on a nearby bench watching her, an old man joined him. They exchanged greetings, and the man asked if Emi was his daughter. Izuku confirmed this, sharing that it was their first time alone together since she had lived with his mother. The old man expressed his longing to see his own daughter, and Izuku felt a pang of regret as he revealed that Emi's mother had passed away shortly after her birth. He felt he had failed as a father, but the old man encouraged him to be there for Emi now. When Izuku looked back, the man had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, Emi tugged at his shirt, saying she had lost her toy. They searched the field together, but it was nowhere to be found. Kneeling down, Izuku apologized for not being able to find it, feeling the weight of their day's adventure and the memories they were creating together. Izuku offered to get a new toy, but Emi shook her head, explaining that the one he had given her was irreplaceable. It held special meaning as it was the first toy he had bought for her. Realizing her attachment, Izuku felt a pang of regret. He noticed Emi had been feeling lonely and hoped she enjoyed their recent trip together, even if it was just the two of them. Emi confirmed she had fun, and Izuku, feeling emotional, expressed his desire to be a better father. He wanted them to stay together, and Emi assured him she wanted that too. As they shared a moment, Emi hesitated, revealing that she had been told she could only cry in the bathroom or in her father's arms. Izuku nodded, holding back his own tears, and embraced her as she began to sob. He apologized, feeling overwhelmed with guilt. Once they were back on the train, Izuku asked Emi if she wanted to hear about her mother. She eagerly nodded, sitting beside him. He began to recount the story of how he met her mother, describing her bravery and kindness, which brought a smile to Emi's face. As he continued, memories flooded back, and he felt tears welling up. Emi noticed and asked why he was crying. He reassured her that it was nothing bad, just memories of her mother. He shared how they had been friends in high school, too shy to express their feelings until a disastrous date set up by their friends. Izuku realized that while he had been focused on being a pro-hero in the city, he now had something truly important to protect Emi. He held her hand and she smiled brightly at him, bringing him a sense of happiness he hadn't felt in a long time. Life felt perfect until Emi fell ill with a fever that the doctors struggled to treat. His mother helped care for her while Izuku worked, but eventually he chose to resign from his hero agency to be with his daughter. It was a difficult decision, but he knew it was worth it for her sake. Emi had been asking to go on a trip, and although he promised they would go once she felt better, she insisted on going immediately. Seeing her weak and upset broke his heart, and he reluctantly agreed to take her. He bundled her up against the cold and packed their bags. Emi insisted on walking, but with each passing moment, she grew weaker. Despite her protests, Izuku urged her to let him carry her, but she refused. They continued on, and soon it began to snow. As they walked, Izuku noticed Emi dragging her feet. When she finally fell, he caught her and saw that she was burning up. She asked if they had made it, and he reassured her they had. As darkness fell, Emi expressed her love for him, and he reciprocated, tears streaming down his face as he held her close. But as he cradled her, he felt her body grow limp. Panic set in as he called out for help, his heart breaking with grief. He lamented the loss, wishing he had never met her mother, believing that if their paths had never crossed, they would not have experienced this pain. He recalled the first day at UA, when Mine had struggled with her nerves, standing on a hill and trying to gather her courage. Izuku had watched silently as she encouraged herself, but in that moment, she turned away, walking past him and away from his life. He closed his eyes, haunted by the thought that everything might have been different if they had never met. You don't want this. His eyes shot open to a black void, an emptiness surrounding him. He turned to see the old man standing behind him. Izuku recognized him. He had been there on that fateful day. The old man spoke. Yes, I helped you realize that you belong with your daughter. And it seems you need my help again. Izuku looked down at his feet, feeling the weight of his thoughts. He believed Wayne was better off without him. If she had never met him, she would still be alive. The old man continued, You're always going to have regrets and mistakes. But through those, you grow as a person. Your trials and hardships shape who you are. Izuku acknowledged the truth in his words. The old man then said, So I'm going to give you one more chance. Suddenly, a bright light enveloped everything, and Izuku felt himself slipping away. Who are you? He yelled, but only a whisper reached his ears. Don't take anything for granted. He found himself back on the hill, time resuming its flow. He turned around and saw Wayne walking away. Wayne, he called out. She continued walking, prompting him to drop his bag and run toward her. When he reached her, he pulled her into a hug. I'm right here, don't leave me, he cried. Izuku, I was worried that you wouldn't talk to me, Wayne said, her beautiful smile shining through. I'm sorry, he replied, tears streaming down his face. He hugged her tightly. I was afraid you would wish we had never met. You made me so happy, I never want to change a thing. They broke apart, and Wayne took Izuku's hands. I know that things might be hard, but I never want you to regret the time we spent together. Izuku cupped Wayne's face, planting gentle kisses on her cheeks. I don't regret a thing, he said, smiling as he wiped away his tears and held her close. It felt like he was in a daze, but he soon snapped back to reality, finding himself at home with her. The sound of a baby crying filled the air, and he looked around, noticing Wayne's hand in his. He gazed at her face, memories flooding back of moments filled with fear. Overwhelmed, he held her hand tightly, calling her name softly. Your eyes fluttered open, and you saw Izuku's tears. Izuku, what's wrong? You asked, sitting up and wincing slightly from the pain of childbirth. You placed a hand on his shoulder, and he looked up at you, relief washing over him. Wayne, you're okay. We're really together, he exclaimed, hugging you and showering you with kisses. You smiled back at him, feeling the warmth of his love. Everything is perfect. You're both doing wonderfully. Congratulations, you too, Suzuki said, bringing joy to the moment. Inko rushed in, embracing both of you with tears of happiness. Midoriya, would you like to give Emi her bath? Izuku took Emi in his arms, cradling her gently. She's perfect, you said, tears of joy in your eyes. Izuku held you and Emi close. She is, and she's going to be strong and beautiful when she grows up, he assured you. As you both settled into your new life, flashing lights outside signaled the arrival of the ambulance. Thankfully, everything was fine, and friends came to visit, even Bakugo. You watched Emi grow, surrounded by love from her wonderful mom and dad, along with 3 siblings who joined the family later. Everything felt perfect. Emi stood on the hill at UA, determined to become a great hero, just like her parents. She inherited her father's determination and her mother's spirit and quirk. Like her mother, she had a nervous habit. Standing on the hill, she took a deep breath, slapped her cheeks, and declared, I can do this. I'm going to be a great hero. Izuku Midoriya had been training relentlessly, pushing himself to the limits in pursuit of becoming a great hero. His determination was unwavering, and he often found himself reflecting on the challenges he faced and the friendships he had forged along the way. Katsuki Bakugo, with his explosive personality, was a constant presence in Izuku's life. Though they often clashed, there was a mutual respect that had developed over time. Bakugo's fierce ambition drove him to be the best, and he was always striving to surpass his own limits. Shoto Todoroki, with his calm demeanor and incredible powers, had become an invaluable ally. The bond between him and Izuku deepened as they trained together, each pushing the other to grow stronger. Their shared experiences had forged a friendship that neither had expected. Ochako Uraraka brought a lightness to their group. Her cheerful spirit and unwavering support motivated everyone around her. Izuku admired her strength and determination, often finding inspiration in her ability to lift others up, both literally and figuratively. As they navigated the complexities of their training and the challenges of their hero courses, each character faced their own struggles and triumphs. The bonds of friendship grew stronger, and the group learned to rely on one another in times of need. In the midst of their training, they encountered various challenges that tested their abilities. Each battle was intense, filled with moments of suspense and excitement. The stakes were high, and the thrill of competition pushed them to their limits, but they faced each obstacle with courage and determination. As the story unfolded, the characters continued to grow, both individually and as a team. Their journeys were filled with moments of laughter, camaraderie, and the occasional setback, but through it all, they remained united in their goal of becoming the heroes they aspired to be. YN and Bakugo had been friends for nearly their entire lives, having first met in middle school. Initially, he treated her the same way he treated Midoriya and everyone else. However, one day she had enough and stood up to him. To her surprise, Bakugo didn't retaliate as he usually would. Instead, he gave her a surprised look, muttered an apology, and walked away. A few weeks later, YN approached Bakugo, apologized for her earlier confrontation, and offered to walk him home. To her astonishment, he allowed her to accompany him. From that point on, their friendship deepened, and they began walking home together and hanging out occasionally. Although Bakugo still made hurtful comments from time to time, it was nowhere near as bad as it had been before she asserted herself. Occasionally, he even defended her when others picked on her, which left YN both surprised and grateful. Most people, especially Midoriya, found it hard to understand how YN could be friends with the fiery blonde. Her personality was the complete opposite of Bakugo's. She was kind-hearted and innocent, while he often came off as rude, despite his occasional sentimental moments. In the present day, YN eagerly awaited a letter from UA High. She had taken the entrance exam 2 days prior, and the letter was expected to arrive today. She was thrilled, not only because UA was her dream school but also because she would be attending the same school as Bakugo again. She was confident he would be accepted. After all, he was Bakugo. While sitting at her desk drawing, she heard a knock at her bedroom door. Her mother informed her that she had received a letter. Excitedly, YN opened the door and thanked her mom before rushing back to her desk to carefully open the letter. She had been accepted. She would start in 2 days and receive her uniform the following day. Overjoyed, she took a shower and went to bed, eagerly anticipating the next few days. On the first day at UA, YN stood nervously in front of the school, feeling her confidence wane. Although she had made it into the hero course, the reality of the challenge ahead began to sink in. As she slowly approached the school, she spotted Bakugo and ran up to him, calling out his name. He turned around, flashing a brief smile before waving at her. Later, Midoriya invited YN to hang out at his house. She eagerly accepted, excited to spend time with him again. Back in middle school, they had shared a friendship filled with watching All Might videos and discussing pro heroes and their quirks. YN was always amazed by how much he knew, which was to be expected from him. Curious, Midoriya asked how YN had become friends with Bakugo. She shrugged, saying that he probably just gave up on trying to get rid of her. She reflected on how grateful she was for their friendship and wondered what her life would be like without Bakugo in it. Midoriya seemed lost in thought for a moment before commenting that she must really like him. Of course, YN liked Bakugo. He was her friend. She believed he thought of Midoriya as a friend too, but he just wasn't good at expressing it. They arrived at Midoriya's house, where they decided to hang out in his room and watch All Might videos. While Midoriya was engrossed in the videos, YN spent her time drawing, only half paying attention. Midoriya leaned over to see her sketchbook and asked what she was drawing. Calmly, she turned the book to show him her drawing of Bakugo. He complimented her work, and she smiled, pleased by his praise. Out of the blue, Midoriya asked how she felt about Bakugo. YN's face warmed at the question. She had never really thought about it much, but now she found herself pondering her feelings for him. She admitted that she might have a little crush on him. As the evening approached, Midoriya offered to walk her home, but she declined, explaining that she lived close by and needed to stop at the store. After packing her things, she left his house and returned home to an empty house. Slipping off her shoes, she walked into the kitchen and noticed a note on the refrigerator from her parents, informing her of their business trip and that they had left dinner for her. After heating up her meal, she went upstairs to take a shower. The next day during lunch, Kirishima invited Wyan to join him and Bakugo. She nodded and sat next to Bakugo, greeting him, but he merely muttered a response before returning to his food. While she and Kirishima chatted, Bakugo mostly ignored them. Kirishima suggested they hang out at the park that evening, as there would be a fireworks show. Bakugo agreed, but Kirishima had to decline. Wyan smiled at Kirishima, assuring him it was fine. She turned to Bakugo, asking if 5:30 sounded good, to which he replied that it was fine and that he would pick her up. Later, Wyan stood in front of her bed, contemplating what to wear for the evening. Frustrated, she questioned why she was trying to impress Bakugo. After some deliberation, she finally settled on an outfit. Yn, Ln, also known as Vn, and the pro-hero Best Jeanist had always been rivals. Their rivalry began long before Vn chose the path of a villain, and it had only intensified since then. Best Jeanist had been observing Vn for quite some time, almost like a stalker, but Vn didn't mind. Despite their opposing goals, she often found ways to tease him. Best Jeanist was waiting for Vn to make her move. When she finally appeared, she greeted him playfully. He responded tersely, urging her to skip the small talk. Vn pouted, lamenting that he had arrived before her and deprived her of any fun. Best Jeanist declared that her crimes would end there and launched multiple threads to capture her. Vn managed to evade them, teasing him about their newfound familiarity. He insisted that he wasn't interested in flirting, but Vn continued to smirk and throw knives in an attempt to distract him. As she prepared to leave, Best Jeanist ensnared her with his threads, pulling her closer. Vn taunted him, but he remained focused on his mission. He picked up a bar nearby, and in a swift motion, he struck her on the head, rendering her unconscious to spare her any pain. He then immobilized her legs, ensuring she wouldn't suffer permanent damage. After securing her, he brought her to the police, explaining her condition before she was taken to the hospital for treatment and then transferred to Tartarus, the prison for villains. Later, Vn attempted to stand but struggled. Best Jeanist informed her that her legs were broken and that she would be in prison for a long time. She giggled, unfazed, and expressed confidence that she would be back on the streets once she healed. Best Jeanist scoffed, telling her he would be waiting for that day before leaving the room. Twirling in her off-the-shoulder navy blue dress and adjusting her black choker, Yn smiled at her reflection before heading to the door where her date awaited. Slipping on her raven black stilettos, she opened the door to find a handsome yet frustrated Bakugo. His muscular frame was clad in a well-fitted suit, his tie slightly loose, and his polished shoes gleamed. The only familiar aspect of him was his unruly ash-blonde hair and the scowl on his face. Bakugo exclaimed in frustration, questioning her tardiness, but his words faltered as he took in her appearance. His eyes widened, and his cheeks flushed as he struggled to form a compliment. Yn laughed at his flustered state, teasing him about his reaction. As she leaned against him, she felt his warmth and familiar scent, which made her smile. She whispered a compliment into his ear, causing him to stammer in response, his face still red. When they stepped out of the elevator, Yn was taken aback by the elegant surroundings. The Ginza skyline glowed softly, and couples chatted at their tables while jazz music played in the background. She expressed her surprise at the sophistication of the venue. Bakugo smirked, wrapping his arms around her waist and teasing her about her earlier doubts. As he leaned closer, Yn felt a blush rise on her cheeks. Just then, a waiter interrupted them, asking for their reservation. Bakugo's demeanor shifted from smug to irritated as he confirmed their booking, and Yn braced herself for his usual outburst, but it didn't come. The appetizers and entrees were delicious, but Yn noticed Bakugo growing increasingly restless, tapping his fingers on the table and shifting in his seat. It was unfortunate that he couldn't sit still for 5 minutes, and it certainly tested your patience. As the desserts were placed on the table, you felt the irritation bubble up. You expressed your frustration, asking him to stop his antics, knowing he was just trying to provoke you in public. He smirked, clearly enjoying your annoyance. He taunted you, challenging you to do something about it. In response, you stood up, irritation etched on your face, and firmly grabbed his wrist, leading him outside the restaurant into a quiet hallway. You confronted him about his behavior, expressing your frustration over his inability to enjoy nice moments together. He shot back, claiming that he found the situation boring and insisted he was trying to do something special for you. With a hint of sarcasm, you asked what he would prefer instead, realizing he was attempting to impress you. He leaned in closer, whispering his intentions as he pushed you gently against the wall, capturing your lips in a soft kiss. The walk home from school felt prolonged, but walking with Todoroki made it worthwhile. Instead of heading straight home, he had invited you for ice cream, and you decided to hang out at the park. Your thoughts drifted back to his recent confession, pondering why good people often faced hardships. You glanced at the scar on his eye, the wind playfully tugging at his bangs, and the setting sun casting a warm glow over his striking, multicolored eyes. You felt your cheeks flush. Noticing your gaze, he asked if something was wrong, pointing out your reddened face. You quickly shook your head, denying any issues, your voice betraying your nervousness. The sweet scent of vanilla and caramel wafted through the air, and you spotted the ice cream truck, seizing the opportunity to change the subject. You asked him what flavor he would choose, and he replied with mint chocolate, while you hesitated before admitting your allergy to chocolate, opting for plain vanilla instead. His eyebrow quirked at your choice, and you giggled, explaining that you simply enjoyed spending time with him. His eyes sparkled at your words, and he blushed slightly. He mentioned that he enjoyed your time together as well, but you playfully insisted he could call you by your first name. He seemed puzzled, pointing out that your last name was still part of your identity. You sighed, waiting for the couple ahead of you to leave before he pulled out his wallet. You protested, insisting he didn't need to pay for you, but he dismissed your concerns, stating that it was the least he could do for a friend. You smiled brightly, feeling a warm blush creep across your cheeks. Seated together on a park bench, you shared your thoughts and frustrations about life, including your internship and the pressure from your father. As you animatedly waved your ice cream around, a drop fell and landed on his nose. You giggled, pointing it out, but he struggled to find it. Leaning in, you gently liked the ice cream off his nose, and in that moment, it felt like more than just a playful gesture. You both found yourselves lost in each other's eyes, a gentle blush tinting your features. He muttered a quiet thank you, and you beamed in response, mentally facepalming at how awkward you might have come across. Despite the lingering awkwardness, you continued your conversation, the silence creeping in and out like a familiar rhythm. Afterward, you rode the subway together, the darkness outside making it feel cozier. You dozed off on his shoulder, and when he woke you, your fingers were intertwined. Turning to face each other, you bumped noses, causing both of you to look away bashfully. You both hurried to your feet, apologizing to one another for the accidental closeness. As you reached for your bags, the crowd pushed you together again, and you both ended up tumbling to the ground. After untangling yourselves, you rushed off the subway, hearts racing from the unexpected closeness. Before parting ways, you expressed your concern about him returning to a place that caused him pain. He reassured you that his scar was a testament to his survival, and he didn't feel the need to hide it. You smiled warmly, planting a light kiss on his cheek, grateful for everything he had done for you. She said she would see him tomorrow and turned on her heels, skipping in the opposite direction. He stood there for a moment, his hand resting against the spot where she had kissed him, right on his scar. The way his name rolled off her tongue felt different, stirring emotions within him that he couldn't quite understand. What was happening to him? She accepted him, and that thought made him smile warmly as he made his way home. That night, he struggled to sleep, tossing and turning as thoughts of her replayed in his mind. He would pull out his phone, ready to text her, but each time he ended up deleting his messages. When morning came, he felt strange, too strange. He began his usual routine for school, trying on various outfits to ensure he was prepared for the day. In the bathroom, he squeezed his eyes shut and rubbed away the remnants of sleep. After washing his face, he looked in the mirror and noticed something different about his appearance. It suddenly dawned on him his scar. What had happened to it? The constant ringing of his phone was irritating. With a frustrated groan, Shinso swung his arm wide and slammed his fist down on the phone on his nightstand, silencing the noise. He snuggled deeper under his duvet, his eyes heavy with sleep, until reality hit him hard. He realized the ringing was not his alarm but a call, and he was late, very late. Bolting upright, adrenaline surged through him as he grabbed his phone, heart sinking at the sight of the time and the 7 missed calls, 2 from his mom and 5 from his boss, Aizawa. Aizawa must have contacted his mom when he didn't show up for his shift. With a string of curses, he quickly sent texts, one to Aizawa apologizing and saying he was on his way, and another to his mom reassuring her that he was okay. It was a frantic race around his small apartment. He made a quick stop in the bathroom before rushing to his closet, grabbing his themed uniform for the day and stuffing it into his backpack. He was out the door in 10 minutes. As he burst through the back door of Butlers for All, Aizawa greeted him with a dry remark about his tardiness. Shinso felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He apologized, staring down at his scuffed sneakers, admitting he had overslept. Aizawa's concerned gaze met his, and he asked if his insomnia was acting up again and if he had seen a doctor. Shinso replied that the doctor had been no help, insisting he could manage, but Aizawa expressed concern about his frequent lateness. Shinso felt guilty for disappointing someone he considered a mentor and promised to do better. After Aizawa awkwardly patted him on the shoulder, Shinso rushed to the break room to change into his themed cat outfit, a purple suit that complemented his indigo hair, complete with cat ears and a tail. He grumbled to himself as he adjusted his tie in the mirror, feeling ridiculous but understanding that Cat Day was always a hit with customers. When he entered the dining room, he froze in horror. He was the only one dressed as a cat. Kaminari's loud laughter drew his attention, and he groaned, realizing today was not going his way. He turned to Aizawa, pleading to go home and change, but Aizawa refused, saying he was already late and that the outfit suited him. Mirio chimed in complimenting him, which only made Shinso feel more embarrassed. He protested, insisting he looked ridiculous, but Aizawa told him it could serve as punishment for being late. As the day went on, Mina pointed out a charming cafe with white-painted bricks and flower-filled window boxes, suggesting they have lunch there. Shinso rolled his eyes at the idea of a butler cafe, but Mina insisted it looked fun. Kyoka grimaced, holding Momo's hand tightly, while Mina teased her about being in a relationship. Despite her initial reluctance, Shinso found himself intrigued by the idea of indulging in a whimsical experience. Kyoka sighed and accepted the challenge. It was 3 against 1, so they would be dining here. Mina cheered, skipping ahead to pull open the inviting, mulled wine red door. Once inside, they were greeted by a charming strawberry blonde who lingered his gaze on Momo a moment too long, causing Kyoka to bristle. Momo patted her hand to calm her, while you took in the Victorian-era decor of the dining room. The space was beautifully arranged, not overly extravagant like some Victorian decor could be. You smoothed your hand over the crisp white tablecloth, appreciating the wrinkle-free linen. As you admired the shiny silver and delicate chinaware on another table, a flash of purple caught your eye in the otherwise mauve, gold, and cream-colored room. Your interest peaked as you realized it was a man dressed in a tailored lilac suit, complete with periwinkle cat ears and a tail. Your expression shifted to one of amusement as you recognized him as your butler. Hitoshi greeted them with a bow, his long-suffering gaze meeting yours. He introduced himself and stated he would be looking after them that day. You and your friends responded with a mix of amusement and confusion, quickly concluding he was the only butler dressed in such a manner. He inquired if they were ready for lunch, but Mina, unabashed, asked about his cat-like appearance, suggesting he might have lost a bet. Momo scolded Mina, suggesting that perhaps he simply liked the look. Hitoshi cleared his throat and continued with his questions about their meal, but you sensed a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. A wave of guilt washed over you as you pondered whether he dressed like this daily and felt uncomfortable about it. You placed your order, unable to meet his gaze, feeling his questioning look as you averted your eyes. After memorizing the orders, he turned to leave but was interrupted by Mina's persistent curiosity about his outfit. You felt a surge of guilt and urged Mina to stop, which she reluctantly did. Hitoshi smiled slightly at you before continuing with his duties. Excusing yourself, you ventured down a narrow hallway toward the unisex washrooms. You tried the doorknob of the nearest door, but it was locked. Moving to the other door, you turned the knob and found it unoccupied. Confident, you swung it open, only to be startled by Hitoshi adjusting his cat ears in front of the mirror. You quickly apologized and shut the door, pressing your back against the wall opposite the restroom doors. You glanced at the other bathroom door, silently hoping the occupant would hurry. You considered returning to your table but knew Hitoshi would see you avoiding him. It was better to wait and hope the other person finished quickly. Finally, the door clicked open, and Hitoshi stepped out. He teased you about being a peeping Tom, leaning against the wall with a smirk. You felt your cheeks burn as you retorted, reminding him that he hadn't locked the door. He chuckled and leaned closer, suggesting he might enjoy the situation. You recoiled at his comment, feeling a mix of disgust and regret for feeling sympathy for him earlier. He encouraged you to be more adventurous, but you countered with a reminder about workplace professionalism. His playful demeanor shifted to surprise and then concern as he realized the seriousness of his behavior. Apologizing, he asked to be excused, and you nodded, feeling a sense of disappointment as he walked away. Just then, the door in front of you opened, and a middle-aged woman emerged, apologizing for keeping you waiting. She giggled about an accidental spill that had happened with one of the boys, describing him as a bit klutzy but so cute that she could never be mad. You smiled weakly, laughing politely before slipping through the door she held open for you. The rest of your lunch went smoothly, with Shinso attentive enough to cater to all your needs while busy enough with other tables to avoid any more awkward interactions. The food and drinks were so delicious that you all polished them off in record time. Mina sighed, contentedly rubbing her belly and declaring how full she was. You agreed, wanting to leave and forget about your unfortunate run-in with Hitoshi. Kyoka chimed in, and Momo nodded, her mouth still full of tiramisu. You suggested paying and getting going, but Mina countered, wanting to sit and chat a while longer. Kyoka supported her, mentioning that Momo hadn't finished her cake yet, and you all still had tea left. You laughed lightly, feeling a bit silly for suggesting otherwise. As you picked up your teaspoon, you anxiously fidgeted with it, your eyes following Hitoshi from across the room as he gracefully placed dishes down in front of two girls and a guy. When his gaze connected with yours, you quickly averted your eyes to a green-haired butler balancing a tray of mimosas. You glanced back at Hitoshi, who was now striding towards the kitchen, feeling a sense of accomplishment for not being caught staring. You half-heartedly rejoined the conversation, your eyes occasionally drifting to the head of purple hair. Despite your apprehension, he never returned to your table. Mina commented on how he should have brought the bill by now, and Kyoka revealed that Momo had already paid. You scolded Momo, who shrugged and smiled shyly, saying she wanted to. As you and Mina half rebuked Momo and half thanked her, you all rose from your seats, grabbing your bags as you headed toward the front door. A strange mix of relief and disappointment filled you at not seeing Hitoshi, but you shrugged it off. As Kyoka reached for the door handle, you laughed and told Momo that the next one would be on you. Just then, a gruff voice interrupted from behind you. Hitoshi stood there, looking uncomfortable and repentant, asking if he could borrow you for a few minutes. Your friends exchanged perplexed looks before you nodded at them, giving a reassuring smile. They slowly exited Butler's for all, casting anxious looks back at you before the door shut behind them. Hitoshi suggested talking in a quieter area behind the host station where winter coats were likely stashed. You crossed your arms, feeling your heart race. He scratched his head, looking thoughtful before apologizing for getting angry earlier. He admitted that what you said had scared him and that he had freaked out, realizing too late that you were just playing. You feigned ignorance, inspecting a chip on your nail polish, and asked what he was apologizing for. He sighed, explaining that he had been late to work a lot recently and his boss had talked to him about it. He admitted that he was afraid your mention of complaining to his boss could be the final straw that would get him fired, mumbling that he might deserve it. You regarded him silently for a moment, then asked why he had been late so much. He flatly replied that it was due to insomnia, which had been pretty bad lately. You winced, sharing that your dad also had insomnia and rarely got a good night's sleep. He agreed, and you both stood quietly for a moment. You then asked why it had been so bad lately, and he shrugged. You thoughtfully shared that your dad's insomnia worsened when your mom had to work out of town, suggesting that maybe he just needed someone nearby when he fell asleep. He grinned and asked if you were volunteering. You sputtered, clarifying that you meant a friend or family member, someone he felt safe with. He casually replied that he felt safe with you, making you shift awkwardly on your feet. He smiled, thanking you for the suggestion and saying that if it worked, he owed you one. Feeling brave, you asked why he was the only one there dressed like a cat. He straightened, surprised by your question, and groaned about the cat outfit, yanking at his tail in annoyance. You laughed, enjoying his chagrin, but he scowled and refused to tell you why he was dressed that way, claiming it was embarrassing. You pouted, insisting that embarrassing stories were the best, but he scoffed, saying everyone felt that way when it was about themselves. You stared up at him, trying to give your best puppy dog eyes, and he looked at you thoughtfully. Tell you what, if your suggestion works, I'll tell you why I'm dressed like a cat, he said with a hint of mischief in his voice. And if it doesn't? You questioned silently, unsure of what to expect. You'll go on a date with me? He proposed, his tone shifting from playful to hopeful. Deal, you thought, a confident smile spreading across your face. Cool, he replied shyly, taking your hand to lead you back to your waiting friends, who were likely very worried. On one condition though, you added, wanting to keep the playful banter alive. What's that? He asked, casting you a suspicious glance. You have to wear the cat outfit, you said, enjoying the moment. You're really annoying, he muttered, but there was a hint of amusement in his eyes. Resisting looks different for everyone. For some who are stronger, they might fight their way out of a situation. For those who are defiant, they could use their words to lash out bitterly. But for you, neither of those options seemed realistic at this point. The profound gap in strength was almost laughable. Stinging bitterness was all it took to keep you from unraveling. One thread at a time, Tamura had begun to tear down your willpower. What he lacked in eloquence, he made up for in intimidation, constantly berating you for your lack of acceptance towards him. He sneered at you, displeasure growing at your open defiance. He had been pestering you insistently for hours now, switching between rambling about league affairs and his deeply rooted hatred of hero culture, but always circling back to you. Throughout this exhausting encounter, your mouth remained shut. It was no secret that Tamura abhorred being disregarded. Any form of reaction from you would be better than nothing. But you felt a sick pleasure in denying him what he wanted most, your attention. Controlling your body's reactions wasn't easy, but your burning resentment towards him motivated you. Ignoring your racing heart and displaying a facade of calm was an art you had mastered during your time with Tamura. He didn't try to hide his irritation, showing you every ugly emotion he had to offer. His eyes looked bloodshot, attempting to pierce through your being. With as much strength as you could muster, you turned your gaze away. You're really testing me? He muttered, his voice trailing off as his eyes twitched. A grimace settled on his face, lips pulling back in frustration. You pursed your lips together, adding salt to the wound. Silence enveloped the room, an absence of sound that felt heavy. Then he moved from his spot across from you. His dark aura was menacing, putting you on edge. His presence loomed above you, threatening in silence. Your body could no longer ignore the signs of anxiety, your hands curling instinctively by your side. Still, I won't kill you, he mused softly, his voice low. No, I couldn't dream of it. But there are things worse than death. Speak to me, he commanded. Silence hung between you. I said, speak to me, he repeated, his voice more insistent. Tamura reached his hand downward, swooping in close to you. Finally eliciting a reaction, you gasped at the incoming threat. Eyes wide, you prepared to fight back if necessary. He paused at the last moment, his hand hovering near your neck. His eyes were wild, like a monster unleashed. His heavy breathing matched your own, chaos settling into his gaze. "You make everything so difficult," he murmured dejectedly, pulling his hand away. You felt a sense of dread lifting from your trembling being, air rushing to fill your lungs once more. He drank in your expression of horror, a strange delight replacing his previous angst. "I promise, I want nothing more than to reward you," he said, smiling in an unnatural way, far removed from any humanity. "But sometimes a punishment is necessary." Blood trickled from your mouth, and you felt a writhing, harrowing pain as you clutched your abdomen, slowly feeling life slip away from your frail body. "Ah!" You exhaled, a soft, defeated smile appearing on your face. You turned your head to look at Shoto, who was now kneeling beside you. "If you were to die, you should find something beautiful to focus on, right?" The smile faded as you gazed upon the silent boy, horror etched on his features, tears streaming down his cheeks. You weakly reached out to hold his hand, reassuring him that you didn't regret jumping in front of him to save his life. A cough shook your body, and the dark red pool around you grew larger. "Shoto, why the long face?" you managed to say. He gripped your hand tightly, as if trying to hold everything together. "No. Please tell me this isn't happening. This is a nightmare, right? It has to be a nightmare," he whispered, tears pouring down his cheeks as he rocked back and forth, searching for comfort. "This can't be real, right? You're not dying, are you?" "Shoto, if anything, I'm more concerned about the fact that you're crying right now," you said, forcing a giggle despite the pain that threatened to overwhelm you. Who knew the cold, stoic boy from 1A was capable of feeling any emotion? You coughed violently, blood spilling from your wounds. You knew your time was running out. "Shoto, don't be sad, please. Stay strong," you said, your voice barely a whisper. "No!" Shoto screamed, his eyes wide with terror. Desperately, he tried to stop the blood from spreading, the crimson liquid staining his fingers. "Make it go back. Stop it," he pleaded, his voice flat. "It's okay, Shoto. You won't remember me in a few years anyway," you soothed him, rubbing your bloodied fingerprint in circles on the back of his hand. How ironic that you were the one comforting him as you faded away. Dizziness overcame you, and you closed your eyes with a smile on your face. Your love would go unrequited, your dreams for the future crushed. But it was worth the price, wasn't it? The fact that you got to share a tender moment with your crush, who seemed so unattainable from the start. A warmth spread through your body as you slipped away, just another loss in this vast, unfeeling world. Sobs racked Shoto's body as he cradled your lifeless form in his arms, his heart breaking with every passing moment. Ida was a little surprised when you asked to join him on his evening run. For one, you didn't have a speed quirk. 2, you had never shown an interest before. He agreed to let you tag along, telling you repeatedly to wear the right shoes, bring a water bottle, and stretch beforehand was Ida's way of looking out for you. You followed his advice, dressed in running shorts and a tank top, matching his outfit almost perfectly. The run started out great, and you managed to stay beside him for the most part. However, as you hit the 5-mile mark, you began to slow down. Perhaps Ida was speeding up. It was hard to tell through the black spots clouding your vision. Breathing became a struggle, and your legs burned as if they were on fire. Ida, on the other hand, hadn't even broken a sweat. Realizing you couldn't keep up any longer, you slowed your pace to a stop, leaning onto your knees to catch your breath. When you looked up, Ida was long gone. It took him a moment to notice your absence, and when he did, he stopped in his tracks, thinking you had fallen behind. A quick survey of the street revealed that you were nowhere in sight. He wasn't too worried yet. He knew he was much faster than you. But his concern grew when he turned onto the last street you had both been on and found you lying on the sidewalk, unmoving. He rushed to your side, crouching down with a furrowed brow filled with worry. He asked if you were all right, if you needed help, and what was wrong, his words tumbling out in a rush. You explained between wheezes that you had given up, too tired to keep going. Although you were in shape, running 5 miles straight was not your forte. You were a sprinter, not a long-distance runner. Ida felt a pang of guilt. He hadn't considered that you weren't used to long runs. It was clear your body had reached its limit, and he regretted pushing you without realizing it. As he started to pick you up, you squeaked in alarm and wrapped your arms around his neck to keep from falling. He frowned, determined to carry you the rest of the way. You protested, saying you could walk or take the bus back to the dorms, but he shook his head, already beginning the trek back toward the school while carrying you in a bridal style. He insisted he wanted to apologize and make it up to you. You reassured him that it was fine, but his frown only deepened as he walked. The look of absolute concern on his face made you smile. He looked like a puppy trying to figure something out. How could he be so cute? You finally agreed, but only on the condition that he would put you down once you reached the front steps. It wasn't that you minded being carried, it was just the height and speed that made you nervous. He promised he would, and you leaned your head against his shoulder as he broke into a sprint. It wasn't as scary as you thought. In fact, it was quite fun. Maybe going on runs with Ida wasn't so bad after all. You felt your chest tighten, wrapping you in a chokehold as you gasped for air, your hazy mind falling apart as you tried to keep calm. Why did this have to happen now? The world seemed to sweep beneath you as you crumpled onto the floor, feeling nauseous as you clenched your fists. Hot tears streamed down your cheeks, and you froze, unable to move. Aizawa's voice called out to you, laced with concern and panic that he tried to hide for your sake. You barely managed to choke out his name before darkness enveloped you. This wasn't the first time it had happened. The first time was during your first year at UA, in an empty classroom, tears brimming as you stared at your report card, your marks far from satisfactory. But he was there to comfort you, the one who stopped you from wanting to harm yourself, the one who accepted your broken form. He embraced you and soothed you as anxiety crept upon you daily, stemming from family stress, hero work, and your own unattainable standards. You felt grateful beyond words. When you came to, you mumbled an apology, pressing your nose into the crook of Aizawa's neck. You acknowledged that you had worried him. His strong arms held you tight as you curled up in his lap, your red and puffy eyes aching from the panic attack. His familiar scent of lime and vanilla filled the air, and his soft raven-black hair tickled your face. He reassured you to take it easy, and after a moment of silence, you looked up with a smile, meeting his eyes. Although a scowl was etched on his face, it slowly melted away when you brushed your fingers against his cheek. He reminded you that you could always share what was on your mind. You hesitated, explaining that you hadn't had an episode that severe since then and didn't want to bother him. He urged you to stop apologizing, assuring you it wasn't your fault and noting your hiccups. You nodded, hiccups escaping, which made you giggle. Aizawa grumbled, but a soft smile crept onto his face as he suggested getting you some water. He sat and stared at the clock from his bed, noting it was 12. Once again, he was late. 2 weeks earlier, he had warned Deku that if they were late again because he took his time, he would be furious. Just then, the green-haired young man popped around the corner, slipping on his signature red sneakers, assuring him he was on his way. Deku ran past his irritated partner before he could close the door on him. After locking up, the two made their way to work. Both men rode the same train but had to part ways to their own routes, as they worked for different agencies. Neither of them minded the late hours too much, except when one got caught up with hero work and returned home late. Bakugo worked with Best Jeanist Agency, while Deku ended up with Night Eyes. They usually didn't have many arguments, as most of their work involved paperwork or dealing with minor criminals. However, sometimes one of them would get involved in a serious battle, which was the main reason for coming home late. Recently, Bakugo had experienced a series of holdups. At first, Deku thought nothing of it, assuming that villains were the cause of his lateness. As time passed, though, he began to notice Bakugo appearing disheveled and with a strange look in his eye, possibly worry. One night, he decided to stay up to find out what was causing this. When Bakugo quietly walked in, he jumped slightly at the sight of Deku sitting on the edge of their bed. He paused, looking like a deer caught in headlights. Then he frowned and dropped his belongings on the floor, asking why Deku was still awake. Deku calmly explained that he had been waiting for him, noting the late hour of 2:30 am. Bakugo's irritation began to flicker. He snapped back, insisting he had just been held up at work. As he moved to change out of his clothes, Deku gently but firmly grabbed Bakugo's hand, pointing out that he looked a bit messy and questioning whether he had been in his hero outfit. Bakugo scoffed and pulled away but then paused, looking into Deku's green eyes and asking if he really wanted to know. Deku nodded. Bakugo removed his jacket and shirt, revealing a large area on his stomach that was wrapped in bandages. He slowly unwrapped them, revealing a wound that looked like it had been tampered with recently. He explained that he had gotten into a battle with a villain who had pierced his stomach. He had told the first responders not to call anyone for him. They had let him rest at home but informed him that they couldn't heal the injury completely due to the villain's quirk. Every day he went out, he wasn't fighting but rather seeking treatments to prevent the injury from worsening. The doctors had warned him that the injury was severe and the treatments might stop working. Tears welled in his eyes as he expressed his fear of dying. Deku felt as though he had been struck. He stared at Bakugo, trying to process everything. Once he regained his composure, he reached out and pulled Bakugo into his arms, tears streaming down his own face. He had never realized Bakugo had been keeping such heavy emotions to himself. He held Bakugo's face in his hands, gazing into his dull red eyes, assuring him that he would be okay and that he would always be by his side, supporting him. No matter what, he loved him. This caused Bakugo to lose his composure again, holding Deku closely and crying more than before. That night, they spent hours talking and understanding the situation better. They devised a plan to combat the injury and allow Katsuki to return to hero work. But it wasn't enough. 6 months later, Deku returned home, excited to share his day. He sat down next to Bakugo and recounted an eventful day where 2 villains had stolen a significant amount of money from a local bank. They had caught the villains, and thankfully, no one had been hurt. Suddenly remembering something, he jumped a little and revealed he had brought Bakugo flowers called primroses, which represented love. Deku laid back, staring at the clear blue sky with a few white clouds drifting by. It felt peaceful, but soon tears began to blur his vision as he expressed how much he missed Bakugo every day. Wiping his tears away, he stood up and gently traced the name engraved on a tombstone before turning away. He paused for a moment, glancing back one last time, promising that he would always be by his side and that he would see him soon. When it came to difficult discussions, Deku often shied away from saying necessary, yet harsh words. It was in his nature. He never had a fondness for conflict. Unfortunately, he couldn't always avoid these conversations. Even weeks later, the confrontation lingered in his mind, leaving him feeling guilty. He had tried to gather the strength to see Bakugo in person, but in the end, he couldn't. Instead, he called Bakugo to deliver his final verdict. He told Bakugo that he was breaking up with him. The thought weighed heavily on his heart. He had wanted their relationship to work and had put in all his effort to fix the numerous issues they faced. One of the first red flags had been how often Bakugo left at night, with increasingly unconvincing excuses. When they did spend time together, it was often plagued with arguments and petty comments. Bakugo would sometimes question Deku's loyalty, inquiring about his friends with a clear undertone of jealousy. Deku vividly recalled the dreadful interaction, every detail ingrained in his mind. Bakugo had gone uncharacteristically quiet, while Deku's heart raced. Worst of all was Bakugo's rebuttal before Deku grew overwhelmed and hung up the phone, declaring that they were not breaking up. The assurance in Bakugo's voice made Deku feel as though his feelings meant nothing, and he felt disgusted as he blocked Bakugo's number, determined to move on. Every day after, he received a barrage of texts from unknown numbers, clearly from Bakugo. Even when he blocked them, more would appear the next day. The contents of the messages he sent ranged from casual updates about his day to increasingly unsettling remarks. He would send blurry pictures of you from different angles, accompanied by heart emojis. As time passed, it became harder to sleep at night, the realization that he was stalking you weighing heavily on your mind. Your earlier instincts about him being trouble were proving correct. In your small apartment, the lights were off except for the glow of your phone. You scrolled through a collection of screenshots, evidence of his unsettling behavior. You had heard stories of the police not taking stalking seriously, so you had been diligent in gathering proof over the past few weeks. With a sigh, you turned off your phone and tossed it onto your bed. Tomorrow, you planned to go to the police and hoped it would be enough. Otherwise, you felt trapped. You wondered what you had done to deserve this. Scrunching your nose, you recalled the last message you received, an audio file sent 2 hours ago, right after you returned home from work. You had resisted the urge to listen to it, knowing it would only heighten your anxiety. But as you lay there, sleep eluding you, curiosity began to take over. Your bed creaked as you reached for your phone again, typing in your password and navigating to your messages. You didn't need to scroll through the numerous unknown numbers. It was the latest one. Hesitating for a moment, you pressed play, your heart racing. The audio began with a faint static, and you held your breath, waiting for a voice. Then you heard it, a distinct wet sound. You leaned closer, straining to hear. The noise grew louder, accompanied by low growls. Just as you were about to give up on understanding the message, a voice broke through the static. It was unmistakably Dobby's voice. A blush crept onto your face as you realized what was happening. Before you could think to stop it, he continued speaking, his words sending a chill down your spine. Adrenaline surged through you, and you quickly paused the message, feeling a wave of disgust wash over you. The implications of his words were troubling, and you felt compelled to finish listening, yet couldn't bring yourself to do it. This was all too much. Any exhaustion you had felt vanished as you swung your legs over the bed, hoping that a cup of hot chocolate might provide some comfort. Your feet hit the ground with a thud as you walked to the kitchen, searching for the container of hot chocolate powder. Just as you spotted it, you heard a sound that froze you in place. It was faint, but unmistakable, the sound of jingling. Your heart raced as panic set in. Your phone was in the bedroom, a short distance away, but if that was Dobby, he could reach you before you had a chance to grab it. You were only in your pajamas, and your quirk wasn't suited for combat. Frantically, you looked for a place to hide. Dobby knew your schedule, so he would know you were home. If you could find a good hiding spot, maybe you could avoid him. Then you heard the door opening. Mouth agape, you instinctively turned to run. You were on the 12th floor, but if you could reach the window, perhaps you could signal for help. The walls were soundproof, so screaming wouldn't help. You heard Dobby's voice, smooth and mocking, as he commented on your pajamas. You were too late. He had already seen you. Desperately, you grabbed a knife from the counter, pointing it at him as he casually shut the front door behind him. You stammered, trying to assert yourself, but he only chuckled, dismissing your threats. His words cut deeper than any blade, and you struggled to steady your grip on the knife, its edge glinting in the moonlight. Ignoring your warnings, Dobby approached you with a lazy confidence. You took a step back, hoping to anchor yourself, but your palms were sweaty, and your breath came in quick gasps. A smug grin spread across his face, and the distance between you shrank. When he was just a few feet away, he reached into his pocket, and the sight of his scarred hand sent a wave of memories crashing over you, both painful and tender. You jabbed the knife forward, but Dobby responded with a burst of blue flames, heating the hilt of your weapon until you had no choice but to drop it with a hiss. Seizing the moment, he lunged at you, your back hitting the wall with a jarring thud. Your head spun from the impact, and you felt a sharp sting. He pinned your wrists above your head with one hand, clearly enjoying your struggle. Dobby leaned in closer, his excitement palpable as he taunted you about your earlier attempts to break things off. He moved his head forward, leaving rough kisses along your neck, further complicating your feelings of fear and confusion. It frustrated him, to be completely honest. With that, he bit down hard. She grimaced at the sensation, inhaling sharply to regain her breath. He groaned lowly against her neck at her reaction, pressing his body against hers with a roughness that made her heart race. He lifted his head from the crook of her neck, his eyes locking onto her trembling lips. For a brief moment, he paused, giving her a flicker of hope that he might just leave her alone. Whimpering, she began to plead for him to go. Dobby looked down at her, his gaze devoid of tenderness or affection. Instead, it was filled with a malicious hunger and endless desire. Seconds passed as he seemed to ponder her helpless request, but then despair washed over her as he responded with a smirk. She had no room to complain, he told her. She was the one who had made him this way, and now she would be the one to fix it. A gust of wind whipped past her face, nearly sending her over the edge of the skyscraper. Fortunately, her arm was held firmly in a strong grasp, preventing her from plummeting to the ground below. The bright and bustling city remained blissfully unaware of the near disaster that had almost unfolded. She nearly choked on her fear when she looked down and realized she wasn't falling. Sighing deeply, she calmed herself and turned her head just enough to see her savior, Deku, the #1 hero. He urged her to be careful, reminding her that there were no rails and that she could have easily met a tragic fate. Apologizing, she explained that the draft was strong and that she wanted a better view of the city at night, which brought out its beautiful colors. Her words seemed to ease his tension, and he pulled her closer, fully removing her from the dangerous ledge. Still, he insisted she should have waited. His gaze turned stern, a stark contrast to his earlier worried expression. It had been about 2 years since Deku had personally requested her to be his sidekick after she graduated at the top of her class from UA High School. Her quirk was valuable to him, and he saw her potential to become a great hero if guided properly. He had taken her under his wing, seeing in her bright eyes a reflection of his own ambition and willingness to sacrifice for a better world. Guilt washed over her, but before she could apologize profusely, he pulled her into a tight embrace. Being smaller than him, he practically lifted her in his well-toned arms, resting his head in the crook of her neck. He expressed his concern for her safety, saying he didn't want to see her get hurt or worse. He wasn't scolding her, he was confessing his feelings. He loved her and wanted to spend the rest of his life with her. Her expression changed, and a deep blush spread across her cheeks, even visible beneath her mask. When he pulled away to kiss her, she melted into the softness of the moment, losing herself in the pure affection they shared. After a few minutes, he pulled away and set her back down on the ground. She looked at him with wide eyes, her lips plump and red from the intensity of the kiss. Wondering why he had chosen her, she quietly asked. He explained that being with her made him happier and more at peace, and he wanted her by his side for as long as she would have him. His uncertainty lingered, but it melted away as she wrapped her arms tightly around him. She declared her love for him too and expressed her desire to be at his side forever. He laughed joyfully and lifted her again, supporting her lower half in his arms as he embraced her once more. This was the day that sealed their love and commitment, two brave heroes standing together against the world, supporting each other as they faced the forces of evil. Her quirk was a mutant type called Dragon, allowing her to expel small flames, though it came with the drawback of burning her tongue. Her forehead, cheeks, neck, and arms were adorned with white, shimmery scales, and she had curled horns framing her face. Though she lacked wings, she compensated with a tail, which had coarse scales and little feathers at the tip, though she was unable to fly. As much as she had dreamed of being an adored hero in her youth, she struggled with the drawbacks of her quirk. Unable to overcome the taste of blood in her mouth when using her flames, she chose a different path. Instead of saving people in the traditional sense, she found joy in working at a small cafe, bringing happiness to others through coffee, tea, and pastries. Though it was a low-income job, it was something she enjoyed waking up to every morning. The days were eventful, with people frequently visiting for her cafe's special coffees and the chance to see the beautiful mutant girl named YN. Since her hiring, business had thrived, and the cozy coffee bar was always filled with regulars and the occasional newcomer. You spent those 8 hours from morning to evening smiling and serving customers, always managing to put a smile on even the grumpiest of business people. As you wrapped up your shift, a particular customer arrived just 30 minutes before closing time. Being the face of this small establishment, you primarily handled the cashier and occasionally assisted at the milk tea bar. You found yourself filling the quiet moments by observing the customers, creating stories in your mind about their lives. This man, however, always caught your attention with his green scaly skin and spiky lavender hair. He would have stood out more if not for the black hood that concealed his face, which only made you more intrigued. But as usual, he avoided eye contact and simply ordered 1 lychee bubble tea. Despite your attempts to learn more about him, he only responded with cryptic remarks or redirected the conversation to your life, leaving you feeling frustrated. But today felt different. You excitedly announced that 2 lychee bubble teas were on the way. He looked up from his phone, surprise evident on his face at the suggestion of ordering 2, and replied in a soft tone that he had only asked for 1. You swayed over to the milk tea bar, careful not to knock anything over due to the large tail attached to your back. You explained that one drink was for you. He waited patiently at the register, eager to pay and retreat to a quiet corner of the cafe. However, your decision to sit at the bar stool in front of him disrupted his plans. You playfully mentioned that it was the only place you could sit comfortably with your tail. He noticed the 2 drinks in front of you and seemed apprehensive about being questioned in the now empty cafe. You almost laughed, telling him that you enjoyed your one-sided conversations. His scales seemed to bristle at your interest, and he hesitated, recalling past experiences that made him wary of trusting others. Your heart sank for a moment, but it quickly mended when he took the seat next to you, grabbing his drink and returning his focus to his phone, occasionally sipping his bubble tea. You couldn't help but peek over his shoulder, noticing a headline about a notorious figure known as the hero killer. You nearly choked on a tapioca bead and pulled out your phone to show him your own screen, revealing a background of the infamous character. You expressed your admiration for the figure's insights about society, wishing he hadn't resorted to extreme measures. Iguchi was taken aback. A beautiful girl who made delicious tea shared his admiration for his idol. This revelation sparked his interest in you, leading to a lively 20-minute discussion about the character, allowing both of you to learn more about each other through this shared fascination. Eventually, the conversation began to wind down, with both drinks nearly untouched as you continued to build on each other's thoughts. You grabbed his cup and returned to the counter, jotting down your name and phone number with little hearts around the contact information, playfully inviting him to text you. When he took back his cup and saw what you had written, a blush crept across his green face. He nodded at you, sliding the required amount of yen across the counter. To his surprise, you pushed the money back with a smile, declaring it was on the house as a gift for the start of a new friendship. He smiled back, a rare sight after your lengthy conversation, and confidently introduced himself as Shuichi. He suggested a burger joint downtown, and you giggled as he waved goodbye, leaving the cafe. As he opened the door to the dimly lit building, you called out that it sounded like a plan, promising to see him next time. The scene shifted to a new moment under a tree, where you and Bakugo settled down just in time for the fireworks to begin. As the colorful displays lit up the night sky, you glanced over to see your face illuminated by the bursts of light, a joyful sparkle in your eyes. After a few moments, you leaned against Bakugo's shoulder, thanking him for joining you. He softly replied, calling you a dork and returning your hug. When you pulled away slightly, you looked up at him with a smile, taking the opportunity to share a gentle kiss. She kissed back after a moment of shock. Wine was asked if she would be his girlfriend, and she eagerly accepted, pulling him into another kiss. She expressed her love for Bakugo, who playfully called her a dork in return. Your hands rested on your thighs, tightly pressed into fists. Your nails dug into the soft flesh of your palms, stinging, but the pain helped ground you in reality. It was all you could think to do at that moment. All you could hear was your own heartbeat, pounding loudly and reverberating in your chest. The rest of the world felt unknown to you, a blur passing by the window next to you. Even the stars were hidden behind low-hanging clouds, offering no comfort. Cuts and bruises marked your entire being. A mantra of self-deprecation looped in your mind, constantly reflecting on what you could have done better. It took months of planning and immense willpower to escape Overhaul's crushing grip. That had been about a day ago, if you had to guess. You had run from the secluded building where he kept you, fleeing into the surrounding forest toward the North Star. It was the best plan you could devise, but it hadn't been enough. An hour ago, you realized you were being chased. Multiple lackeys working under Overhaul were likely pursuing you. It didn't matter who they were, what mattered was that he would find you soon, and you couldn't even fathom the punishments he would impose for your transgressions. Your body had begun to shut down by that point. Adrenaline was fading, replaced by horror. You breathed shallowly, your head dizzy and uncertain about your future. To make matters worse, you had tripped over tree roots too many times to count. The moonlight was insufficient to illuminate the path ahead. If you had been in good health, you could have put up a better fight. But your body was not in a condition to fully utilize your quirk, and they were gaining on you quickly. Much to your shame, you had to surrender as they surrounded you. The worst part was the wait. They communicated with their boss, informing him of your location. Time moved cruelly slow after that. Eventually, a black, unmarked car drove up. You didn't need to look up to know it was him. His inhuman gaze pierced through you, assessing your battered appearance. He said nothing but ordered you to be taken into his car. Now, consumed by anxiety and regret, you sat a foot away from your tormentor, who remained silent. You knew better than to beg for forgiveness. He would hear nothing of it. So, you opted for silence, left with your own thoughts and overwhelming fear. That was until now. He stated that the moment you got home, you were to shower. His tone was menacing and unyieldingly dominant. You couldn't fathom the level of trouble you had landed yourself in, chewing on your lip to alleviate some of the anxiety. You managed to respond, though your voice was barely audible. Working up a bit of courage, you shifted your gaze toward him. He rested his head on his fist, his elbow on the car's window. It would have been better if he were outwardly upset. Even the most watchful eyes would struggle to discern what Chisaki was feeling. His stoic expression remained unchanged, regardless of the circumstances. He informed you that you would receive a physical examination the following day. He would need to monitor your condition to ensure you healed properly. You acknowledged his words again, and a hint of a reaction sparked in him. He turned to you, the seatbelt squeaking as he shifted position. He demanded to know what you had consumed in the last 24 hours. A bead of sweat formed on your temple as you feared making matters worse. You murmured that you had only had a bottle of water, which you had lost at some point. Silently, you hoped your answer would satisfy him. When it came to your health, overhaul was overbearing to a degree that most doctors would find excessive. You weren't looking forward to the medical procedures and shots he likely had planned for you. It wouldn't surprise you if he had already arranged them. He asked what you had been thinking, his tone dangerous, hinting at a sensitive topic. An uneasy sigh escaped your lips as exhaustion washed over you, making you long for sleep and distance from him. He narrowed his eyes at your silence, interpreting it as an insult. He pressed for an answer. You admitted that there was nothing. You could say that he would accept. Your eyes felt heavy, and your mind wandered, unable to form coherent thoughts. The adrenaline had faded, leaving you vulnerable and tired. He remarked that it made no sense. He had provided everything you needed to be safe and healthy, and he couldn't understand why you would reject it. Irritation began to grow within you as you furrowed your brows at his words. Was he truly that unaware of himself? You addressed him, using his name, which made him wince slightly, as he preferred when you used his given name. You expressed your desire to live as you once did, to reclaim your life from him. It was a foolish thing to say, but exhaustion overwhelmed you, and your patience was slipping away. He responded devoid of emotion, acknowledging your perspective. He closed his eyes for a moment, rubbing circles into his temple. He called you troublesome and suggested it would be in your best interest to accept things as they were. He deemed your childish actions unbecoming of you. You gritted your teeth, numerous curses directed at him in your mind. He continued, a hint of amusement in his voice. His golden eyes flashed as he moved closer to you. Your eyes widened at his predatory movement as his hand gripped your face, forcing you to look at him. His gloves felt cool against your flushed skin. It was all an intimidation tactic, but it was undeniably effective. Before there was any chance to react, the intensity in his eyes was overwhelming. A shiver ran down your spine as he held your gaze, unblinking. He suggested that it would be easier for you to comply, trailing off momentarily. Though you couldn't see his mouth, you sensed a smirk forming. He always got what he wanted. Ever since the UA Sports Festival, everything had changed. People began to recognize you on the streets, and you had even given an autograph to a group of middle schoolers. However, the attention was not all positive. Ranking fourth and being the highest in your class had drawn the gaze of a certain blonde male with fangs. As the year progressed, you started to regret showcasing your abilities so openly. Just a week after the festival, letters and gifts began appearing on your doorstep from a secret admirer identifying themselves as Toga. These gifts were anything but ordinary, often containing unsettling items like blood or strange liquids hidden within boxes of chocolates, and even used items with bizarre notes. So, when the opportunity arose to attend summer camp and escape your creepy stalker, you were overjoyed. As the sun set lazily on the horizon, casting a beautiful pink glow, you found yourself perched in a tree above a small forest path. With your back against the trunk, you attempted to doze off, trying to ignore your partner's frustrated complaints. You were supposed to be scaring Class 1A as part of a fun activity to creatively use your quirks, but you were stuck with Shirhai Kurwaro, your total opposite. Kurwaro used shadows to travel and catch her opponents off guard, but your quirk rendered her abilities nearly useless. This led to growing tension between you, as she disliked anything that exposed her quirk. Kurwaro expressed her frustration, lamenting that your quirk disrupted her plans for a perfect psychological trap. She crossed her arms in agitation and poked her head through the shade created by your leg to voice her complaints more directly. You could only roll your eyes, feeling annoyed by her loudness. You waved your hand, creating a flash of light that dispelled the shadow. You complained about her volume, and as you settled back against the tree, the serene silence was interrupted by ominous laughter. Suddenly, you were pushed from the tree, landing in a crouched position. You glared at Kurwaro, who was now peering down at you from the branch. The two of you had bickered for so long that the sun had completely set, allowing her powers to thrive in the darkness of the forest. As you prepared to retort, an unsettling feeling crept over you, making the hair on the back of your neck stand on end. You glanced around, sensing that something was watching. Noticing your tense posture, Kurwaro looked down at you with concern. In an instant, a sharp pinch on your left side drew your attention. You found a small needle-like device embedded in your skin, and without thinking, you used your quirk to shatter it. Glass shards flew everywhere, and you felt the sting of pain as they struck your skin. Gasping, you fell to one knee, gripping your side. When you looked up, you saw Kurwaro mouthing the word, "Run," just as footsteps approached from behind. You froze, preparing yourself as best as you could. An ominous giggle echoed through the air. "Oh my! It seems you knew it was me," getting even bloodier. "How sweet you are to me, Yn. Before you could react, a kick to your head sent you crashing into a nearby tree. Realization hit you hard. This had to be your stalker, the Toga, who had sent you those strange and disturbing packages. That's no way to talk to your boyfriend, Yn. I felt so lonely without you on this trip. I thought I would die not being able to watch you sleep every night." As you rolled over from your stomach, groaning softly, you felt pressure on your waist and stomach. Opening your eyes, you were met with the face of Himiko Toga, mere inches away. Her warm breath fanned across your face as she panted heavily above you. The scent of iron and rust filled the air, making it hard to breathe. The figure before you grinned, eyes locked onto yours. He spoke with a twisted excitement, expressing his delight in the gifts he had sent, claiming they were personalized just for you. He had even worn something special, insisting that his thoughts were only of you during those moments. Disgust washed over you, prompting you to turn your head away from him. You glanced up at the dark branches above, hoping that Kururo had gone for help. Suddenly, your chin was gripped tightly, forcing you to look back at your captor. His voice was intense as he demanded your attention, claiming that no one else deserved it like he did. You winced as his nails dug into your skin. Then, an unusual sight caught your eye. A wave of blue flames began to fill the forest from your right. The heat radiated toward you, and you could sense Toga's excitement growing. With a wild grin, he released your chin and stood, maintaining his gaze on you. Seizing the moment, you swung your uninjured arm at the back of his knee, causing him to stumble and fall. You quickly got to your feet, assessing the situation. With Toga having the upper hand in most directions, you sprinted toward the flames, veering off the path and deeper into the forest. The heat from the flames began to singe your wounds as you pushed yourself to escape. Behind you, Toga's frustrated shouts echoed through the trees. He called out, expressing his displeasure at your actions, insisting that you would be punished for your perceived meanness. You shouted back, demanding he leave you alone as you found yourself cornered by the encroaching flames. Realizing you had no choice but to use your quirk, you rolled up your sleeves, preparing for your light show. Turning away from the fiery barrier, you faced Toga, who was now brandishing a large knife. He approached slowly, taunting you about your words and insisting that you needed to apologize so you could be a happy couple again. You firmly asserted that you weren't dating him, and as he drew near, you unleashed a blinding light from your hands. The sound of sizzling filled the air as you rushed past him toward the main area where the teachers were. You stumbled occasionally, but after what felt like an eternity of running, you spotted a fire-free field in the distance. Hope surged within you as you heard voices nearby. Exhausted, you collapsed at the edge of the field, panting heavily. As you lifted your head, you noticed several pairs of feet standing before you. A deep voice broke through the pounding of your heart, questioning what had happened. Holding your breath, you looked up to see faces you hadn't expected. You had inadvertently collapsed in the middle of a villain's hideout. Suddenly, Toga's sickly sweet voice interrupted the silence, expressing delight at finding you. Realizing there was no escape without confrontation, you sat up, raising your hands defensively. You quickly understood that your energy was nearly depleted from the earlier display of power. You threatened Toga, warning him to back away, though your voice lacked conviction. Toga stepped closer, his smile widening as he dismissed your threat. Cornered and feeling vulnerable, you attempted to maintain your composure. Gathering your strength, you focused on channeling your quirk into one hand, but a wave of nausea hit you, causing your knees to weaken. Just then, you found yourself caught in warm, muscular arms. Toga's hands, though bruised and bloodied, comforted you as he whispered that you were meant to be together forever. Confusion clouded your mind as you fainted in his embrace. Meanwhile, a woman with purple scars observed the scene, her voice filled with disbelief as she questioned what had just transpired. The villain who had haunted Aijiro Kirishima for over a year, the one responsible for the death of his best friend, Katsuki Bakugo, was finally within reach. Standing before his enemy, Aijiro felt a weight lift from his chest. Despite his torn clothes and breathlessness, he smiled, ready to witness the villain's downfall. In a desperate final act, the villain unleashed a blast of his quirk toward you. Aijiro turned just in time to see the attack hit you in the stomach. You managed to smile at him, clutching your abdomen as blood began to pool. With fear gripping him, Aijiro watched helplessly as your legs gave out, and you collapsed to the ground. Regret flooded his thoughts. He should have been more cautious, should have paid closer attention to you. He should have been watching you, monitoring how you were doing. After all, he was a pro hero. Aijiro rushed towards you, applying pressure to your abdomen. He could tell it was serious. He reassured you that he could fix you up as he always did. Your hand found his, resting over the wound. You confessed your feelings, but he urged you not to say it like that, insisting this wasn't goodbye. You felt weak, admitting that you had lost too much blood. Aijiro understood the truth of your words. There was far too much blood, and your speech was becoming slurred. With no hospitals nearby, he pulled you into his lap, hugging you tightly from behind. He spoke of your future, encouraging you to go far and achieve greatness. But you didn't want to go anywhere without him. You mentioned your brother, and as your eyes began to flutter closed, Aijiro held you closer, pleading with you to stay awake. He promised you would be okay, but desperation filled his heart as he realized the gravity of the situation. Tears streamed down his face as you took your last breath. He had avenged Katsuki, defeating the villain who had taken so much from him, but the victory felt hollow. Aijiro held your lifeless body, consumed by guilt. If only he had been stronger, perhaps both you and Katsuki would still be alive. Time heals all wounds, or so they say. You had heard this phrase before, but it never truly resonated until now. The feelings you once held for your captor had shifted from hatred to something more complex. Now that you were free, you found yourself confronting a harsh reality. You missed him. Shigaraki had been a part of your life for so long that escaping him felt like a double-edged sword. You had spent hours planning your escape, believing you would be ready for anything. But now, as you ran through the woods, you were filled with doubt. The adrenaline of your flight was fading, and your body was desperate for a break. Stopping meant more time to think, and that was the last thing you wanted. Thoughts of worst-case scenarios flooded your mind. Shigaraki was unpredictable, and even if he didn't want to hurt you, you feared his emotions could overwhelm him. He might already be searching for you. A shiver ran down your spine at the thought, forcing you to stand again. You grimaced, feeling a headache coming on. You rubbed your temples, but it did little to ease the pain. The road ahead would be long and difficult. The temptation to escape had been too great, and now you were left grappling with the consequences. You had acted on impulse, blinded by a desire for freedom, and now doubt gnawed at you. You had no idea where you were or how close you were to civilization. Going to the police would only lead to being caught again, and you had no money for transportation. Shigaraki had connections everywhere, and you felt trapped. Frustration bubbled up inside you as you whispered to yourself. You surveyed the area behind you, the trees and shrubbery illuminated by the setting sun, a reminder that night was approaching. The thought sent a wave of unease through you. Maybe returning was the answer. The idea was humiliating, but perhaps Shigaraki would forgive you if you admitted your mistake. You hesitated, your feet feeling heavy as you considered turning back. An internal battle raged within you, torn between fear and longing. Each step felt like a weight pressing down on you. You were unsure how you could feel more anxious now than when you were escaping. The sky was turning orange, fading into darkness, and you quickened your pace. The muscles in your legs burned, and your lungs begged for relief as twigs and leaves crunched beneath your feet. Then you spotted him, a tuft of light hair, his black hoodie thrown on haphazardly. Shigaraki turned his head at the sound of your approach, and you flinched at the sight of him. His eyes were bloodshot and wild, filled with a hollowness you had rarely seen. You called out his name, your voice low and hesitant, unsure of what would happen next. You added an affectionate suffix in an attempt to soothe his rage, even if it was only a small gesture. Shigaraki froze momentarily, his eyes frantically scanning your form at the sound of your voice. He immediately stalked over to you, his pace reminiscent of a predator cornering its prey. His footsteps were heavy, a clear sign of his irritability. Squeezing your eyes shut, you silently prayed he wouldn't harm you or worse. As the sound of his approach grew closer, you knew he was in front of you. His breathing was ragged, and a low growl escaped his lips. He demanded to know what you were thinking, his voice accusatory and bordering on feral. Gathering what little strength you had left, you cautiously opened your eyes. Shigaraki's neck bore dried blood along the side he usually scratched when stressed, and his nails were ragged from biting. His callous hands reached out toward your forearm, a finger raised in caution. Letting out a shaky sigh, you opened your mouth, willing words to come out. Instead, tears began to sting your eyes, and a lump formed in your throat. You expressed your fear, wiping your eyes with your sleeve and sniffling as you continued, explaining how everything felt overwhelming and different. You apologized repeatedly, feeling the weight of your emotions. Shigaraki stared at you as the tears flowed, his eyebrows furrowing and lips pressed into a straight line. He wasn't sure what he expected, but he hadn't anticipated you essentially returning to him. He had thought you would put up a fight, even if he didn't understand why you were so determined to leave him. With this unexpected development unfolding before him, his emotions stirred within. He urged you toward the League's base, doing everything in his power to contain what he felt. They were going back, he grumbled, glancing back only for a moment to see your face. He would figure out what to do with you later. Shoto Todoroki was a notorious villain, infamous throughout Japan for his devilish acts committed in the name of his idol, Izuku Midoriya. It was a name that sent shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it. You never expected to encounter someone like him one early morning on your way to work, especially not on that unfortunate Tuesday when you were already running late. Oversleeping was one thing, but losing your house keys was another. Rushing through your morning routine, you wasted almost 30 minutes searching for them. Finally, you spotted the keys sticking out from behind a couch cushion. Gripping them tightly, you grabbed your favorite satchel bag and rushed out the door. With your hair and bag bouncing with every step, you sprinted down the street toward the nearest coffee shop where you worked as a barista. You noticed a black cloud of smoke in the distance but dismissed it as unimportant. As you rounded a corner, your pace quickened, and your heart raced. Suddenly, it felt as if you had collided with a brick wall, a wall of a chest, to be specific. You fell to the ground, scrambling to pick up the scattered contents of your satchel. You apologized profusely, explaining that you should have been more careful. You heard the shuffling of clothing and assumed he was helping you gather your belongings. As he picked up some papers that had fallen from a tan folder, he spoke, assuring you that it was all right and that everyone gets rushed sometimes. His voice held a smile, but it sent chills down your spine. He shouldn't know your name. Before you could question him, he continued, explaining that he recognized your name from the papers. With a sigh of relief, you stood up in sync with him, feeling a blush creep onto your face. You hesitated before asking for his name. Todoroki. Shoto Todoroki, he replied. Your blood ran cold at the realization. This was one of the most prolific serial killers roaming the streets of Japan. You never expected to encounter someone like him in broad daylight, acting as if he were an ordinary citizen, despite the soot and black powder on his clothes. Forcing a smile, you pretended not to recognize him. You expressed your desire to leave, bowing in respect before rushing past him as casually as you could manage. Till we meet again, YN, he called out, his cold voice lingering in the air, that unsettling smile evident in his tone. As you turned the corner, your heart sank. There, across the street, lay your workplace, the coffee shop you had frequented since childhood and worked at for nearly a year, now reduced to ashes. The black smoke you had previously overlooked was the result of the cafe's destruction, and the realization made you feel sick. You rushed across the street, your eyes scanning the charred remains, and with tears in your eyes, you vowed that he would regret what he had done. It had been a year since that fateful day and the disturbing encounter with Shoto Todoroki. Since then, you had questioned why he had spared your life. He had taken lives for far less, yet you were still here while countless others were gone. The encounter changed you in ways you didn't want to admit. You aspired to become someone better, someone who could help others and prevent them from feeling helpless and alone in a world filled with monsters like Shoto Todoroki. Motivated by these reasons, you dedicated yourself to becoming a police officer. You would never openly acknowledge that someone as vile as him had influenced you for the better, but the truth remained, he had indeed changed you. Ever since that Tuesday morning, the deputy had never been late to work, always arriving at least 15 minutes early and caring more for human life than ever before. Their thoughts were interrupted by a small, annoying ringing sound from their pocket. Answering the phone with a memorized line of their last name, the deputy was surprised to hear the voice of their head officer. The officer informed them that the League of Villains was planning a quirk-enhancing drag meet-up that night and asked if the deputy would accompany her. She mentioned that one of the individuals involved in the trade was none other than Shoto Todoroki. However, she reminded the deputy that being a police officer was about protecting people, not seeking revenge. The deputy enthusiastically affirmed their understanding, shaking with excitement at the prospect of finally getting the revenge they had been working hard for. But that night would unfold in ways no one could have imagined. 6 hours later, the deputy sat in a parked car next to their lead detective, engaged in a stakeout. The sky was dark and overcast, illuminated only by the yellow glow of dingy street lamps. Their only entertainment was counting the moths buzzing around one of the lamps. Suddenly, a light flickered on in an abandoned building ahead. As the small garage door creaked open, the deputy felt a chill run down their spine. Something felt off, but they ignored it. Turning to their lead detective, they noticed her wrinkled face contorting in confusion. Looking back at the garage, they were met with a shocking sight. A man stood in the doorway, waving them in. The harsh light behind him obscured his features, leaving only a rough outline. With a click, the police car vibrated back to life. As the deputy turned to face their lead detective again, an unfamiliar fear crept in, causing the hairs on the back of their neck to rise. The car shifted into reverse, speeding backward until it collided with something hard. The sound of screeching metal filled the air as the deputy turned to see a man with a devilish smile and tall red hair. Turning forward, they found a blond man with the same horrifying smile blocking their path. The deputy whispered in fear, questioning who the men were while clutching their pistol. A small hand struck the back of their head, and they turned to see the same fear reflected in their boss's eyes. She expressed her affection for the deputy, urging them to recognize the man before them. It was Bakugo Katsuki, one of Japan's most notorious villains. Caught up in the chaos, neither of them had thought to lock the doors or check for threats. With a soft click, The door handle was pulled, and cold air rushed in, accompanied by a hot breath on the deputy's neck. They reached out for their boss in fear, but as their fingertips grazed hers, they were yanked roughly onto the harsh concrete sidewalk. Desperately, the deputy called out for their boss, trying to crawl back to the safety of the vehicle. The door slammed shut in their face, and a calloused hand gripped the back of their neck, growing warmer by the second. Forced to walk backward with their captor, the deputy watched as their boss pulled out her gun, aiming it at the person holding them. But in a swift motion, she turned the gun toward Bakugo. In an instant, Bakugo slammed his hand on the car, igniting it in flames with the woman trapped inside. The deputy heard her screams, accompanied by the chilling laughter of the villains surrounding them. Overwhelmed, the deputy squeezed their eyes shut, trying to block out the horrors unfolding around them. Reaching into their pocket, they gripped the handle of their pistol for comfort as the heat from the flames intensified. They heard the sound of footsteps approaching, two pairs stomping up the gravel toward them. Bakugo's voice cut through the chaos, expressing frustration over the situation. He grabbed the deputy's face, turning it side to side before dismissively throwing their head away. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in the air, warning Bakugo to keep his hands to himself. It was Shoto Todoroki, a voice the deputy would never forget, though they wished they could. As Bakugo prepared to respond, the deputy felt an intense heat radiating from their neck, seemingly fueled by Todoroki's anger. When Bakugo's grip finally loosened, the deputy seized the opportunity. They opened their eyes and turned toward Todoroki, swiftly pulling the gun from their pocket and firing multiple shots. They declared that they wouldn't want any harm to come to anyone. But just as they fired, a sharp pain shot through their arm, causing them to feel lightheaded. They collapsed to the ground, dropping the pistol as their vision blurred. Bright red sneakers came into view, and a sickly sweet voice spoke, addressing Todoroki and warning him to control his pets, or risk them becoming experiments in a lab. The deputy's world faded as they struggled to comprehend the chaos around them. Todoroki replied in a monotone voice, "And as you sat up, you found yourself looking into the face of the man you despised most in the world." You whispered, struggling to comprehend the situation, your vision growing blurrier by the second. He soothingly petted your hair into place, a small smile on his face. He reminded you that you had Kirishima and reassured you that you were safe with him, forever. Everything faded to black as you realized that one Tuesday morning, you could have died with your friends in that cafe. Instead, you were now living out your life as a prisoner in an unending personalized hell. Tokoyami had grown accustomed to solitude. His jet-black, almost purple feathers made it clear that he was a fallen angel, a forgotten deity, a forsaken knight of good. He didn't expect anyone to notice him, as humans were typically blind to the supernatural. He usually sat on a bench near a small floral shop, hidden in the shadows beneath the striped fabric overhang, observing the people strolling by and studying the glow of their hearts and souls. Most had soft blue or green auras, while children still radiated the golden hue of innocence. Occasionally, one or two might catch a glimpse of him, but it was fleeting. He had long since accepted his fate of loneliness, having been dismissed from his duties as a guardian angel. Sometimes he yearned to serve once more, to protect a soul until it was time to pass. Yet here he sat, feeling worthless and powerless. When you emerged from the floral shop, smiled, and waved at him, he nearly lost his composure. Could you actually see him? You picked up a potted sunflower and took it back inside, leaving him stunned. Had you truly seen him, or were you waving to someone else? He convinced himself it was the latter, brushing it off as a strange incident until 3 days later. You walked out again, muttering to yourself as you examined a small rack of pre-cut flowers for a bouquet, occasionally glancing at the list of words on your wrist. You picked up a lavender stalk and a white daisy, furrowing your brow before turning to him. You asked which flower would go better with red roses. He initially thought you were addressing a passerby, but when the silence stretched on, he looked up to find you gazing at him intently. Could you really? No, it couldn't be. You pointed out that it was rude to ignore someone who asked a question. He was taken aback. How was this possible? You were human. He stammered, his eyes darting between the lavender and daisy you held. White worked well with red, right? He nodded, suggesting the daisies. You hummed in contentment as you arranged them in the bouquet. This exchange continued for quite some time, with you asking him short questions or making small talk. Tokoyami didn't want to admit it, but you were starting to grow on him. Though you were a bit quiet, he preferred the silence. Oddly, you always seemed to know what to say to him, as if you were the angel and he was the human. Over time, he began to notice your timid behavior around others. You shied away from customers and coworkers alike, avoiding eye contact as best you could. One day, as you sat beside him, braiding a dandelion bracelet around his wrist, he couldn't help but ask about your reluctance to engage with others. You admitted that you were shy and that people found your eyes a little alarming. You explained that your eyes tended to glow and that you could read others' emotions, which made people uneasy. Tokoyami found it hard to believe anyone could be intimidated by you. You were incredibly kind, with a purple soul that reflected your nurturing nature. Why would they fear you for simply being able to sense their emotions? Humans were strange creatures. He stated plainly that he trusted you. You lifted your head, a hint of a smile forming on your lips. Tokoyami felt his heart flutter in his chest, a strong urge to hold you close for comfort, but he restrained himself. You were human with a pure soul. He couldn't allow you to be tainted by feelings for him. You thanked him, expressing how much his words meant to you before disappearing into the shop. He sat alone, eyes fixed on the door you had entered. Though he might no longer be the holiest of angels, he vowed to be your guardian angel from that moment on. Kasai-sen grumbled as he stepped out of his sleek black Mazda, a car that seemed at odds with his demeanor. He muttered about being told to take a day off, only to find himself at the station anyway. You greeted him with a wave, standing with the rest of Investigative Division 1, teasing him about finally managing to get out of bed that morning. He ducked under the yellow caution tape, choosing to ignore your comment, something he had become accustomed to over time. You nodded in reply, kneeling down to peel off your gloves and place your palm against the warm concrete. As you activated your quirk, you closed your eyes to concentrate, feeling the vibrations spreading throughout the earth. There were 7 hostages and only 1 villain. 10 minutes had passed since the initial break-in, and the hostages were being held at gunpoint, preventing any pro-heroes or personnel from entering. Checking your watch, you noted that a hostage negotiator had been called a minute ago, but he wouldn't arrive for another 15 minutes due to a purse snatcher with a gigantification quirk blocking the main road. Kasai-san stared at the blocked bank entrance before glancing at the pro-heroes Death Arms and Crust, who were arguing with a police officer trying to gain entry. You noticed the officer's shiny new badge. Poor Nishikuen was just an intern. You promised yourself to buy him a coffee later. Kasai-san approached a nearby officer and borrowed a megaphone, directing it toward the bank. He called out, urging the villain to come out peacefully, assuring that no one would get hurt and that they could talk it over. Everyone hoped for a signal of surrender, but the response was only static silence. Activating your quirk again, you sensed that the villain had merely tightened his grip on one of the hostages, pressing the barrel of his gun against her temple. He hesitated, choosing the female bank teller over the little girl closest to him. Time was running out, and the situation was precarious. If a pro-hero became impatient and charged in, it could lead to disaster. You were aware that 15 minutes was a long wait, and the circumstances were likely to worsen. If only you could. Kasai-san interrupted your thoughts by asking how many hours of crisis negotiation training you had completed. A small grin spread across your face as you replied that you had completed 43 hours. He then asked if you were willing to be the impromptu negotiator. You raised your eyebrows slightly, the minimal response allowed to a superior officer, and began peeling off your gloves while unholstering your gun. You reminded him that the minimum requirement was 40 hours and that this was something you had been training for. Kasai-san gave you a quick look of uncertainty but eventually nodded, affirming your new assignment. You walked up to the entrance, flipping open your badge to the standing officer, announcing that you would be the on-site negotiator. He looked you over before stepping aside, relaying the message through the radio to keep all pro-heroes and officers outside until further notice. A cold blast of air conditioning greeted you as you pushed the door open and stepped into the bank. The moment your boots clicked against the ceramic tiles, the villain shoved the gun barrel deeper into the hostage's temple, threatening to shoot if anyone moved. You calmly announced that you were an unarmed negotiator with the police department, keeping your voice clear and your movements deliberate. The villain was visibly shaken as you approached, hands raised. His eyes darted around the building, and he was breathing heavily, struggling to manage the hyperventilating hostage. The 7 hostages were gathered near the reception counters, most of them everyday working-class citizens, including a mother and her young daughter at the back. The female bank teller in the villain's grip was sobbing and pleading for her life. Although the villain pretended to be unaffected by her tears, the faltering grip on his gun and his anxious glances revealed his uncertainty. Taking a deep breath, you assured him that everything would be okay. You urged him to put down his weapon and deactivate his quirk, promising that you could handle the situation safely and get everyone out unharmed. The villain threatened you, insisting that if he let the hostage go, a pro-hero would rush in to take him down. It was clear he was losing control, and his ski mask did little to hide the panic on his face. He favored his right hand as he adjusted his grip on the gun, revealing a strip of pale skin on his ring finger. His nervousness indicated that he likely didn't know how to use the weapon properly, especially with his poor stance and slumped posture. Choosing not to display his quirk seemed to stem from its ineffectiveness in this situation. You reminded yourself not to make assumptions too early. You promised him that as long as he didn't hurt anyone, there would be no retaliation. You gestured toward the one-way windows, explaining that if he shot the woman, the police and pro-heroes outside would hear the gunshot and rush in, leading to a confrontation. You emphasized that this was not how the situation needed to end. His curses erupted in a torrent of rage and panic as he questioned his chances. You gently reassured him that they were not bad at all. You recounted a recent case where someone had attempted to break into a bank vault, and after negotiations, he had been allowed to leave in a car without harming anyone. The disbelief in the villain's eyes was palpable as he locked gazes with you, questioning whether the previous individual had lived. You confirmed that he had escaped without incident, deliberately omitting the fact that he had been caught the next day while trying to board a flight to France. You paused to squint at the female hostage's name tag, addressing the villain directly. If he let Ito-san and the others go, he could leave safely. The villain suddenly demanded money, seizing the opportunity. He removed the gun from Ito-san's temple and waved it at the other hostages, insisting that everything would be better if he just had money. You assured him that you could arrange that, cautiously raising your hands and slowly moving back toward the front door. The villain raised his gun, panic evident in his eyes as he aimed it at the protagonist's chest. He watched closely as they moved toward the entrance, desperation in his voice as he demanded the money. He expressed his frustration with the heroes, believing they thought they owned the world. The threat of violence hung in the air, but the tension was palpable without graphic detail. The story continued with 5 instances where the protagonist interrupted their boyfriend at work. The first encounter with Toshinori's students was far from ideal. It was a sweltering morning, and the protagonist was frustrated after discovering he had forgotten his lunch. Instead of sending a message, they decided to drop by the classroom during his busy day. As Toshinori explained the day's training to Class 1A, the door burst open, and the protagonist stormed in, visibly upset. The sight of them, cheeks flushed and breathing heavily, caught Toshinori off guard. They warned him about forgetting his lunch again, sensing the impending scolding. He quickly glanced at his stunned students, trying to maintain professionalism. The protagonist held out his bento box, and as soon as he took it, they turned on their heel and left, muttering a quick farewell. The second encounter was brief but intense. At Island, the protagonist rushed to the top of the tower, hoping to assist Toshinori in apprehending villains. Arriving late, they were met with a chaotic scene of debris falling from the sky. Panic surged through them at the thought of Toshinori getting hurt. They dashed past his students and found Midoriya and Melissa, forcing a smile despite their worry. After learning Toshinori's location, they rushed to him, pinching his cheek in frustration. He winced, and while he tried to explain, the protagonist's stern expression softened slightly, though they still held onto his cheek. The third encounter was much more positive. The protagonist arrived at the USJ, where Toshinori was instructing his students. As he announced a special guest, the The protagonist seized the moment to make a grand entrance, greeting him with a cheerful tone. The surprise on Tashinori's face was priceless, and he was clearly not expecting her presence. They playfully explained that they had come in Aizawa's place, adding a light-hearted twist to the day. The lesson began with the protagonist introducing themselves and engaging with the students. As they observed the training exercises, they couldn't resist teasing Tashinori, who usually maintained a strong demeanor as All Might. The students watched their interactions with amusement, particularly one boy who seemed fascinated. At one point, the protagonist, deep in concentration, pulled a coffee cup from thin air, much to Tashinori's disbelief. When Midoriya excitedly approached, asking about the quirk, the protagonist explained its effects and why they used it, earning a playful reprimand from Tashinori. As the lesson concluded, the protagonist blew him a kiss, leaving him with a bashful smile. That evening, Tashinori returned home to find the protagonist curled up under the bedsheets, groaning about a headache. He sighed, retrieving a heat compress from the desk and gently pressing it against their forehead, showing his care and concern. He murmured that you would regret it, but you smirked back, questioning when you had ever said that. Your fourth meeting with the class was a bit embarrassing. They were on a trip to the local shopping center when you had unexpectedly joined them after finishing a battle with a villain who had a slime quirk. As you walked, you noticed a small slime-like creature near your foot, and despite its unusual appearance, you found it rather cute. You bent down to pet it, but it recoiled slightly, revealing its sharp teeth, causing you to take off running. The creature was surprisingly fast, chasing after you as you maneuvered through the crowd. You screamed in panic, racing past a group of kids and someone who looked eerily similar to your boyfriend. Upon glancing back, you realized it was indeed your boyfriend. You waved at him with a cheerful, "Hi, honey," before continuing your frantic escape, knowing your ankles were in peril. Naturally, he and the entire class chased after you, though it took them a moment to catch up to the sound of your boots echoing against the floor. When they finally found you, you were perched halfway up a tree, the slime attempting to climb after you. You expressed your annoyance at the creature, stating that you had only wanted to pet it and that it was too cute to harm. Looking down, you spotted your boyfriend's hesitant expression. You greeted him and the 20 kids with a smile, inquiring about their trip. The slime, noticing the audience, turned around and prepared to leap at you again. You quickly hopped down from the tree, stepping on the creature to keep it at bay. Despite its attempts to bite, you crouched down, holding your foot firmly on it, and asked for a scarf. Your boyfriend, confused at first, quickly realized what you needed and handed you his scarf. You tied the creature's jaws shut and held it up triumphantly, teasing it for its earlier aggression. Before your boyfriend could scold you for your language in front of the students, you addressed the kids, asking them to pretend they hadn't heard your earlier words. You smiled sweetly and he almost rolled his eyes. You mentioned needing to take the creature to the police station, but upon seeing his disappointed expression, you paused. Curious, you asked what was wrong. He hesitated, searching for the right words, until Mina jumped in, asking if you could join them after your errand. He smiled gratefully at her suggestion, and the rest of the class voiced their agreement. Turning back to you, he asked if you wanted to come shopping with them. You saw the hopeful look on his face and, unable to resist, agreed. The rest of the day was spent enjoying the company of the aspiring heroes while your boyfriend shyly dodged questions about your relationship. If your fourth meeting with Class 1A was embarrassing, the fifth was even worse. After finishing a particularly frustrating battle with a villain, you decided to visit your boyfriend. You entered UA and found his classroom empty. Since lunch break wasn't over, you made yourself comfortable at the front desk and waited, unaware that exhaustion was taking its toll. You were jolted awake by Uraraka shaking your shoulders. Confused, you scanned the worried faces of Class 1A gathered around you before settling on Tashinori at the door. He asked what was going on, and upon seeing you, his concern deepened. You greeted him with a slurred, "Hey, handsome," which only heightened his worry. He asked if you were drunk and you scoffed, wishing you were. As you attempted to sit up, pain shot through you, and you realized you were bleeding from a cut on your forehead. When Tashinori saw the blood, he rushed to your side, asking if you were okay and what had happened. You shrugged, trying to downplay the situation. He insisted on taking you to Recovery Girl, but you protested, claiming you were fine. You wiped the blood away with your sleeve, trying to reassure him with a lazy grin. Seeing his concern, you leaned in and kissed him, not caring about the audience of high school students. This seemed to quiet him as he handed you a water bottle and sent the class to their seats, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. The lesson passed quickly, with only a few remarks from you. Once the classroom was empty, Toshinori crouched in front of you, moving your hair aside to check your forehead. Noticing it was just a small cut, he sighed in relief, but before he could express his worry, your lips met his again, and he eagerly returned the kiss. When you broke apart, a soft hum escaped your lips before a smirk spread across your face. You playfully reminded him about the homework he had forgotten to assign. You sniffled and looked up from your phone, a trace of a smile lingering on your face. Slowly rising from the couch, you sneezed before making your way to the front hallway to unlock the door. Just moments after sitting back down, the door opened hesitantly. You recognized the familiar presence without needing to hear a voice, but still called out, "Hello? YN?" A raspy voice echoed through the apartment. It was Shigaraki. "Right here," you sneezed again. "Toma," you replied weakly. Footsteps approached, and soon your boyfriend appeared in the living room, holding a bag with his pinky raised. "Hi," he mumbled, standing awkwardly. You paused and reached your hand out to him. "You're sick." "Oh, yeah." You pulled your hand back, hugging yourself. "No. I mean." He sighed and walked over, kissing your forehead gently. "Just wait." He moved into the kitchen, fumbling around. You focused your attention on the TV, tapping your leg as you waited. A few minutes later, the enticing smell of soup wafted through the living room. Closing your eyes, you inhaled deeply, smiling at the comforting aroma. Shigaraki returned, holding a bowl of soup and a bottle of water, the bag nowhere in sight. As he walked over, you reached out to him. "Thanks, Toma." He shrugged slightly and handed the bowl to you. "No problem. Eat." You sat up carefully, making sure not to spill on yourself or the couch. Scooting over to make space beside you, you patted the spot and looked up at him. He slowly walked over and sat next to you, hesitantly wrapping an arm around your shoulder. "Did you not make anything for yourself?" you mumbled, stirring the soup. He shook his head. "Only for you." You pursed your lips and turned to him. Getting a spoonful, you offered it to him, swallowing hard. Both you and Shigaraki were not particularly good at expressing affection, often opting for silent companionship instead. His eyes widened slightly, and a blush crept across his face as he swallowed and leaned away. "Oh, sorry," you said, rubbing the back of your neck. He leaned back in. "Don't be." Grinning, you continued to feed him more bites until he gently grabbed your wrist. "It's for you. Besides, I ate earlier. I'll be fine." He guided the bite you had into your mouth. You pouted but swallowed anyway. He watched silently as you finished, then took the bowl to the kitchen. He returned a few moments later, immediately going to your side. You smiled as he wrapped his arm around your waist, surprised by his clinginess. He leaned his head on your shoulder, turning his attention to the TV while rubbing circles on your side. Turning away, you sneezed into your arm and groaned. He sat up and looked at you. "Want to play a game? Board cards? Whatever you want?" he asked, trying to distract you. Nodding, you turned back to him. "How about cards? I've got Uno." "All right." He watched with a smirk as you stood up to find the deck. Sitting back down, you curled up in a blanket and shuffled the cards. After a minute or two, you dealt 7 cards to yourself and him. Time passed, and you suddenly shouted, "Uno," before sneezing into your arm. He smirked, amused, before gathering all the cards and tossing them onto your coffee table. "Hey," you started to protest when he pulled you blankets and all onto his lap, leaning back on the couch. Blushing, you hid your face behind your hands, confused by his sudden affection. As if he could read your thoughts, he whispered, "I hate seeing you sick." Gently, he moved your hands aside. Relaxing, you leaned down and rested your face on his chest. He pressed a kiss to your forehead and rubbed circles on your back. He turned the TV to something else and leaned his head on yours as you closed your eyes. Both of you quickly fell asleep, holding on to each other. Idru was a young rider without a dragon yet. He didn't have enough money to buy one from a breeder, but he could afford the supplies to care for a potential companion. Kirishima dreamed of having a bull or earth-class dragon, known for their strength and stubbornness. However, Idru's draconium influence leaned more towards blue. He was neither disappointed nor upset about it, but an energy-class dragon was not his first choice. His perspective changed the day he stumbled upon an injured blue dragon. The poor creature appeared to have been beaten and mistreated, as if its owner had finally grown tired of it. The dragon was primarily yellow, with a long black streak resembling a thunderbolt running from the back of its left eye to the end of its hip. The tips of its 4 legs were blue, a common trait among energy-class dragons. The creature lay still, and Idru felt helpless. It was too heavy for him to carry alone, but leaving it outside was not an option. Danger lurked in the night. He faced a dilemma. Idru was conflicted but soon had an idea. "Don't move, buddy," he said. "I'll be right back. I'll patch you up." He dashed back to his house, which was not too far away but still a distance from the injured dragon. Rummaging through his belongings, he searched for snacks and a few bandages, the ideal items to tend to an injured dragon. As he ran back, he failed to notice the man standing near the dragon, furious and ready to strike the creature again. Idru arrived just in time to stop the man from laying a hand on the poor dragon. "What do you think you're doing?" he growled, catching the man's wrist. "Haven't you beaten that dragon enough? Look at him. He's all hurt." "None of your business, kid," the man yelled back. "My dragon escaped. I had to teach him a lesson. Leave me alone." Kirishima was determined not to back down. He was furious to see a man ready to harm an innocent dragon for no reason. The redhead expressed his anger, declaring that it was not manly to attack a defenseless creature. He insisted that the man leave before he took action himself, emphasizing that no one should treat a dragon like a punching bag. The man, frightened, quickly ran away. Kirishima then turned his attention to the injured dragon, who looked at him with gratitude in his eyes. He sat beside the creature and offered a snack. Initially hesitant, the dragon eventually accepted the food, recognizing it as a chance to eat something. The poor energy-class dragon was quite thin, having received little nourishment in his previous home and had endured regular mistreatment. Idru couldn't bear to see such a majestic being in such a state. After giving the dragon a snack, he began to tend to its wounds. The creature was restless, so Kirishima offered another snack to soothe him. Gradually, the dragon calmed down, allowing Kirishima to clean his injuries. Kirishima had learned to care for dragons and understood the importance of respect, which paid off as the energy-class reptile regained the ability to move. With a smile, Kirishima praised the dragon for his strength, noting that he was now okay but needed shelter for the night. He noticed the dragon's discomfort at the mention of a shelter, yet he insisted. Kirishima had a stable and planned to spend a few nights alongside his new friend to provide companionship and comfort. As he searched for a name for the dragon, he realized it had none. Kirishima asked if the dragon had a name, to which the creature shook his head. An idea struck him, and he proposed the name Denki. The blue dragon responded with happy stamps, clearly approving of the name. This marked the beginning of a great friendship and a promising team on the racetracks. Time passed, and it was hard to recall how long it had been since they had taken you. You estimated it had been about a year, given the changing seasons outside. It had been late summer when you were kidnapped, and now, looking out the window, you saw early spring with patches of green grass and fresh buds on the trees. Despite your situation, the view was quite tranquil. When the pro heroes Present Mike and Eraserhead first approached you during one of your late-night walks home, you were taken aback. They spoke to you as if you were an old friend, which confused you since you didn't know either of them. You attempted to excuse yourself, but they stepped into your path, stating they were not mistaken about your identity. Fear gripped you as you realized they had been watching you for some time, particularly since that night at the bridge. You remembered that night vividly. It was when you had contemplated jumping into the raging waters of the river. Struggling with depression for years, you had turned to alcohol that evening and found yourself at the bridge, crying and contemplating your choices. Ultimately, you chose to go home. You noticed they had moved closer, and instinctively, You took a step back, only to have them follow. Present Mike explained that they had been in the area that night and heard your cries, which had deeply affected them. Eraserhead added that they were prepared to catch you if you had fallen, emphasizing how relieved they were that you had decided to go home instead. They had followed you to ensure your safety, and as they spoke, their expressions were warm and sincere, though the situation felt unsettling. Present Mike continued, sharing that initially, they just wanted to ensure you were okay, but over time, they had come to appreciate your kind nature. They admitted to developing feelings for you, though they couldn't pinpoint exactly when it happened. That's why they were there that night. Everything was finally ready for you to come home with them. He finished with a broad smile, arms spread wide as if expecting you to run into them. Your voice came out squeaky as disbelief washed over you. You thought you must be misunderstanding them. They couldn't have just admitted to following you, and there was no way they were implying what you feared. The expressions on their faces, however, told a different story. Just as you decided to turn and escape, realization dawning on you about how unsettling the encounter was, Shoyuta sensed your shift and gently took hold of your hands. He tried to reason with you, speaking softly. They understood this was sudden for you, but they just wanted what was best for you. Arms wrapped around your waist, holding your arms to your sides. Hisashi assured you that this was for your own good. You might not understand it now, but you had to trust them. They wanted to keep you safe even from yourself, and the only way to do that was for you to come with them. You wanted to run, to scream, to fight back. But being naturally passive and terrified, you attempted to reason with them instead. You expressed your gratitude for their concern but insisted you weren't ready for anything like this. You foolishly thought that would be enough. Your eyes widened in shock when a firm hand covered your mouth, and you felt a small pinch in your upper left arm. Looking down, you noticed that the erasure hero had produced a small syringe and injected you before you could fully comprehend what was happening. A sick feeling settled in your stomach as tears welled in your eyes, disbelief washing over you. Shoyuta pulled the needle from your arm, capping it and putting it away for disposal. He acknowledged that you weren't ready for a relationship, but you were coming home with them regardless. They needed to keep you safe. Hisashi turned your head gently, nuzzling into your neck. They understood it would take time for you to comprehend, and they were willing to wait. They promised they would be the best partners you could ask for. That was one of the last things you heard before the drag took effect, and you passed out, only to awaken hours later in the basement room they had prepared for you. The first few months were challenging as they kept you there around the clock. The spacious basement resembled an apartment, equipped with all the necessities. A nice bathroom, a big comfy bed with warm blankets and pillows, books, a TV with movies, and a fridge stocked with pre-prepared food and snacks. You weren't allowed to cook for yourself, as that involved knives and other potential dangers. Despite the comforts, it was maddening to see the same surroundings day after day. In an effort to gain small freedoms, like being allowed upstairs, you began to behave for them and stopped trying to escape. You knew this was probably the isolation and a sense of attachment talking, but honestly, neither of the heroes was all that bad. Sure, they had taken you against your will, but they genuinely seemed to care about your happiness. They never pushed you to do anything uncomfortable, limiting their touches to small hugs and handholding, sometimes even a light kiss if you were having a particularly good day. They were unfailingly kind and understanding of your feelings, which likely contributed to your growing desire for their affection. It felt nice to be wanted, even under such unusual circumstances. But one question weighed heavily on your mind, keeping you from fully accepting them. You asked them why they wanted you in the first place, expressing your feelings of inadequacy. They stared at you in disbelief before their expressions shifted to concern. They moved closer, sitting on either side of you on the couch. Hisashi placed a warm hand on your knee, insisting you were perfect, sweet, kind, caring, and beautiful. They wondered who else they could possibly want. His words stirred your emotions, and you struggled to hold back tears as you expressed your feelings of unworthiness. You believed someone more confident, someone who could stand beside them rather than behind them, would be a better fit. Shoyuta gently urged you to look at him, and when you did, he cupped your face in his hands. He professed their love for you, assuring you they didn't have all the answers but wanted you to believe in their feelings. You were a wonderfully sweet person, and they would do everything they could to help you see that they wanted you to be theirs. Tears flowed freely now as he pulled you into his lap, with Hisashi cuddling up to your back as quiet sobs shook your small frame. They urged you to trust them and let them handle everything, promising they would make you happy if you gave them the chance. You knew this was fundamentally wrong. You shouldn't feel okay with this, shouldn't want it. But it was easier to give in and accept the situation. You longed for love and care, and if they wanted to spend their lives proving that to you, who were you to deny them or yourself? Especially when it's what all three of them wanted. It was small and quiet, but she nodded her head, feeling a mix of determination and vulnerability. She could do this, but she hoped they wouldn't let her down. Hands gently petted her back and hair as they all curled up together, savoring each other's presence. They would never let her down. The excitement in the classroom was palpable as the students buzzed with anticipation. 2 pro heroes were supposed to visit that day, and the students speculated about who they might be. One of them hoped it would be Deku, someone they admired greatly. Another student noted that the heroes had once been in this very class, taught by Aizawa, their current teacher. The fact that these heroes had faced hardships during their training made their presence even more thrilling. Aizawa's voice cut through the chatter, commanding attention. He reminded the class that they would be trained by 2 alumni of UA and that they would have a chance to ask questions before changing into their hero suits. The door slid open, revealing 2 familiar figures. Mina, radiating cheerfulness, greeted the class warmly, while Wyan stood beside her, appearing slightly disinterested. She noticed some of the boys checking out her partner, and a protective instinct flared within her. A playful jab from Mina nudged her into acknowledging the students. Before the training began, Mina introduced herself and Yn, expressing their excitement to work with the class. Yn casually mentioned that she didn't want to carry their future child, a comment that surprised some of the students. When a girl named Ayumi asked if they were really going to have a baby, Yn confirmed it, feeling a mix of pride and apprehension. The conversation took a turn when a boy made an inappropriate comment, prompting Ayumi to scold him for his insensitivity. Tension filled the air, and Yn found herself tempted to retaliate, but Mina intervened, redirecting the focus back to the training. Later, after a long day of training, Yn collapsed onto the couch, exhausted. Mina, busy in the laundry room, reminded her to keep her shoes off the freshly vacuumed couch. Yn quickly complied, kicking off her shoes and relaxing. Mina approached, asking if Yn had anything for the washing machine. Yn pointed to her hero suit, and Mina playfully asked her to hand it over. Their banter continued, filled with laughter and light-hearted teasing about their future family. As they discussed their plans for parenthood, Yn shared her vision of a mini version of Mina, full of energy. Mina, in turn, expressed her desire for a child who resembled Yn. They contemplated asking a close friend, Kirishima, to be their sperm donor, weighing the pros and cons of such a decision. Mina's playful suggestion of both of them carrying children sparked curiosity in Yn. The idea of having 2 kids was exciting yet daunting, and they both knew that navigating parenthood as a same-sex couple would come with its own challenges. But their love for each other and their determination to face the world together made them feel ready for whatever lay ahead. You don't want to start with just one first? The thought of 2 babies crying and screaming in the middle of the night made Yn visibly pale. Mina, brimming with excitement, suggested that having them close in age would be adorable. They could even throw double birthday parties. She continued to express how cute their future children would be. Yn tried to calm her friend, reminding her that they hadn't even asked Kirishima yet. Mina quickly proposed inviting him over for pizza the next day. Yn agreed, stretching and letting out an exaggerated sound of enthusiasm. Mina texted Kirishima, and Yn decided that if he agreed, they would both carry. The next day, the 2 girls spent the day tidying up the house before Kirishima arrived. They ordered pizza and set up video games in their living room. Despite being adults, they still enjoyed playing video games and eating pizza with friends. When Kirishima finally arrived, Yn felt nervous. She knew him from high school, but she worried he might not be comfortable with their request. After a few rounds of Mario Kart and 2 empty pizza boxes, Mina brought up the reason for their invitation. She explained that they had a favor to ask. Kirishima was intrigued, wondering what 2 of the toughest girls he knew could possibly need his help with. He initially thought it might be work-related, but Mina quickly clarified that it was a big ask. She reassured him that he didn't have to say yes if he didn't want to. They explained that they wanted to have kids but needed his help since 2 girls couldn't conceive. They asked if he would consider being their SPRM donor. Yan placed her hand on Mina's knee for reassurance. Kirishima was taken aback. He couldn't believe they wanted him for this. He began to ramble, expressing his concerns about his quirk and how it might affect their children. He wondered if he would be introduced as their father and how that would work. Mina reassured him that they chose him because they trusted him, not because of his quirk. They would love for him to be involved in the children's lives, but they understood if he preferred not to. Kirishima was silent for a moment before finally agreeing to help. Mina looked as if she might cry from happiness. Kirishima moved closer to console her, confused by her tears. Yan explained that Mina had wanted kids for a long time, and now that they had Kirishima's support, those were tears of joy. Kirishima chuckled, realizing it would be unmanly not to be involved in their children's lives. Mina playfully suggested that they might end up with twins, which made Yan laugh. 4 years later, Kentaro ran to Yan, calling her mommy. She lifted him with ease and kissed his forehead, asking about his day at school. As she moved into the living room, she greeted her wife with a kiss and hugged Kirishima, who was playing with their daughter, Miyuki. Kirishima had not lived with them, but he had kept his promise to be a father figure to the children, and their bond had only grown stronger. Kentaro proudly announced that he and Miyuki had developed their quirks. Yan asked if they had already shown their mom and dad. Kentaro, carried by Mina, had a slight pink tint to his skin, similar to his mother's, while his hair was pink with black roots, like his father's. He had red scara, while Miyuki, held by Yan, had a regular skin tone and hair the same color as Yan's, along with 2 different colored eyes. When they activated their quirks, both exhibited Kirishima's hardening ability. Kentaro also had Mina's acid quirk, while Miyuki had Yan's liquid manipulation. Kirishima was astonished that both children had inherited his quirk. Kentaro expressed his admiration for it, insisting it was manly. Mina agreed, beaming with pride. Miyuki added that they wouldn't get hurt easily, reassuring their parents. Kirishima smiled, telling them they were lucky to have 2 amazing moms with incredible quirks who loved them dearly. Yan pointed out that they also had an awesome quirk from their dad, which served as both defense and offense. Kentaro declared that they would become the best hero team ever, raising his sister's hand in triumph. Mina asked if they wanted to be heroes, and Kentaro enthusiastically affirmed that he wanted to be like his moms and dad. Miyuki, with her naturally quiet voice, nodded in agreement, expressing her desire to help people too. Miyuki's attempt to shout came out in a sweet, normal tone, which was quite adorable. Kirishima never imagined he would feel such joy in having kids, even if it wasn't the way he had envisioned. He was pleased that they admired his quirk rather than resented it. Kentaro dashed toward their room, exclaiming that the Ashido Kirishima hero team was ready. Miyuki cheered, though her voice was soft. Kirishima pondered why his name was included, considering both kids were Ashidos. He found it puzzling. Maybe it's because they inherited their quirks from both you and Ashido, came the response. Kids are strange, he remarked. Hey, our little ones are amazing, came the reply. That they are. Your relationship with Bakugo was anything but ordinary. From the very first day, you weren't entirely sure if you truly loved him. His confrontational confession felt more like a demand, yet for reasons unknown, you had agreed. Thus began your complicated journey. You had to admit that Bakugo often played the role of a boyfriend surprisingly well. His bluntness was refreshing in a world filled with pretense. He cared for you in his own unique way, showing it through small gestures and moments of physical affection. He ensured you took care of yourself and expressed his disappointment when you didn't. At times, you felt a twinge of guilt over his unwavering dedication. It wasn't that you harbored ill feelings towards him. Relationships were just daunting. The vulnerability that came with being close to someone could be frightening. You had always kept a part of yourself guarded. If Bakugo noticed, he hadn't mentioned it, but you felt uneasy about everything. Especially in moments like this. Was this how things were supposed to be? Bakugo grumbled for you to stay put, not bothering to look at you as he held you from behind on the couch. He insisted there was no reason to go out with others. This topic had been a source of tension for a week. You had excitedly accepted an invitation to a week-long retreat with your classmates, but Bakugo was clearly displeased. You sighed, feeling the weight of the conversation. Did you really need to discuss this now? Bakugo insisted there was nothing to talk about and simply wanted you to stay home. His willingness to drop the subject surprised you, indicating he was finally acknowledging your irritation and desire for peace. His methods of persuasion were evolving, making it difficult to hold back a snarky response. As you adjusted your position to get comfortable, Bakugo tightened his grip around your waist, as if he anticipated you would try to leave. Even when you settled, his hold remained firm. You tried to reason with him, explaining that it was just a week, not a year, and that you would still have your phone. You felt his muscles tense, likely grimacing at your words. It was easier to stand your ground when you didn't see the full range of emotions on his face, but you could still picture it vividly. Instead of a sharp retort, silence enveloped you. You could hear the steady rise and fall of his breath, and the tension in the air was palpable. After a few moments, he shifted behind you, and you felt his warm breath against your neck as he nestled closer. "It's too long," he muttered, his voice muffled against your skin. His grip was unyielding, making it clear that leaving would be a challenge. You needed to think of a way to navigate this situation. An idea formed in your mind. "It could be good for us," you explained slowly, realizing it would be hard to gauge his reaction while facing away. You managed to loosen his grip just enough to turn and face him, his expression as expected, furrowed brows and a thin line for lips. You offered a gentle smile and rubbed your hand over his shoulder. "Katsu," you began in a soft tone, "I didn't want to admit this because it's a bit embarrassing, but—" You paused deliberately, noticing how Bakugo leaned in, intrigued by your words. "What do you mean?" he asked, tapping his finger on your side. You felt a surge of triumph. "I came across an article about love advice. It said that distance makes the heart grow fonder. I think after this, I'll appreciate my time with you even more." Bakugo blinked, his expression thoughtful. He hummed, considering your explanation. To emphasize your point, you averted your gaze, pretending to feel flustered. His reaction seemed to indicate that your words were having an effect. "I guess, maybe that makes sense," he grumbled, narrowing his eyes with mild suspicion. "I still won't like it. Can't you just come back early?" You shook your head, determined. "That's not how it works. We need time apart for it to be effective. It'll all be for nothing if we don't see it through." Bakugo clicked his tongue, clearly reluctant to concede. His pride was a familiar obstacle, but as the minutes passed, you sensed his resolve weakening. You silently celebrated your small victory, feeling that perhaps you and Bakugo were indeed meant for one another. He slipped through your fingers in an instant, evading your reach. "Shinya, come back here," you called out. "No," he replied calmly as he always did. He was close, likely observing your composure as it began to fray. For someone who was known for being formal and composed, he took great pleasure in pushing your buttons. It was a mystery how he maintained such a public image while keeping his life completely private. You didn't mind, though. It was a calm lifestyle for both of you. However, living beside him 24/7 felt like a form of punishment. He insisted that the food was the only option available, but you were met with his cold refusal. He remained hidden away in a nook beside you, his presence felt but not seen. You sighed, placing the meal on the kitchen table and taking a seat, your drowsy expression reflecting your frustration. You pinched the bridge of your nose, wondering how he could be such a tease. You questioned whether your cooking was truly that bad, exhaling loudly as you buried your head in your hands. Just then, a flash of color caught your eye, and he appeared behind you, looming over your shoulder. He reminded you to keep your elbows off the table, and you turned to face him, steadying your posture as you puffed out your cheeks in annoyance. He clasped his hands together, tilting his head with an aloof grin. He promised to help next time, but pointed out that you had still made mistakes. You couldn't help but call him a cold fish, Shinya. It started subtly. He lingered in the teacher's lounge longer than usual, finding ways to extend his stay whenever you were around. Soon, he took up residence next to you on the couch, engaging in conversations about your students and workload. His interest in your well-being felt genuine, and it was a welcome distraction from the stresses of being a newly transferred teacher at such a prestigious school. As time passed, his behavior became more personal. He was always there, whether it was during breaks or early mornings before class. You wondered how he managed to complete his own work while being around you so often. The closeness was undeniable, and eventually he asked you out on a dinner date. You had grown fond of his company, but you hesitated to accept his invitation. You were aware that your friends might call you a tease, but you understood that his intentions were likely spontaneous, lacking serious thought. Yamada wasn't the most serious of men, and you believed he hadn't fully contemplated the implications of his actions. You politely declined, citing a lack of time and a desire not to distract him from his work, though deep down, it stemmed from your own self-doubt. He accepted your refusal without protest, and you thought he had come to understand that the idea wasn't a good one. However, that assumption soon faded. He became more insistent, suggesting outings after school, inviting you to his favorite restaurant, and even offering to cook for you. Despite your repeated refusals, he continued to pursue you. Small gifts began to appear on your desk, chocolates and flowers at first, innocent tokens of affection. But then the gifts escalated to more luxurious items, like perfumes and jewelry from designer brands. While it felt nice to be doted upon, it also filled you with guilt. You were convinced he hadn't thought through the implications of his actions. To prevent him from spending more than he should, you decided to address the issue directly. This time, you were blunt. Unlike before, he pressed you for your reasoning. You knew a simple explanation wouldn't suffice, so you chose to be honest. You admitted that a successful man like him wouldn't genuinely want to indulge someone like you. You hinted that your past partners hadn't enjoyed their time with you, and it was something they made clear. You expected him to accept your confession and move on, but that was far from what happened. Yamada became visibly emotional and distressed. He demanded to know who had made you think so little of yourself, insisting that there must have been something wrong with them to convince you of such things. When you refused to disclose their identities, he didn't take it well. He left you for the day, asking you to think about what he had said. But when he returned and you still didn't want to share, he became almost patronizing. Eventually, out of frustration, you revealed the names. Afterward, he calmed down, saying you did the right thing by being honest. He left soon after, claiming he had work to finish, but not without giving you a signature wink and smile. You returned home that day feeling unsettled to your core. He was too eager to leave, and that was just the beginning of your unease. As a teacher at a hero school, staying updated on the news was part of your responsibility. Your students often asked questions about current events, and it was essential to be well informed. However, after witnessing the latest coverage of villain activity, you wished you could unsee it. The perpetrator was still at large, increasing the anxiety among those who, like you, were aware of the crimes committed that night. The newscaster displayed images of individuals you had confided about to Yamada, all deceased, their bodies unrecognizable. You sat frozen in fear for what felt like hours. Eventually, you snapped out of your thoughts and hurried to lock all the doors and windows of your home. As you reached the front door, your heart sank at the sight of a small box on your doorstep. Weighing your options, you decided you had nothing to lose and opened the door. In a swift motion, you grabbed the box and shut the door behind you, locking it immediately. With hesitation, you placed the parcel on your coffee table. Gathering your courage, you untied the ribbon and slowly lifted the lid. The contents made your stomach churn. Inside were numerous photographs, too many to count. Some captured you at work, others while walking home. Many seemed to have been taken from outside your windows. You saw yourself eating dinner and cleaning, but you could barely glance at the more unsettling images before tossing them back into the pile. When you reached the bottom of the parcel, a handwritten note awaited you. It read that the sender hoped the pictures would help you see how perfect you were in their eyes. The note concluded with a promise to teach you once you returned home, signed, Zashi. Then, the front door lock clicked open. Following in Sir Nitai's footsteps, you couldn't bear to watch your lover, All Might, continue his hero work with such severe injuries. You stared at the neon elevator numbers as they changed, counting each one slowly. It felt like the weeks since the incident were passing in the same agonizing manner. The elevator chimed, and the doors opened to reveal a dimly lit hallway. Although visiting hours had ended, you had special permission. Your footsteps echoed in the silence as you made your way down the corridor. The facility had done well to disguise its true nature. Ornate paintings adorned the walls, and fresh flowers decorated every corner. The rooms were more comfortable than some hotels you had visited, yet the reality remained that this was a long-term care facility for the critically ill and injured. You stopped at the door of room inside. A familiar voice spoke softly. After several minutes of deep breaths, you quietly slid the door open. In the softly lit room, Recovery Girl turned to you with a warm smile. She sat beside the large bed where All Might lay, connected to a network of cords and monitors. "And there she is," the older woman said pleasantly. "I was beginning to think you'd gotten lost." You hung your coat and bag on a nearby rack, apologizing for being late due to work. "It's fine, dear," she replied with a wave of her hand. "Thank you for coming by on short notice. I'm happy to help out, especially here." She glanced at All Might and then back at you. "He's doing better since they moved him from the ICU. The staff here is doing a great job, and I even recommended some treatments." You nodded, taking her hand as she prepared to leave. "I'll give them some more if I see them on my way out," she said. You insisted on covering her cab fare, but she refused, suggesting you take care of yourself instead. She noted that you looked worn, and you brushed off her concern, handing her some bills. "Feel free to call or text me whenever, dear. I'm here to help," she said before leaving. After closing the door, you took a moment of silence before sitting on the edge of the bed. Your hand gently rubbed All Might's leg. You greeted him softly, knowing that anyone else might think he was asleep, but you could see he was wide awake, despite the shadows covering his blue eyes. He swallowed painfully and nodded, his forehead glistening with sweat. You asked how he was feeling, but he simply replied that he was fine. His voice was strained, and you winced at the sound. You offered him some sugar-free electrolyte drinks and jello, sharing that the doctor had said he could soon transition to solid foods. He stared blankly at the ceiling as you spoke. Your visits had become quiet and tense, with the only sounds being the beeping of machines. It broke your heart to see All Might, the usually vibrant and cheerful hero, reduced to this state. His injuries were severe, and it was clear that his career as the #1 hero was over. You couldn't fathom the physical and emotional pain he was enduring. Determined to lift his spirits, you visited as often as possible, providing care and support alongside the medical staff. However, it was a struggle. In the beginning, he would try to smile, insisting you were the one who needed cheering up. But as the weeks passed, with surgery after surgery and more bad news, you watched him become a shadow of his former self. His bright smile faded, replaced by a constant, pained expression. The usual golden tan of his skin had turned pale and ghostly. His beautiful blonde locks were left unkempt, matted with sweat against his face and pillow. There were pamphlets filled with recipes and healthy options to work with, and preparing them would be simple enough. The speaker felt confident about making quick, easy meals at any time. The patient expressed a desire to leave, insisting he couldn't stay there. To ease a dry throat, the speaker swallowed and picked up a purple brochure, taking a seat in the bedside chair. The pamphlet contained helpful tips and information. They planned to read over it together once he was up and about. In a few weeks, they would try for physical therapy, maybe even sooner. There was a nurse with a nice healing ability who would be there during the day. Once the doctor gave the thumbs up, she would start working with him. He insisted that people needed a symbol and that he couldn't abandon them. The speaker placed the pamphlet down on the nightstand a little harder than intended, feeling their jaw set. They reminded themselves not to lose their cool. Right now, they needed to focus on what he needed, plenty of rest and recuperation. They leaned over to fluff his pillow and pull the covers up further, assuring him he deserved it after all his hard work. He shouldn't worry about anything else. He coughed painfully, mentioning that villains would appear. The speaker suggested they not discuss that right now and offered to ask the doctor for something to help him sleep. He insisted he needed to be there to stop them. Frustration bubbled within the speaker, and they told him firmly that he needed to sleep. He protested, but the speaker raised their voice, echoing off the plain walls, insisting it was enough. The room fell into an uneasy quiet. Nails dug into clenched fists as they struggled to keep their composure. After taking a deep breath, they spoke again, mentioning that Night Eye had called the night before. His eyes widened in shock, but he turned away before he could respond. The speaker explained that Night Eye had said he kept getting out of bed and ignoring doctor's orders, even having to be sedated twice. He had repeatedly tried to leave, and Night Eye had gathered his things and left the office, refusing to work with him anymore. All Might sighed, acknowledging that Night Eye wasn't lying. The speaker took a shaky breath, asking why he was pushing them away. They expressed their desire to help him, just as he had helped them many times before. They wanted him to see that they cared and loved him. They questioned whether that meant so little to him that he was willing to throw it all away for pride or a childish ideal. When he didn't answer, frustration and rage built within the speaker. They asked about their relationship, expressing their willingness to be understanding and supportive. They declared their love and desire for him to be safe and happy, wanting to be together. Tears welled in their eyes as they admitted they couldn't do this anymore. They couldn't stay if he was willing to risk his life for a selfish fantasy. They refused to watch from the sidelines any longer, feeling overwhelmed. Despite the room being well regulated, they felt icy cold from head to toe. Was it wrong to want him to live, to recover well, and to spend their lives together? They were prepared for the long haul, having done research and set up appointments for therapy and activities to lift his spirits. They loved All Might deeply. After a long silence, he rubbed his temples and spoke in a monotone voice, but his words were clear. He had spoken with the doctors and, though it was ill-advised, he would be discharged the next day. He had signed the paperwork, and one of his assistants would come to pick him up, returning to Might Towers by evening. He promised to call Recovery Girl if anything happened, and otherwise, he would continue operating from there. He apologized. The speaker blinked at the finality of his words. Suddenly, it wasn't anger or sadness that filled their heart, but a mirthless humor. They felt drained and empty. With a cracked, dreary laugh, they remarked on how easy it seemed for him to make that decision. He remained silent, staring at the monitors as they scoffed. They gathered their things from the coat rack, expressing their disbelief at his resolve. They decided to leave, practically ripping the door open and stepping out without looking back. As they walked away, the sound of their shoes echoed off the walls. They fought back tears, pushing the elevator button and watching the neon numbers above the closing doors slip away. Uraraka's frantic scream startled them as they glanced briefly in her direction, noticing she was pinned to the ground by Todoroki's ice. So absorbed in dodging Ojiro's kick, they had failed to see Todoroki converging on them, ready to unleash his fiery quirk. They squealed and instinctively activated their own quirk to bypass his attack, finding themselves back in front of Ojiro. He maneuvered his body to move to their left but, at the last second, used the momentum from his tail to attack their unprotected side. Expecting this, they ducked under his swinging arm and kicked at the back of his knees, knocking him to the ground momentarily. Yan-chan warned them to look out. Without looking behind, they jumped to the side, feeling the warmth of Todoroki's fire as it raged past, hitting Ojiro instead. Ojiro screamed, spinning around to protect himself with his tail, which took the brunt of the heat. "I'm your partner." Taking advantage of Todoroki's wide-eyed hesitation after unintentionally hitting his teammate, you leapt forward until you were face to face with him, landing a solid uppercut to his jaw. He flew backward, landing heavily on his back. Painfully aware of the ticking stopwatch in Aizawa's hand, you sprinted toward Uraraka, who was still trapped beneath a shiny layer of ice. You bit your lip, realizing you didn't have time to free her from her frozen prison. "Go on without me," Uraraka urged before you even reached her. But you began to protest, sliding to a stop in front of her. "The civilian is up there." She pointed toward the ceiling above her. With great effort, she managed to press the tips of her ice-encased fingers together. Release. You looked up and saw Kaminari barreling down toward you, screaming. Aware of the two boys who were quickly recovering and nearing you, you braced yourself, arms outstretched to catch him. My hero, he cheered, hugging you around your neck. Get on my back, you huffed, grunting under his weight. Once he was securely on your back, you started forward, only to realize your feet were glued to the floor by more pesky ice. Groaning in frustration, you pushed past your exertion and used your quirk again, noting with irritation that you could only skip backward a few seconds. Every millisecond counted. The civilian is up there. Before Yurikaka had even finished her sentence, you scrambled atop the ice holding Yurikaka hostage and used the extra height to jump and grab Kaminari, flinging him over your shoulder mid-jump. After landing, you ducked behind the same ice to avoid Todoroki's onslaught, which crinkled almost musically as it formed small cracks from the temperature difference in the warm gym. Using the new wall of ice for cover, you raced toward the finish line, Kaminari bouncing against your back like a sack of potatoes. And time, Aizawa stated flatly as you breathlessly slid past this safe zone, narrowly missing another of Todoroki's ice attacks. Heroes win. Exhausted, you flung Kaminari down before bending over, hands on your knees as you struggled to catch your breath. Ow, he whined, rubbing his backside. You're so rough. Be thankful I saved you, you replied flippantly, grinning down at his dramatically sprawled figure. Now that your breathing had returned to normal, you straightened up, watching as Ojiro, Todoroki, and Yurikaka approached you. The two former boys wore expressions of begrudging respect, while Yurikaka had a small, distracted frown on her face. Good fight, Todoroki said, extending his hand to shake in a sportsmanlike manner. You too, you responded with a smile. You had me a couple of times. I had to use my quirk more times than I'd like to admit. He smirked as his hand tightened around yours. I'll get you next time, Time Slider, he said, using your hero name. With you fully using your time quirk, of course. Your eyes narrowed playfully as you squeezed his hand back. Bring it on, Candy Cane. An impatient cough from your left broke your competitive gaze with Todoroki. Slightly embarrassed, you turned to look at Ojiro, who stood with his arms crossed, a scowl on his face as he glared at Todoroki. You stepped away from Todoroki and fanned at your flushed face. Did it suddenly get warm in here? You watched as metaphorical electricity sparked between the two boys. Finally, Todoroki turned away with a huff. See you Monday, YN. You nodded warily. See you. Turning to Ojiro, you glared at him. What was that about? His gaze shifted away. I didn't like how he was looking at you. You cracked your knuckles nervously. Why do you care? You asked carefully. He didn't answer, instead choosing to stare at you, a slight frown marring his brow. You bit your lip, annoyed but not surprised by his response, or lack of one. Well, not like you're my boyfriend. You half joked, your voice louder than you intended. You instantly cringed at the volume, glancing around the gym. It was empty, save for the two of you and Yurikaka, who was crouched a few meters away, drinking from a pink water bottle. Your teams had been the last to run through the exercise, leaving the gym quiet except for your rising voice. Lowering your voice, your face burning, you continued, It's not like you have any claim on me, so you have no right to be jealous, Mashireo. Right? You waited, breath bated, hoping he would disagree. He ruffled his blonde locks as he opened his mouth, then seemed to reconsider and closed it again, not a word leaving his lips. I should get going. I still need to shower, you finally said, disappointed, eyeing Yurikaka as she stood, typing away at her phone. Why and wait? You stilled and looked up at him, watching his handsome features crinkle with disquiet. Well? You prodded, heart pounding against your ribcage. He stopped, staring at the ground, his face red. He finally looked up, his expression impassive. I'll see you tomorrow for training. Your face fell. You forced a smile as you swallowed your disappointment. 5M, right? She grinned. It's not like you'll be on time anyway, he teased. You stuck your tongue out at him, your discomfort melting away as you bantered with your friend, whom you wished was more than a friend. You never know, maybe tomorrow I'll turn over a new leaf and be on time from then on. You ran through the woods as fast as you could. The weeks, maybe even months of isolation in that small house had done wonders for deteriorating your muscles and stamina. You hadn't made it very far, but you could already feel your lungs starting to burn, and you knew that if you stopped for any significant amount of time, your legs would cramp painfully. You had to get away. There was no time for stopping. You could find rest only once you were assured of your safety. You had lost quite a bit of weight since that man, Aizawa, had taken you. It was only by enduring hunger that you managed to squeeze through a very small bathroom window, one that no average-sized adult could fit through. Outside, it was pitch black, with only the moonlight to guide your way. You weren't entirely sure where you were or how far you had traveled. You had been on the move for at least 2 hours, so you must have put some distance between yourself and that dreadful place. Or so you thought. Suddenly, you heard the distinct sound of dead leaves and twigs crunching beneath heavier and faster footsteps than your own. Panic surged through you, and you dove into a cluster of bushes surrounded by large trees. The footsteps drew closer to your hiding spot, and you held as still as you could, waiting with bated breath as terror gripped you tightly. He called out, claiming to know you were there. He promised that if you behaved and came out, you could go home and forget everything. He paused, likely waiting to see if you would comply. You remained silent, refusing to move. After a moment, he sighed, stating that if you didn't come out, your punishment would be worse than anything you had faced before. He insisted that he didn't want to hurt you and that everything he did was for your own good, claiming it was out of love. More moments passed in silence, but you remained hidden, determined to wait until you were sure he was gone. You thought about waiting until morning, believing he would have left to search for you elsewhere. However, just as you made that decision, you felt familiar fabric wrap around your torso, pinning your arms down. You knew from experience that struggling was futile, but you tried anyway. He dragged you from the bushes until you were face to face with him. He appeared bored, as if this was the most mundane task imaginable, but you recognized the sadistic glint in his eye. It made you struggle and scream even more, until he silenced you by wrapping his capture device around your mouth. He expressed disappointment that you hadn't chosen the easy way, calling you a stubborn brat. Despite your fear, you glared up at him, wishing you could make him feel your defiance. He picked you up and threw you over his shoulder, beginning the trek back to your prison. He reminded you that he had offered you an easier option, and whatever happened next was on you. His voice held a smile that sent a shiver down your spine, and he declared that you deserved this. Between the world of sleep and reality, familiar feelings swirled uneasily in your gut. It was a dream, you reminded yourself, one that haunted you like an irritating specter during the most inconvenient moments of deep sleep. You groaned and slapped a hand against your phone to check the time. It was 7 a.m. on a Friday. Just one more mundane day at work, and you would be free for the weekend. It was the only positive thought guiding you through your morning routine of eating a meager breakfast, brushing your teeth, and slipping into your perfectly tailored uniform. You were out the door and at the train station in half an hour. Several times, your head nodded off against the metal railings, only to jolt back up when the stops were announced. Finally at work, you settled into the sparsely padded office chair and sighed. 8 to 10 hours of this, and you would be free. As the day ended, you waved goodbye to your coworker, smiling. It took just about 15 minutes to finish the spreadsheet, and then you were out the door. There was nothing like the feeling of the lovely purple-pink sky and the smell of fresh air greeting you just outside. The trains were busy and packed, but your destination was usually the quietest spot in the city. You headed to a small tea, coffee, and liquor bar hidden deep within your favorite part of town. It was your sacred spot to unwind after a week spent staring at a mind-numbing computer screen. You hopped off the train and whistled pleasantly down the road, the familiar smells of the shop reaching you from a block away. Excitement coursed through every ache in your body. Outside, a metal A-frame sign read, "Open," and beneath it, a cat slept soundly atop a plush pillow. You smiled and gently petted its head, wishing it well. As soon as you walked in, the warmth of home washed over you. It was a calm night with very few patrons in the bar and dining area. The bartender smiled and nodded as you took a seat in the corner, waving at you. He remarked that he hadn't seen you all week and joked that he thought you had fallen for someone else. You replied playfully, suggesting that if your drinks kept magically refilling and the tab disappeared, who knew what might happen? The bartender scoffed and smiled, nearly finished preparing your usual drink. Sinking into the comfortable stool, you sighed with contentment. A great drink, some chips on the side, and mindless television in the background were the makings of a lovely evening for you. Life wasn't too hard, to be fair. Work was stable, you had a small but cozy apartment, and occasionally, you hung out with friends and family at events. Your life was different now, but you couldn't complain. Leaning on your elbow, you worked on a second drink when your eyes closed. You felt at peace, calm, and truly happy, as if you could drift away at any moment without a care. Then, a voice from behind interrupted your tranquility. You tried not to groan aloud. It didn't happen often, but when someone came to disturb your serenity, it was usually filled with cheesy pickup lines and sleazy smiles. You sipped from your drink and sighed, anticipating the usual encounter. You informed the stranger that you were single, not looking, and that buying you a drink wouldn't guarantee a happy ending. There was a soft laugh, and you lifted an eyebrow, curious. The stranger clarified that you had dropped something. You turned to look and were startled by the tall figure looming above you. He was taller than many you had ever seen, with a gaunt face that gave him a haunting appearance. Coupled with his disheveled blonde hair and baggy clothes that hung off his frail frame, it was hard not to assume he was some eccentric character. Or perhaps even someone with a troubled past. You swallowed nervously, looking down at his outstretched hand, unsure of what to expect and preparing for the worst. It was your wallet. It had fallen by the door. You took the wallet back gratefully, noting how bony and long his fingers were at a quick glance. You expressed your appreciation, relieved that you wouldn't have to spend the night searching for it. He gave a thin smile and nodded. For a moment, both of you remained in silence, a strange tension forming in your gut. You swallowed and bowed your head, thanking him once more. The man seemed to notice your discomfort and quickly nodded, waving as he moved a few bar stools down. You returned to your drink, allowing your thoughts to settle as you took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. The television played in the background, reporting on a bank robbery and some up-and-coming heroes saving the day. You munched on your chips, not paying much mind. It wasn't until you shifted to face the bar that you noticed he was looking at you. Not quite staring, but during quiet moments, he would glance from his cup in your direction. You scanned the other side of the bar, noticing no one else was nearby. What if this guy was a stalker? You coughed into your palm, casually stretching and yawning. Perhaps you could talk your way out of a potentially uncomfortable situation. At the very least, you were on friendly terms with the bartender, who would have your back if things went awry. You turned to the man with a casual smile, mentioning that you hadn't seen him around before. He looked surprised at your approach, clearing his throat and touching his fingertips together. He explained that he was new to this part of town. You found it exciting and asked how he was liking it so far. He nodded a few times before saying it was nice. You shared that you had been there for about 4 or 5 years and confirmed that he had good taste in bars. His smile widened a bit as you swirled your drink and shrugged. You mentioned the nice bakeries in the area and how lovely the beach view was at dusk, one of the best you had seen in Japan. He expressed interest in visiting the beach sometime and you recommended the taiyaki stand, claiming it was exceptional. He chuckled, a surprisingly pleasant sound that made you feel warm. It had been a while since he had enjoyed good taiyaki, he admitted. You agreed, saying that taiyaki was always good, but this particular stand was special. He laughed again, leaning against the bar as his features relaxed. You noticed he didn't seem intimidating after all. He appeared more sheepish, perhaps even lonely. He was in a new part of town, which could be intimidating when trying to make new friends. Just as you were about to say something, the news caught your attention. The cheerful newscaster announced an exciting event coming to Tokyo this summer, featuring the broad, smiling All Might dressed in his iconic yellow suit. All Might's signature laugh filled the bar as he enthusiastically pointed to the camera, promoting the annual Hero Recognition Parade and encouraging everyone to get tickets. You flagged down the bartender, asking him to change the channel to the game. He raised an eyebrow but complied, switching to a rerun of last week's football match. You stared into your drink absently as the ice swirled around. When the blonde man cleared his throat, you snapped back to reality. He asked if you were a fan of football. You replied that you weren't. After a while and a few drinks later, your mind settled into a pleasant buzz. The game ended, and the few remaining patrons left. It was just you, the blonde man, and the bartender now. You opened an app on your phone to hail a cab, just to be safe. The apartment complex wasn't far, but it was past midnight, and you weren't looking for trouble. Reaching into your wallet, you pulled out a few bills and tossed them on the counter, telling the bartender to cover the blonde man's tab. The man blinked, insisting he couldn't accept it. You dismissed his concerns, saying it was the weekend. You stood, stretching and lifting your bag, welcoming him to the area and hoping he would enjoy it. Just as you were about to leave, he called out, asking for your name so he could thank you properly. You waved your hand, shaking your head with a cheeky smile, saying you didn't want to hear it. Maybe if you ran into each other again, you could exchange names then. You weren't into formalities, so you would leave it at that for tonight. He seemed to consider this for a moment before nodding, thanking you as Miss Stranger. You laughed a little too loudly, waving goodbye as you stepped out into the coolness of the night. 4 years had passed since that night. It all began 4 years ago, clear as day. You had stepped into his agency at the request of Endeavor. It was a new environment for someone who preferred working behind the scenes. Scanning the lobby, you noticed everyone was busy, with people rushing from one corner to another, phones in hand and laptops balanced precariously. It was a fast-paced agency for a fast-paced hero, all too fitting. Hawks had greeted you, offering a chicken wing and flashing that smug smile that still made your heart flutter. He expressed his excitement to work with you. You knew he was a flirt, and Endeavor had warned you to be cautious of the number 2 pro hero. Ng Todoroki had advised you to be wary, as Hawks could easily win you over with his charm. You listened. You tried. You really did. Until that one time, a month ago. You were doing paperwork in his office, side by side. Nothing new really. Over the years, you had grown accustomed to all his antics. If it meant getting a little closer to seeing his genuine side, the side that always fascinated you, you were willing to keep up with him. He had once said that he had known you for 4 years and still managed to captivate you like those chicken wings from down the block. Those words made you burst into laughter at how random it was. Of course, he would say that. He was Hawks. That day, everything spiraled out of control. Just an hour later, he excused himself to answer a call. As he turned his back, you let out a small cough. You thought it was just one of those coughs you get when you laugh too much, but then you felt something clogging your throat. Coughing a little harder, you realized something foreign was resting on your tongue. When you spat it out, a small gasp escaped your lips. The legend was real. Your world came crashing down as you realized this would be nothing but one-sided love. A small petal from a hawkweed had wedged itself between your fingers, mocking you. Turning your head to the person still talking on the phone, your heartbeat began to spike as tears welled in your eyes. This was a harsh slap in the face, a painful reminder that the feelings you tried to push aside had returned with a force you never anticipated. Blinking away the tears, you tucked the petal into your pocket and resumed the paperwork. Not long after, Hawks flopped onto the cushion next to you, his arm draped casually over the back of the sofa. He mentioned that as much as he liked working with you, he had to scramble because the committee wanted him to head over somewhere. On that same day, just as he was about to take off, he playfully pinched the bridge of your nose. Such an interaction would usually make you feel butterflies in your stomach, but instead, it felt like small thorns were poking at your insides, teasing you with the pain of unrequited feelings. When he flew away, you coughed again, the choking sensation returning as you tried to dislodge the petal from your throat. A week had passed since that day. No matter how hard you tried, the winged hero always managed to pair the two of you together, and you loved it. Spending time with him was all you looked forward to each day. But now, seeing his golden eyes meet yours sent pain through your lungs. What started with petals had now become small chunks of the flower, and the bright yellow petal had transformed into red-tinted ones. Hawks noticed something was off. He asked if you were okay, his gaze taking in your features. He wasn't blind, He had been raised to notice changes. He could see that you had changed. Your cheeks weren't as fluffy as they used to be, and the brightness of your smiles seemed to hide something else. The shine in your eyes appeared dull. He encouraged you to share your feelings, but you knew he only saw you as a friend. For the first time, you looked away, focusing on suppressing the cough that threatened to escape. You insisted it was nothing, but he could see through your facade. Luckily, he let it slide and continued chatting about his day. It really was nothing, except you found yourself in the women's restroom, crouched down while desperately holding onto the seat, coughing harder than you ever had that week. Tears streamed down your face as you realized how quickly the sickness was growing. Floating in the water were fully bloomed hawkweeds, stained with your blood. The pain you had grown accustomed to was now unbearable. Each breath felt like more flowers were blooming, suffocating you. All you could do was watch as you turned into a falling Icarus. Flushing the yellows and reds away, you stood up and composed yourself. Stepping outside the stall, you walked toward the sink, your eyes glued to the mirror. You saw puffy red eyes, a runny nose, blood-stained teeth, and a small petal clinging to the corner of your mouth. Eye bags had grown deeper as the days passed. It felt as if a stranger was staring back at you, a stranger in pain from unrequited love. Another week passed, and you were barely functioning. All you had was the constant support of your close friend. Fat Gum held your hair back as you coughed up flowers and blood for the third time. He asked if you loved him that much, and you always answered that you couldn't. Each breath sent waves of suffering through you, and you admitted that you loved him too much. He reminded you that you were already coughing up fully bloomed hawkweeds, more than enough to make a dozen bouquets. He rubbed circles on your back as you coughed and choked, flowers stained with blood spilling out. He pointed out that you knew how this would end, but you felt you would have to watch from a distance. You had always found him beautiful and dreamed of kissing someone who liked you back. But removing your feelings for something as ironic as this felt impossible. Accepting his hand, you tried to regain your balance. Taking the handkerchief he offered, you wiped away the blood and swallowed the metallic taste in your throat. You asked him not to tell Hawks when the time came. Fat Gum could only bring you into his warm embrace, sobbing with you over the painful end you chose for yourself. Ever since that day, he had developed a dislike for flowers. Today was the day. You woke up due to a lack of oxygen. In the comfort of your own bed, you had expelled a valley of bloody hawkweeds. For a solid 3 minutes, you felt what it was like to lose air in your system. All you could do was clutch your chest and breathe through the immense pain in your lungs and heart. As if on cue, your phone rang with his name on the screen. Biting your lip, you took the device and let out a shaky exhale. He asked if you were okay, his voice smooth as silk. Tears fell once more as you wondered why he showed you such care. Why did he have to constantly feed her the idea of hope in this tragedy? She insisted she was fine, but he could sense something was wrong. He noticed the signs her voice was strained, and he could hear the unspoken pain behind her words. She managed to mute the call, trying to hide the turmoil within her. Another wave of petals and anguish left her, but she fought to keep her composure, not wanting to ruin their friendship. After a moment, she unmuted and promised to see him later. He offered to pick her up, but she firmly declined, cutting him off. He could hear the crack in her voice, and the small device in her ear trembled in her grip. The pain crushing her chest felt heavier than ever, yet she reassured him that she would be fine. Unable to bear it any longer, she hung up and buried her face in her hands, letting the sadness flow without relief. Outside her window, a winged hero heard her cries, troubled by her choice to shut him out. He wondered what he had done to hurt her and glided away, lost in thought. Hours passed, and with each step she took to aid civilians, her vision blurred. For once, she wished to be saved rather than be the one saving others. A civilian she helped noticed her struggle and whispered that it was okay to be cared for sometimes. Grateful for the comfort, she returned to the site of debris, trying to hold back another wave of distress. As she searched an area that seemed clear, an announcement echoed in the distance, declaring that everyone was now safe. But as she made her way back to the base, she suddenly stopped, clutching her chest as the world spun around her. Dropping to her knees, she succumbed to the attack, her body desperate for release. With each cough, petals and remnants of her pain escaped her. Just when she thought she couldn't take it anymore, a pair of gloved hands lifted her face, concern etched on his features. His eyes darted between her and the mess she had made, and her secret was now exposed. He asked who had caused her pain, but she couldn't bring herself to answer. His grip tightened as he held her face steady, and she could see the worry in his eyes. He insisted on taking her to the hospital, but she felt it was too late. She couldn't muster the strength to meet his gaze, knowing that in her final moments, she would deny herself the comfort of looking into the eyes she cherished. He refused to accept her answer, his voice firm but filled with urgency. He couldn't imagine a world without her, and seeing her in such distress shattered his heart. She barely whispered that it was him, the one who had caused her suffering. Despite the tears streaming down her face, she managed to smile, revealing the flowers that had been her burden. She confessed her love for him, knowing it might be her last chance. Without hesitation, he pulled her close, disregarding the taste of blood and tears. He needed her to know how much she meant to him, how he had wanted to express his feelings all along but had been held back by circumstances. He couldn't lose her now. As she finally met his gaze, she saw not just the hero but the man behind the mask, the one who had captivated her from the beginning. For the first time in what felt like forever, she breathed in, feeling the pain begin to fade. He confessed his love, explaining that he had wanted to tell her when it was safe, but circumstances had kept them apart. He rummaged through his pocket and revealed a petal from her favorite flower, a symbol of their connection. They both realized how their struggles had brought them together. After weeks of suffering, laughter finally bubbled up between them, a shared relief washing over their souls. He playfully asked if she wanted to grab some chicken wings from their favorite spot, and her eyes sparkled with joy. As he cupped her cheek, brushing his thumb across her skin, he apologized for the pain she had endured. She smiled, feeling lighter than she had in a long time, and offered her own apology, knowing they would face whatever came next together. You had endured pain because of all those cursed flowers. He teased that if he bought you a bouquet, you would surely retaliate. The cheeky grin that you had come to love appeared on his face. He playfully suggested that you drop the formalities and simply call him Kigo, flashing you finger guns, something you found annoying yet endearing at the same time. You couldn't help but wonder why you had fallen for him. He assured you that they had all the time in the world for him to remind you why. As he pulled you back into his arms, you embraced him, feeling as if you were floating. You realized that he was carrying you with his wings, and a sigh of relief escaped your lips. All this time, you had just needed the courage to express your feelings. You were not alone, and your emotions were mirrored in him. As his hold on you tightened, you inhaled the fresh air, sensing something new blossoming between you and ProHero. It had taken 4 years and 3 weeks for the two of you to finally embark on this new chapter together. 4 years and 3 weeks to hear the words you had longed to hear. This was a unique beginning to your relationship, but neither of you minded it in the least. She entered the bathroom and applied her makeup, using eyeshadow in a shade that matched her outfit, a touch of blush on her cheeks and nose, and red lipstick. Once she finished, she heard a knock on her door. Before stepping out, she added a flower hair clip to her hair and grabbed her phone. As she opened her front door, she was greeted by the back of an angry blonde. She cheerfully acknowledged him, complimenting his appearance. He turned to face her, a slight blush appearing on his cheeks, and returned the compliment. With a sense of excitement, she declared it was time to go as she locked her door. The two teens walked down the street toward the fireworks show, engaging in various conversations to pass the time. A sigh escaped her lips, a mix of irritation and concern keeping her on edge. Todoroki's gaze was distant, reminding her of when they first met. Despite the progress they had made over the months, she didn't want him to pull away from her now. He acknowledged her presence for a moment, his mouth twitching slightly at her attention, insisting he wasn't ignoring her. She felt the urge to roll her eyes but held back. Any sympathy she had was overshadowed by his lack of explanation, despite her attempts to understand why he was acting this way. She murmured her confusion, resting her head on her fist, and expressed her concern about possibly upsetting him. His response was swift and aloof, which only deepened her frown. She scooted closer to him in their shared dorm room at UA, where the usual buzz of their classmates studying or training filled the air. Earlier, they had gone out together, but at some point, he had grown distant, responding to her with curt replies, as if she were a stranger rather than his partner. Frustrated by her failed attempts to cheer him up, she decided to give him space. Standing up, she prepared to leave, stating she would wait for him to reach out when he was ready to talk. As she turned toward the door, she felt his gentle but firm grip around her wrist, stopping her in her tracks. He expressed that he didn't want her to leave, his tone lacking animosity but devoid of warmth, making her stomach twist uncomfortably. Defiantly, she tried to free herself from his grasp, unable to see the displeasure on his face as he resisted her attempt. For a moment, his grip loosened, and she wondered if he would let her go. Instead, he wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, surprising her with the unexpected touch. He rested his head against her neck, inhaling her scent, and asked if she would ever leave him. His words were weak and vulnerable, prompting her to turn slightly to read his expression, but he remained nestled against her. Softening her gaze, she assured him that she would never leave, expressing her feelings for him. At her affirmation, he cautiously lifted his head to meet her gaze. She felt a slight discomfort from the position of her neck but ignored it, wanting to convey her feelings further. When he lowered his head again, holding her tightly, she still didn't understand what had prompted his earlier thoughts, as she believed she hadn't done anything to inspire such insecurities. His arms left her momentarily, and the absence of his warmth made her feel empty. Turning to face him, she placed a delicate hand on his face, wanting to emphasize her feelings. He trailed off, shaking his head, but a small smile appeared on his face, filling her heart with warmth. She leaned in to reciprocate his earlier hug, feeling reassured by his presence. He held her close, expressing a hope that she wouldn't change her mind, and she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Was there anything better than a Friday afternoon for a teacher? Present Mike always looked forward to it because it marked the end of the work week for one of his jobs, but more importantly, it was the beginning of their time together. Every Friday, he would stop by your place after finishing up at UA, no matter how many times he saw or missed you during the week. This was the one constant they kept during their relationship, and it was the brightest part of the week, especially when they were unable to see each other. By now, he had started letting himself into your apartment. You knew to expect him around this time. It was like clockwork. As soon as he was allowed to leave the campus, he was on his way to you. Sometimes he would take an extra 5 minutes to pick up flowers or something small but dear, and other times he would rush just to have an extra moment with you. Today, he wanted as much time with you as possible. He missed you, and somehow, it felt like more than usual. When he entered your place, he stopped in his tracks, his smile fading into a look of confusion. The rooms were completely dark. You had even gone through the extra effort of drawing the blackout curtains together and closing the blinds. He heard the shower running and the soft, melancholy lullaby of the Swan by Saint-Saëns, a chill jolting down his spine as worry prompted him to close the door and approach the bathroom. The running water and gentle music suggested someone was in there, but he couldn't make out a single light or any other sign. This was so very unlike you that he felt genuine concern. Did something happen? Was everything okay? His heart pounded fiercely. He gently called out your name, knocking on the door. He waited, holding his breath, hoping to hear your voice. His hand came to the door handle and he turned it, surprised that it was unlocked. When no response came, he took a deep, shaky breath and announced his intention to come in. To his surprise, he found a single candle lit on the sink, your phone face down next to it, with the piano and cello piece on repeat. Just barely, he was able to make out your silhouette as you sat in the shower with your knees hugged to your chest. It looked like your head was resting on them, either bowed or turned to the side, he couldn't tell. But what he could tell was that you were crying, despite trying to use the sound of the shower and song to mask it. He approached the bathtub, sitting down with his back against the wall and his leg pressed against the ceramic basin, the curtains still pulled between you two. He spoke to you gently, asking what was wrong. Hearing your voice brought him silent relief, though the tension in his body remained. The devastation in your tone was palpable, and it pained him in ways he could never explain to someone who had never been in love. He reassured you that he was there for you, as always, and offered his hand beyond the curtain. When you didn't take it, he sighed and gently stroked your shin with his knuckles, trying to reach through to you. You sniffled and choked on a sob as you felt his caress, the water beating down on you as if it were the words tearing you apart in your head. Your shaky hand came down from your knee and took his, holding it tightly as your body trembled. He squeezed back, setting a steady and calm rhythm to help ground you. Only your sniffling and gasping accompanied the perfectly tuned strings, the cello, piano, and water coming together in their own symphony as words failed you. Ever patient, he sat with you in the bathroom, letting you take as much time as you needed to come around to him. No matter what, he trusted you to return, even from the darkest parts of your mind and heart. You slowly expressed your sorrow, your words coming through gasps that revealed just how hard you were sobbing. He asked why you felt that way, giving your hand another squeeze and running his thumb over your knuckles. You struggled to articulate your feelings, overwhelmed by the weight of your emotions. You cried out that you felt worthless, believing you were a burden he didn't deserve. The words ached as they left your lips, and you felt a tightness in your chest, convinced that he would realize he was well out of your league. You cried harder, wishing to disappear beneath the water, hoping it could wash all of you away. Suddenly, you felt something brush against your sides. With the dim light of the candle hardly shining past the curtain, you struggled to make out the figure that slipped into the shower behind you. Undressed, he gently pressed his fingers against your ankles before sliding up your shins to your knees. He whispered gently to you, his soft voice cutting through the sound of water. You felt his chin against your shoulder as he leaned his head against yours, wrapping his arms around you. He reminded you that you were invaluable, not worthless, and that nothing is perfect, just like you were to him, perfect. Quietness enveloped you both as he held you close. You could feel his heart beating against your back. He placed soft kisses against your skin and hair, replacing each one as it was washed away. His hands traced over your body in loving caresses, giving you as many physical sensations as he could to draw you back to him. Each slide of his fingers brought a shiver, a completely different sensation than the shower provided. He glided his fingertips along her body and through her hair, tracing lines that somehow matched the melody of the swan, the song continuing to play in an endless loop. She whispered, her voice rough from deep sorrow, that she didn't deserve someone as wonderful as him. He corrected her with an almost playful tone, assuring her that if anyone deserved someone as wonderful as he was, it was her. She could feel his smile against the back of her neck as he brushed her hair away to place a gentle kiss there. He declared her his leading lady, the silver screen star who made and broke the movie they were all cast in. His hand came up to her face, fingers gently holding her chin as he turned her to look at him despite the darkness. Just barely, she could make out the broad smile beneath the little mustache she adored. He reminded her that he was her biggest fan, softly kissing her lips and expressing his love for her, stating that there was no one else who could even compare. And when it's over, you'll breathe again. Izuku is 2 years old when he makes his first birthday wish. He doesn't quite understand how wishes work, but he knows that if one asks for something, they're more likely to get it than if they don't ask at all. So when he is 2 years old, Izuku asks for a sibling. Maybe 2 if he's lucky because he likes the idea of having a little brother or sister to hang out with and do all sorts of fun activities. He doesn't get a sibling, but that's okay. He has Kaken at least. When Izuku is 3 years old, he wishes for a strong quirk, one that's just like his mom's or dad's, or maybe a mix. He wants to be a big, bold hero, and having a great quirk is the best way to achieve his dream. He doesn't get a quirk, but that's okay. He still has a year for it to manifest. Most kids get their quirks at 4 after all. When Izuku is 4, he wishes for a strong quirk once again. He's at the age when kids get theirs, and he just knows that he's supposed to become a hero. He doesn't get a quirk, but that's okay. Maybe he's just a late bloomer. He wishes for a strong quirk when he is 5, and is denied. He wishes for any quirk at all when he is 6, and is denied again. He finds out that he is quirkless, and he loses Kaken. He wishes for a quirk 2 more times when he is 7 and 8. The teasing turns into harsh taunting and pushes, and Kaken gets far too close with his explosions. Things don't feel quite so okay anymore. When he turns 9, Izuku accepts his fate. He wishes for Kakin to be his friend again and denies the idea of wishing for a quirk anymore. His wish is not granted, and Kakin only grows more hostile and volatile. When he reaches 10 years old, he wishes for any friend at all. It's the big one, as his mom called it. Double digits must mean something to the universe, right? It means nothing. At 11, Izuku wishes that he can help someone, anyone at all. He no longer begs the stars to let him be a hero like All Might, instead setting his sights on being a hero at all. Nobody believes in him. His mother apologizes yet again. It stings, but so do Kakin's never-ending explosions on his skin, so Izuku remains silent through it all. At 12, Izuku wishes for someone to be his hero. Then he feels selfish because he's quirkless Deku and doesn't deserve a hero. Surely, others have it so much worse than him. He should stop being such a baby. So he changes his wish. Izuku wishes that he can be a hero for at least one person, even without a quirk. He promises the stars that he'll be content then, that he'll move on from his dreams so long as he changes the life of a single person for the better. But the stars must know that he's lying, both to them and to himself, so they deny him yet again. When Izuku turns 13, he falls back into old habits and wishes for a quirk. He can't help it, can't fight the longing in his chest whenever he gets beaten down and jeered at, mocked for his dreams and for things he can't control. He begs the moon to bless him just this once, pleading and crying into the night because he's 13, and aren't the teenage years supposed to be good ones? The moon sets, the sun rises, and Izuku is still quirkless. Izuku is 14 before he knows it, and he struggles to keep on wishing. He spends his birthday completely alone. His mother is busy at work, his father long gone, and no one around. It's summer, at least, so he doesn't spend his day being hurt. As the sun sets, Izuku wishes for someone to spend his birthdays with, someone who will look forward to the day just as much as he does. Then Izuku goes on to the next day, and the next, and suddenly it's the first day of his last year of middle school. Kakin tells him to jump off a roof, and he nearly dies. All Might says he can't be a hero. And then he can. Life blurs, with training montages and quirk tests and so many broken bones. Izuku finds himself speeding through every moment, never slowing down, too afraid to lose what he's gained. He doesn't wish for anything on his 15th birthday, nor his 16th, except that he doesn't wake up to find out that everything is just a dream. He doesn't wake up, but Kakin gets kidnapped, and then he watches a hero die a few months later. Life speeds by with little delay. He sees a little girl smile for the first time, watches his newly quirkless senpai graduate, only to become a teacher's assistant at UE, and moves on to his second year of high school. When summer break arrives, Izuku finds himself staying in the dorms. His mother is too busy with work nowadays, and he needs to train, needs to get better, so he stays even as his birthday approaches. Then his birthday arrives, and Izuku lives through a day that he will remember for the rest of his life. When Izuku wakes up to someone knocking on his door, he's a little confused. He thought that his peers went home for the summer. There are only a few people who stayed for the break, like Hatsum from support, who would never give up her beloved lab time, or Hitoshi, who claims that he still needs to catch up on hero training with Aizawa-sensei. So there shouldn't be anyone knocking on his door at 6 in the morning. Despite his confusion, Izuku gets up and opens the door. There's no reason to make anyone wait. It's probably one of his teachers checking to see if he's magically found a villain to fight. He's been doing good too. He hasn't dealt with a villain in 6 whole days, and it would have been 7, but he had a patrol for his internship and things happened. It's not a teacher. Instead, Izuku comes face to face with a certain teacher's assistant, one with blonde hair and a cheery smile. Mirio greets him with enthusiasm, as if he's surprised to see Izuku, despite standing outside of his room. Izuku responds with a smile, the name slipping off his tongue with practiced ease. Izuku was surprised to see Mirio show up unexpectedly. He stammered, trying to find the right words, noting that Mirio usually didn't just drop by. After a moment, Mirio confirmed his presence, expressing his excitement about spending time together on their shared birthday. Izuku, still processing the information, realized it was indeed July 15th, his birthday. He hurried to get dressed, asking what they would be doing. Mirio, with his characteristic enthusiasm, admitted he had no plans, which made Izuku smile. After a quick change into a faded all-might tee and shorts, they left the campus, Aizawa watching them go with a sigh, muttering about staying out of trouble. The day seemed to be in their favor as they reached a nearby cafe without any incidents. The cafe had a cozy atmosphere that made Izuku feel warm inside. As they settled into a booth, they chatted about school, with Izuku curious about Mirio's experiences as a teacher's assistant and Mirio asking about Izuku's new quirk. Izuku explained that his quirk was pyrokinesis, reminiscent of his parents' abilities. He shared that his mother had a minor telekinesis quirk, while his father had a fire-breathing ability. When Mirio inquired about his father, Izuku hesitated, revealing he hadn't seen him in years. Mirio, undeterred, shifted the conversation back to lighter topics, recounting how first-year students had challenged him after hearing about his interactions with Izuku. As they finished their meals, Mirio eagerly suggested they move on to their next adventure. Izuku pointed out the contradiction in Mirio's earlier claim of having no plans, but he followed along without protest. They found themselves in a hero merchandise store, where Izuku was captivated by the various items. He excitedly pointed out a hoodie that featured Mirio's hero persona. After spending some time in the store, they stepped outside, Mirio a bit emotional but happy, while Izuku proudly wore his new hoodie. They decided to wander around town, treating themselves to ice cream for lunch, a choice that wasn't the healthiest but felt justified on their birthday. After an enjoyable hour of exploring, they began making their way back to campus. As they neared Yui, Mirio asked if Izuku had any birthday wishes as a child. Izuku chuckled, recalling that he had a wish every year. When pressed for details, he mentioned wanting a sibling, hoping to become a hero, and wishing for a quirk. The last wish made him feel a bit somber, and he noticed Mirio's expression change as well. Mirio shared that he hoped one day Eri would be able to help him regain his quirk. Izuku felt a pang of guilt, tempted to offer his own quirk, but he held back, recalling past rejections. Instead, he whispered an apology, which Mirio quickly dismissed. He reassured Izuku that not having a quirk didn't define a person, emphasizing that there was more to someone than their abilities. Izuku felt a mix of emotions as they walked back to the dorms, grappling with his own feelings of inadequacy. Mirio, sensing the shift in mood, asked what Izuku had wanted most from his childhood wishes. Initially, Izuku thought of saying a quirk, but then he paused to reflect. He realized that it had never been solely about having a quirk. It was about how he wanted to use it to be a hero, to be valued, to connect with others, and to help those in need. With newfound clarity, he quietly expressed that he wanted to be valued, a statement that resonated deeply within him. "I wanted to be valued," he repeats, and Mirio nods knowingly. Mirio assures him that he is valued before opening the door and ushering Izuku inside. For a brief moment, silence envelopes them, and Izuku's mind echoes with Mirio's words. Suddenly, the lights flick on, and a loud, synchronized shout of "surprise" fills the air. Izuku stares in awe as his classmates appear before him. "What's going on?" he asks, eyes wide as he takes in the decoration streamers, party hats, games stacked by the couch, and snacks on the table. His entire class is present, watching him with eager smiles and uncontained joy. "We're throwing you a birthday party," Ochako exclaims, tossing a party hat at him. "We spent all day getting back here and setting things up, so you better enjoy yourself." "Yeah," Hitoshi adds. "It was quite the challenge getting Sensei to agree, so you better have fun." Though the comment could be alarming, Izuku is too overwhelmed with emotion to be startled. Tears well up in his eyes as he realizes his friends are here for him. He wipes at his tears, but they keep falling. His friends continue to smile, and Shudo pulls him through the common room and into the kitchen, saying that dinner should be ready, although some of the others are late. Izuku is surprised to find Kaken in the kitchen, scowling as he hands Izuku a bowl and tells him to eat up. Izuku's heart swells with gratitude when he sees that it's katsudon, his favorite dish. He tears up again when Shudo leans in and whispers that Bakugu is the one who reminded them of his birthday. Dinner is delightful, with all his friends gathered around the table. Mirio even gets a special birthday hat. Midway through the meal, Aizawa-sensei arrives, and Eri excitedly jumps into his lap. Izuku beams at the little girl's wide smile, happily listening as she shares stories about her week. After dinner, Izuku is pulled back into the common room, where Tenya sets up a game of Twister. Izuku laughs as Eri directs everyone on where to place their hands and feet. He suspects Eri is making Denki perform the hardest moves, and no one is quite sure if Toru is following the instructions, but Izuku laughs through it all, even when he ends up being the third one out. Tsuyu wins, which is expected, given her flexibility. An hour into the festivities, Izuku is surprised when a familiar group of 4 heroes and a small, water-wielding boy enter the dorms. Mandalay explains that they heard it was Deku's birthday and that Kuda wanted to come see him. "Oh," Izuku says, intrigued. "Happy birthday," Kuda mumbles, handing Izuku a small box. Carefully opening it, Izuku gasps at the beaded bracelet inside, crafted with red and green beads and a charm that says, "Hero." Knowing Kuda made it himself makes Izuku cherish it even more. "He made it all by himself," Mandalay says, and Kuda blushes, looking away. "I love it," Izuku says, slipping the bracelet on. "Thank you, Kuda." "Yeah, whatever," Kuda replies, then quickly retreats to hide by Eri. Mandalay chuckles at the scene, and when Izuku stands up, she shares that Kuda sees him as an older brother. Izuku's heart swells with joy at this revelation. The party continues for a few more hours, and by the end, Izuku feels like he's on cloud 9. Most of his peers decide to stay in the dorms for the night, planning to head home in the morning. Izuku waves goodbye to those who must leave, promising to see Kuda soon and comforting Eri when she gets upset. He also reassures Mirio, who pretends to be hurt by not being included. Finally, Izuku heads to bed. He is 17 years old, and his day has been extraordinary. As he reflects on the day, he realizes that all his birthday wishes have come true. He has Kuda as a brother and Eri as a sister. He possesses 7 quirks, 1 for every year he wished upon a star. He has friends and Kaken. He has become a hero for others with or without his quirk. And he spent the day with those who cared about July 15th as much as he did. On his 17th birthday, all of Izuku's wishes have come true. You type and write reports at the front desk of Fatgum's agency. All your coworkers left hours ago, claiming they had an obligation to visit a cafe just down the street. When asked if you wanted to go, you declined, and they didn't press the issue, leaving you alone. Someone has to be responsible, you think. Plus, it's not like you wanted to go anyway. Your stomach growls, and you sigh, realizing it might not have been so bad to join them. But it doesn't matter, you don't want to set a bad example, and with everyone else gone, you and Fatgum will finally have some alone time. Unbeknownst to everyone at the agency, you and Fatgum Taishiro, as you call him when you're alone, have been in a relationship for several months. You both agreed to keep it a secret to avoid the public eye, and so far, it has been working well. "Where is everyone?" a voice calls from the elevator. "Speak of the devil." Turning around, you smile at your boyfriend and explain your coworker's outing. He raises an eyebrow and asks if they really left you here by yourself. You nod, and he glances around, returning your gaze with a playful smirk. "I guess we have some time to ourselves, huh?" he teases, his eyebrows waggling. You stifle a giggle by burying your head in his shoulder. Taishiro drops his voice dramatically, making you laugh. "I must say, what a delightful laugh you have. It's simply breathtaking." His antics cause you to snort, and as he playfully tickles your sides, tears of laughter fill your eyes. "Taishiro, you know how ticklish I am," you manage to say between breaths. Once he stops, you wipe your face, chuckling at the sight of his topaz eyes sparkling with joy. You close the distance between you and press a light kiss to his cheek, feeling his dopey smile widen. Fatgum turned his head to share a kiss, savoring the sensation of their lips together as he gently held their waist. Suddenly, a loud wolf whistle broke the moment, causing them to turn around in surprise. To their dismay, Kirishima and Amajiki, known as Red Riot and Sun Eater, stood at the entrance, facing them. While Sun Eater concealed his flushed face with his hands, Red Riot enthusiastically gave his mentor a thumbs up, exclaiming how manly the moment was. In the living room of the teacher dorm, Hisashi returned from his room with a triumphant grin on his face. He gestured to the box in his arms, inviting everyone to thank him later. You and Midnight gathered around the opened box, raising your eyebrows at the contents. Aizawa remained in the corner but turned to face your direction. Twister? Really? You asked skeptically, questioning his choice of game. Hisashi stuck his tongue out playfully but proceeded to pull out the spinner. Midnight quickly spread the large dotted mat across the cold hardwood floor. She called out to Aizawa, encouraging him to join. "I'm tired," he replied. "Come on, it's fun," she insisted. "For children maybe." Midnight's eye twitched, but she refused to back down. She leaned closer to Aizawa, her voice low as she suggested that playing would bring him close to someone special. After a moment of contemplation, he finally stood up, huffing that he would play one round, but that was it. Hisashi noticed a hint of color on Aizawa's cheeks and gave Midnight a discreet thumbs up. 5 minutes later, the mat was finally set up and Hisashi flicked the spinner, marking the beginning of the game. Left foot on red. The three of you followed the instructions, though Aizawa did so with significantly less enthusiasm, letting out a heavy sigh. As the game progressed, your leg brushed against Aizawa's, causing Midnight to stifle a giggle. Right hand on green. Aizawa had to bend over you to remain in the game, pushing you both closer together until your faces were nearly touching. He muttered an apology, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Across the floor, Midnight fell to the ground with a thud, eliminating herself from the game. She chuckled softly, dusted off her knees, and perched on the edge of the couch next to Hisashi, winking at you. You and Aizawa continued to twist and turn, contorting into various positions and intertwining your bodies. Midnight, from her spot on the couch, teased Aizawa about his initial reluctance to play. "I'm trying to focus here," he grunted, shifting his weight and leaning more into his upper arms, looking somewhat tense. You raised an eyebrow but chose to murmur that he didn't have to play. Your voice startled him, causing him to stumble and knock both of you to the ground. Hovering over him, you locked eyes, panting from exertion. Aizawa opened his mouth to apologize but stopped when he saw your smirk. As you shifted slightly, he noticed your feet and hands still firmly planted on the game mat, declaring you the winner. "So, did you enjoy the game, Eraser?" "It was a pretty close call," you remarked playfully. He simply replied with a dismissive grunt. Soulmates were a universal concept. There were 2 ways to know someone was your soulmate: a black patch on your skin and the first words they would ever say to you. When you touched for the first time, the spot burst into color, and the words on your skin glowed as your soulmate spoke them, turning bright gold. As long as you and your soulmate were alive, the words remained gold. Some kids were fortunate enough to meet their soulmates early in life, spending days talking and playing together, forming close friendships until they were old enough to date. Others met their soulmates as adults, while some never met theirs at all. But you had given up on finding your soulmate long ago. Being the only kid in your school without a soulmate led to bullying, primarily from pairs of classmates. By middle school, you hid the words on your skin in shame and hoped no one would ask about your soulmate. While others proudly displayed their golden marks, you sought refuge in the library or listened to music. When high school began, you finally seemed to escape the pressure of soulmates and the questions that came with it. Since most students had already met their soulmates, no one bothered you. You kept your distance from others, fearing the return of bullying. So, when you transferred to UA for your final year of hero training, you expected little. You planned to finish the school year, become a pro hero, and hoped not to get caught up with a soulmate. It wasn't that you didn't want one, it just seemed like a bother. Everyone acted as if soulmates were a wonderful thing, but you saw no point in it. Why would you need a soulmate when you were a hero? You would be busy saving lives, with no time for a boyfriend or girlfriend. Yet, a part of you hoped this year would be different. Maybe you would find your soulmate and finally fit in. If you found them, you could make friends and hopefully, your soulmate would be kind. You couldn't bear the thought of meeting someone only to discover they were a JRK or an overconfident playboy. As always, you kept your head down while navigating the hallways of the large school. So far, no one had approached you, which you appreciated. You dreaded introducing yourself to the class and facing the humiliation of kids rushing to befriend you. You were somewhat introverted, but perhaps your past had shaped that. The safety of the classroom was just within reach. You could almost feel the relief of sitting in your seat at the back, quietly working without anyone staring or judging you. Perhaps they would see you for your quirk and power instead of your mark, and that would be nice. Of course, nothing was simple. You bumped into a tall, dark-haired boy before you could even open the door. He turned to look at you as you stumbled backward and fell to the floor. What a memorable way to meet your first classmate. "Sorry, I didn't mean to get in your way," you mumbled, rubbing your head. His eyes widened in shock and embarrassment as he stepped back from you. His friends turned and stared at you, then back at him, and then back at you, clearly confused. It was surprising that he wasn't even going to help you up or apologize. If he hadn't looked so frightened, you might have felt annoyed. You stood up and gathered your books from the floor, the boy watching you in silence, trembling in his spot. When you reached for a book near his feet, your arm brushed against his ankle, and suddenly your arm was glowing with shades of violet and pink. You were taken aback by the colors swirling around, making your head spin and your arm feel warm. Leaning back onto your knees, you stared at your arm in fascination, while the boy sputtered and shook even more. He looked down in shame, trying to hide behind his hair as he mumbled apologies, and you noticed a faint glow of gold emanating from your upper arm. He was your soulmate. If he had been scared before, he looked utterly mortified now. Before you could reassure him that it was all right and that you didn't mind, he hurried out of the classroom, leaving his two friends behind, who were smiling at you. One of them helped you up. "Wow, so you're Tamaki's soulmate, huh? This is so cool," the blonde boy exclaimed, grinning widely. "I'm Mirio. Don't mind Tamaki, he's just nervous." You tilted your head and glanced into the classroom. Poor Tamaki was standing in the corner with his face pressed against the wall, surrounded by a dark aura as he pouted in shame. Although you couldn't see his face clearly, you could make out his slightly spiky blue hair and tall figure. You couldn't help but giggle. He was kind of cute. "It's strange, I never thought I would meet my soulmate, to be honest, or that he would be so cute." You tapped your chin thoughtfully as you noticed him tense up. Did you really think he was cute? Perhaps you were just saying that out of pity, or maybe this was some sort of prank. Anxiety crept over him as the bell rang, signaling everyone to take their seats. Of course, you ended up sitting right in front of him. 2 weeks later, you waved at Tamaki and smiled brightly. In just 2 weeks, your life had transformed completely. You had become friends with him and his friends almost instantly, sharing your interests with the group, spending all your time together, and even calling them your best friends. He still seemed nervous around you and barely spoke unless you initiated the conversation, but you certainly talked to him. It brought him a sense of happiness to have someone who cared. Being soulmates naturally drew you closer, and while it meant more socializing for him, at least you were kind and supportive. "Hey, YN." He greeted you with a shaky smile as you walked beside him, both of you heading toward the school field. With the weather warming up, you planned to spend most of your lunches outside with the group. "I'm good. How are you?" You gently hooked your arm with his and rested your head on his shoulder. As always, he tensed under your touch and glanced around to see if anyone was nearby. Public displays of affection were his least favorite thing. You weren't overly clingy, and since you weren't dating, you didn't kiss or hold hands in public, but even small gestures like this made him anxious. Still, if it made you happy, he would go along with it. "I'm fine," Tamaki murmured quietly as you led him toward one of the trees farthest from the school. This felt odd. You usually sat by the school. If you hadn't been holding on to him so tightly, he might have tried to escape back to the school to eat with you and the others. "That's good. Oh, I forgot to mention, the guys said they had some work to do, so it's just us today." "Alone?" he stammered, already imagining 100 ways he could mess things up. You sat down next to him with a bright smile, and at least being alone meant he wouldn't be judged by others. Then again, this could also be worse than being in public. "Actually, I wanted to talk with you." You squirmed and looked up at him with a nervous smile. "Oh no, you were going to tell him you hated him, weren't you? Or maybe you would say you didn't like being his friend, or worse, that you liked someone else." The thought of losing you terrified him. Despite his nerves, he found himself really liking you and your bright spirit. You reminded him a bit of Mirio, but you were calmer, and when you were alone, you were gentle and quiet, which helped ease his anxiety. As if sensing his dread, you took his hands and squeezed them gently. He looked down at your hands, blushing. Tamaki, stop overthinking. I promise I'm not going to say anything bad. I wanted to ask you out. Maybe you could come over for dinner? I could make takoyaki if you want. You closed your eyes, worried he would say no or panic and run away. After a few moments, you felt him shakily wrap his arms around you, a few tears falling onto the top of your head. I would love to, my bunny, he finally replied. You smiled and hugged him tightly, planting a quick kiss on his cheek before he could pull away, embarrassed. A dark blush covered his cheeks as he stared down at you, the scared look in his eyes almost completely gone, replaced by a happy and love-filled expression. Your soulmate, Tamaki Amajiki. I've just finished unpacking, so I'm not sure if everything is staying where it is currently. You hesitated at your door, hand on the knob as the majority of your class stood behind you. You opened the door for everyone to walk inside, letting them pass as you stood in the doorway, trying to read their reactions. It's adorable, Bnha assured you with a smile before peeking into your closet. Everyone seemed to have a similar reaction, but you knew you weren't winning the competition with your average decorating skills. Yeah, not bad, Kirishima smiled at you, slamming his hand down on your shoulder. He then looked past you into the hall and asked, Denki, did you get to see? Confused, you glanced over your shoulder and saw that Kaminari was still standing in the hallway. The blonde sent the two of you a sheepish smile. It was crowded. I'll get a better look when everyone clears out a bit. Kirishima's smile widened as he moved past you and whispered something into Kaminari's ear, causing him to start blurting out denials while Kirishima playfully trapped him in a headlock. Yeah, or you can always get a look later, it's not a big deal, you assured him, turning back to try and corral your classmates out of your room and into the next, growing tense from the attention. With your back turned to the pair, you didn't see the small bolts of electricity suddenly cover Kaminari's arms. With your attention focused on your crowded room, you didn't hear Kirishima's surprised yelp at being shocked. Really, dude? I didn't even have time to harden, Kirishima sulked, letting Kaminari loose and rubbing at his chest where he had been shocked. Sorry, but you deserved it. Kaminari shoved Kirishima away, looking at your back as you laughed, attempting to get your friends to move on, obviously flustered by the attention you were receiving. Kaminari couldn't help but think that if you were his, you'd have to get over that, because he was sure he would never stop giving you all the attention in the world. Dude! Kirishima raised an eyebrow at Kaminari as small charges of electricity covered his body yet again. Oh! Kaminari snapped out of his thoughts, embarrassed that they had gone there. He sent his friend a sheepish smile before stepping closer to you and poking his head in the doorway next to your frame. My room is next, right? It's just above YN's. Oh, yeah, you're right. Bnha jumped up from your bed, happily skipping to where Kaminari stood and grabbing his wrist. Let's go then. The group followed the pair as Bnha dragged Kaminari to his room. He opened the door without much ceremony, allowing everyone to file in. So gaudy, Kirishima commented, pushing past Kaminari to get a better look. Yeah, it's like you just threw in everything you saw, Bnha added, also walking further into his room. Really? I thought it looked nice. Kaminari frowned slightly at his friend's responses, taking a quick look around his room. I think it looks fine, you assured him, following Bnha in and watching as the rest of your classmates chatted aimlessly around you. It's not too fancy, but that's not a bad thing. You shot him a smile before turning to Bnha to ask her a question, missing Kaminari's following blush. After Rikido's victory, the entire class was sitting in the common room, chatting happily. Slightly awkward, Kaminari sat down next to you, still sulking at his loss. You nudged him slightly, sending him a smile when he looked at you. Don't be upset, you told him, causing him to smile easily at you. I won't be, I just thought it would have been cool to win, he admitted. Although, I guess people didn't really like my room anyway. You shrugged, leaning forward to grab your tea from the coffee table in front of you. I didn't think it was bad. Plus, it just looked like it was full of things you enjoy, right? At Kaminari's nod, you settled back against the couch again, cradling the warm mug against your chest. Then that's pretty cool, at least I think so, And you shouldn't be too upset about losing then. Yeah, I guess so, Kaminari admitted, watching you closely for a second before blinking suddenly and clearing his throat. Where'd you get the tea? Momo made it for me. She brought a whole bunch of tea with her, and when we asked her why, she admitted that she drinks several cups a night. You shook your head playfully. She also told us that she didn't think it was a lot and that her family would probably send more soon. That's crazy, isn't it? Anyway, she offered to make some and said she's always more than happy to share. I'm sure you could have a cup if you wanted. What type of tea is it? Kaminari asked, thinking that stepping out for a second to make a cup of tea would probably be a good idea, because he was beginning to feel warmer with every excited smile you sent him. I don't remember, you trailed off, thinking for a second before shrugging. But it's good. Here, want to taste? You held your mug out to him easily, and he took it without thinking, only to panic slightly. Why did he take the mug? Now he had to drink some, because it would look weird if he just handed it back without trying it. Kaminari felt like his brain was frying, despite not having used his quirk. Nervously, he lifted the cup to his lips and took a gentle sip, not even registering the taste before handing it back to you. Whoa, sharing drinks? You two sure are getting close, Bnha teased as she made her way to sit on the other side of you, nudging your shoulder playfully as an impressive blush took over your face. I was just letting him taste the tea Momo made for me. It's not like that. I promise. You stumbled over your words, the blush covering your cheeks darkening by the second. Kaminari couldn't help but think that he wanted to keep seeing you blush like that. He wanted to make you blush like that. He wanted to feel your cheeks to see if they were as warm as he imagined. Ow, you called faintly, rubbing your arm before letting out a small laugh. You shocked me. Kaminari was already blushing at Bnha's words and his own thoughts, but your sudden shout made his cheeks darken further. I did. Kaminari felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he reached out, almost to comfort you, but hesitated, rubbing the back of his neck instead. He relaxed when you laughed again, a sound that brightened the atmosphere. He wondered if you were okay, but he couldn't help but notice how you were leaning against Bnha, who was busy on her phone. You turned to face him more directly, tucking your legs under your body. Kaminari wished you felt comfortable enough to lean against him or even lay your legs across his lap. He wanted that casual touch to feel natural between you. You assured him that you were fine, just a little surprised by the static shock he had given you. However, you noted that he seemed lost in thought today. With a curious tilt of your head, you took a sip from your mug where he had just been moments before. Kaminari shifted in his seat, feeling a mix of discomfort and happiness at your attention. He was glad that you noticed him, perhaps in the same way he noticed you. You encouraged him to talk if he needed to, flashing him a bright smile that made his heart flutter. Bnha suddenly interrupted, shoving her phone in front of you and excitedly sharing a message she had received. You reached for her phone, sending Kaminari an apologetic smile before focusing on Bnha. As you did, Kaminari decided to leave, not wanting to be caught staring at you, his mind racing with thoughts he hoped weren't inappropriate. He didn't notice your eyes following him as he walked away, nor the disappointed frown that briefly crossed your face. The room was dim, with the moonlight barely illuminating the couches. Rain pounded against the windows, and a chill filled the air. You sat on the floor in front of a large window, wrapped in a blanket with your legs tucked against your chest. A flash of lightning illuminated the room, followed by the distant rumble of thunder. You turned at the sound of soft footsteps descending the stairs, squinting to identify the figure in the faint light. Another flash of lightning revealed it was Kaminari. You whispered his name into the quiet space, spinning slightly to face him as he searched for your voice. Kaminari called out to you, his voice cutting through the tranquil atmosphere without disrupting the peaceful feeling the rain brought. You lifted your hand to signal him, and he crouched down in front of you, sitting closer than he probably intended. You greeted him with a simple, "Hi." He asked why you were awake, and you playfully returned the question, raising an eyebrow even though he couldn't see it. You admitted that you enjoyed watching lightning storms, a recent habit of yours. Kaminari found comfort in the silence that followed, feeling braver in the darkness. He thought about how nice it would be to lean in and kiss you, the idea feeling more attainable in this moment. You confessed that it wasn't really a tradition but something you had started recently. After a moment of silence, Kaminari asked if you were alone, trying to read your expression in the dark. A flash of lightning startled you again, and you nodded in response to his question. Clearing your throat, you asked him why he was awake. He explained that he was just going to grab a snack because he couldn't sleep. Standing up, he said he would be right back. You watched him disappear into the kitchen, feeling a sudden pang of loneliness despite having enjoyed your solitude moments before. Kaminari returned shortly after, holding a bowl and a mug. You heard his footsteps as he approached and set the mug at your feet. Recognizing the comforting aroma of your favorite tea, you picked it up and took a sip, finding it made just to your taste. The thought that he knew how you liked your tea warmed your heart. Kaminari stood awkwardly above you, unsure if he should leave you alone or stay. He noticed you looking up at him, and since you hadn't asked him to go, he felt it was okay to linger. He had grabbed enough snacks for two without thinking. You invited him to stay, your voice soft as you looked away. Without hesitation, Kaminari sat beside you, stumbling slightly in his eagerness. After a moment, you lifted one corner of your blanket, your heart racing as you mumbled that it was cold. You turned to face him, expressing concern that he might get sick. Kaminari felt his heart race as he scooted closer, accepting the blanket and pressing his thigh against yours. He reassured himself that he was doing this to keep the blanket from slipping off your shoulder and to share his warmth, just as you had suggested. But deep down, he knew he was drawn to you, captivated by how close you were and the sound of your breathing. In the silence, Kaminari gathered his courage to speak. He asked about your new habit, realizing too late that it felt like the conversation had never stopped. He shifted slightly, clearing his throat as he waited for your response. I mean, you mentioned it was more of a recent thing, not a tradition. Is there a reason for that? Kaminari chuckled softly, sensing your hesitation. You turned your head to look at him, the flash of lightning briefly illuminating his features, causing you to jump slightly. You admitted in a quiet voice that you were actually a bit scared of storms. Kaminari noticed your unease and asked if you were trying to overcome that fear. You shook your head, letting the silence linger, aware that he might be confused. After a moment, you revealed that the lightning reminded you of someone. You felt a tightness in your chest, hoping he would understand the implication, but he continued to fidget with the corner of the blanket. Leaning your head against his shoulder, you felt the gentle pull of sleep as you listened to Kaminari's steady breathing, the quiet punctuated only by the occasional crunch of chips. As your breathing slowed, Kaminari realized you had fallen asleep. A sense of contentment washed over him. This felt right in every way. He wished for you to fall asleep next to him every day. The thought that you watched lightning storms because they reminded you of him filled him with hope. Kaminari felt a familiar warmth in his stomach as he thought of you, and he struggled to keep his quirk under control, wanting you to remain peacefully asleep. After an hour, the rain began to taper off, and you stirred awake to the newfound silence, realizing you hadn't been asleep for long. You noticed that you were still leaning against Kaminari, who had placed his arm behind you for support. Carefully, you sat up, trying not to disturb him. Kaminari turned to look at you, momentarily worried that you were slipping away again, but his eyes widened in surprise upon seeing you awake. You apologized for dozing off, feeling a blush rise to your cheeks. Kaminari reassured you that he didn't mind, quickly adding that you had been tired. You expressed your gratitude for him staying with you, and he insisted that you didn't need to be so formal. He suggested you could call him Kamikuin or Denki, or whatever you preferred. You smiled and rolled his name off your tongue, feeling it fit just right. You offered him your first name in return. Denki's face lit up with a wide smile, a faint blush creeping across his cheeks. Though the darkness obscured much of his features, the little you could see made your heart race. The two of you remained there, comfortably talking and enjoying each other's company until the first rays of sunlight began to break through the darkness. You groaned and pulled your blanket closer. All morning, you had been both dripping with sweat and shivering so hard that you were sure you'd give yourself whiplash if it got any worse. You might think that having amazing superpowers would save you from the annoying inconveniences of life, but most quirks didn't protect you from the flu. That's why you were buried under 3 extra blankets, likely looking like a breathing corpse. Just as you prepared for another round of sneezes, you heard an uncertain knock on your dorm door. You weakly called out that it was open while reaching for the box of tissues you had placed near your bed. The door opened slowly, revealing a worried Todoroki, holding a plastic shopping bag and a thermostat. He stepped into the room and closed the door, commenting on your sorry state. He noted that you looked terrible. You rolled your eyes and sat up, responding with a sarcastic remark about your fashion choice. He rolled his eyes at your sarcasm and walked over to your bed, where you were now sitting up and looking at him. He explained that he had brought you a couple of things because he heard you were sick, and some of your classmates had pitched in with a few gifts as well. Curious, you asked what he had. He nodded and set the bag down next to you on the bed, placing the thermostat on the little table beside you, where your tissues were. He began unpacking the bag, setting a few new tissue boxes next to your nearly empty one along with a box of cold and flu medicine. He handed you a little stuffed animal that Uraraka had suggested you would love, and you noted the way he glanced away from your eyes as he did so, wondering if it was really Uraraka who picked it out. You thanked him for the gift, trying to suppress a cough. He then pointed to the thermostat, mentioning that one of your classmates had made you some soup and had insisted he not reveal who it was. He asked if you wanted some right away. Realizing you hadn't eaten much since getting sick, your stomach growled loudly, prompting you to agree to a little soup. He nodded and poured some of your favorite soup into a bowl, handing it to you. As you took your first spoonful, you realized how cold it was and shook your head, guessing it had been made the night before. He commented on Bakugo's tendency to put cold soup in a thermostat. When you confirmed it was cold, he gently took the bowl away, holding it carefully. His hand began to spark and heat up, and soon a tiny flame danced across his hand as he warmed the soup until it started steaming. He handed it back to you, and you smiled as you began to eat, feeling a little better with the warm food in your stomach. The warmth began to ease your shivering. He asked how you were feeling, and you muttered that you felt terrible, expressing your frustration about missing class. You lamented that you wouldn't be able to keep up with everyone, especially Deku, who seemed to take down 3 villains in a week. He laughed, a sound that always made you feel a bit better, and reassured you that most of them couldn't keep up with Deku either. You both shared a laugh, recalling some of Deku's less terrifying antics. He motioned for you to scoot over, making room for him to sit down beside you. It was rare for him to sit with his left side facing you, but you leaned your head on his shoulder as he warmed himself up a little. You began to feel comfortable, nodding off slightly as you cuddled next to him. He mentioned that he had to ask half the class what to do when he heard you were sick, admitting he never really had someone take care of him like this when he was a kid. You joked that if he kept cuddling up to you while you were sick, he would soon experience it himself. He chuckled, assuring you he would be all right. As you thought about it, you realized he was missing class. He confirmed he had told Aizawa he was checking on you, and you teased him about leaving right after lunch. Inside your dorm room, you slept fitfully, blankets twisting around you with each toss and turn. Thunder rumbled softly in the distance, and bright flashes of lightning illuminated your dark room as a summer storm approached. You awoke with a start, sitting straight up in bed. Clenching the sheets in your hands, you heaved panicked breaths into your lungs, shifting your gaze to the alarm clock warily. It read 2:47 a.m. You breathed out shakily, feeling unsettled. Still reeling from the nightmare, you backed yourself into the corner of your bed, tilting your head back against the wall. A cool breeze wafted in through the window, carrying the scent of incoming rain. It caressed your face as you wrapped your arms around your knees, pulling them in tightly. Taking the hem of the oversized shirt, the character wiped the sweat from their forehead, glaring into the darkness. They felt overwhelmed, as if they were on the verge of losing control. Their eyes burned and their throat tightened as memories of past trauma surfaced, unwelcome reminders of things they wished to forget. These issues had woven themselves into their dreams, taunting and sneering. Glancing at the phone, a trembling hand reached over the messily strewn sheets to unplug it from the charger. The screen lit up, revealing various texts from friends. The phone background displayed a photo of them and Shinso. In the picture, their arm was wrapped around his shoulder, playfully pinching his cheek, while the other arm stretched out to take the photo. Shinsu's hand peeked above their head, making bunny ears, while his other hand made a cheeky gesture at the camera. The character wore a huge dorky grin that contrasted with Shinsu's deadpan expression. It was one of their favorite photos, capturing a day spent together at a cat cafe and then at the beach. As they scrolled through the notifications, the phone screen illuminated their weary eyes, highlighting the dark bags beneath them. The time read 2:50 a.m. on Friday, June XX. One message read, "Hey, are you still on for seeing that movie? Tomorrow night with Kiri, Shinso, and me." Another said, "I made another Spotify playlist for you. Let me know when you check it out. I love the one you made." A third message from Shinso asked, "What kind of cursed cat is that? Please send more." The character focused on Shinsu's message. They had grown very close since meeting him at the beginning of the year. It was hard to deny that they had developed feelings for him. It had happened so easily. They knew they were a goner the moment they met him. His beauty, both inside and out, only made it harder to resist. Since becoming friends, they had helped build his confidence regarding his quirk and strength. Through persistent encouragement, they convinced Shinso that he would become an amazing pro-hero, though he credited them for saving his life. They hesitated, contemplating whether to call him. They didn't want to bother him so late, but they knew he would be upset if he found out they were struggling and hadn't reached out. They just couldn't bear the thought of being alone right now. Opening his contact, they wiped their teary eyes and pressed the call button. Taking a shaky breath, they waited for Shinso to answer, praying he would. It rang only twice before he picked up. "Hey, what's going on? I thought you were already asleep," he mumbled sleepily into the phone. Attempting to steady their voice, they explained that they had a nightmare and didn't feel okay. Their voice cracked, adding to their embarrassment. Shinso immediately sensed something was wrong and quickly sat up in bed. He spoke softly, concern evident in his words, offering for them to come over and stay with him for the night. Hot tears spilled down their cheeks at his words. They agreed, expressing their reluctance to be alone and apologizing for bothering him. "Don't ever apologize," he reassured them. "I'm really glad you called. I'll be waiting outside for you. Just be careful in the dark." After hanging up, they stumbled from their bed, sliding their phone into their waistband. They hurriedly navigated their dark room, making it to the door. Quietly opening it, they slipped out in just socks, sweatpants, and a baggy t-shirt. Moving through the dark halls of the dorm, they were careful not to make a sound. Since Shinso was in Class 1B, he was in the neighboring building. After a few moments, they successfully made it out the front door without alerting anyone to their absence. Closing it silently behind them, they didn't bother with shoes as they sprinted toward Shinsu's dorm building, desperately needing to be in his comforting embrace. The wind from the approaching storm whipped against them, and lightning illuminated their features, revealing the tears streaming down their face. They spotted Shinso standing at the bottom of the steps in front of his dorm and sobbed in relief at the sight of him waiting. Hearing them, Shinso quickly turned and saw them running toward him. He immediately launched into a sprint to meet them halfway. Upon reaching him, they leaped into his arms, weeping and burying their face in his chest. Shinso wrapped his warm arms around them, holding them close while murmuring their name. "It's okay, you're safe. I promise," he repeated gently, resting his chin on top of their head. His fingers brushed lightly against their neck and through their hair, tenderly working out the tangles. After a few minutes, they relaxed in his embrace, their crying subsiding. They released their tight grip on his waist to wipe their cheeks dry, not yet looking up. They left a large wet spot on his shirt from their tears, which added to their embarrassment. It broke Shinsu's heart to see them like this, feeling helpless against something he couldn't protect them from. He had always felt the need to keep them safe, just as they had for him. The wind grew stronger, pressing them closer against Shinso. Thunder boomed, growing louder with each passing moment. He suggested they return to his room before it started raining. They murmured in agreement, still nestled against his chest. Shinso glanced down at their feet, noticing they were only wearing socks. He often reminded them to wear shoes when going outside, but they rarely remembered. He always tried to take care of them like that, and they had even jokingly called him Mom before. "Let me carry you inside since you don't have shoes on. I don't want you to step on something and hurt yourself," he said while gently petting their hair. They agreed, still not wanting him to see their face, which was puffy and red. Shinso turned around, allowing them to climb onto his back for a piggyback ride. He adjusted his grip on their thighs, ensuring they were stable as they made their way inside. As Shinso walked towards his dorm and up the stairs, he effortlessly carried you in his arms. He shifted you slightly to open the door, stepping inside and closing it quietly behind him while sliding off his shoes. Moving through the dimly lit hallway, you watched the lightning flash through the windows, trying to push away thoughts of your nightmare. When he reached his room, he repeated the process of opening and closing the door. Once you were both safely inside, you slid off his back and stood on the floor. Glancing around his familiar, slightly messy room filled with cozy books and posters, you felt a wave of happiness wash over you at the sight of pictures of the two of you together. The window was open, allowing a cool breeze to flow through the space. Turning to face you, Shinso stretched his arms out. You wrapped your arms around his waist and buried your face into his chest. He immediately embraced you, his hands clasped together at your lower back. Hiding the blush on your face, you asked quietly if it was okay to sleep with him that night. Shinso looked down at you, noticing how you concealed your face in his chest. Normally so bold and outspoken, your shyness was a refreshing contrast. He smiled, letting out a light laugh before assuring you that it was more than okay, reminding you that you had shared a bed before during sleepovers and late-night gaming sessions. The thought of spending time with him made you feel like you were floating on clouds. With a grin against his warm chest, you declared that you demanded cuddling and that he wasn't allowed to refuse. Shinso hummed in response, teasingly questioning when he had ever turned down your extraordinary cuddles. He pressed a gentle kiss to your forehead, smiling at the way your grip tightened around his waist. Releasing you just long enough to arrange the soft pillows on his bed, he placed them in the corner against the wall as the rain began to pour heavily outside. You walked over to the window and closed it, leaving just a small opening, as you both enjoyed sleeping with the window open but wanted to keep the rain out. Once he finished, Shinso settled into bed, leaning against the plush pillows. You followed suit, climbing onto his lap, your legs on either side of his waist as he enveloped you in his warm embrace. Nestling your face into his neck, you wrapped your arms around his chest, breathing in his comforting scent of cotton and lavender, one of your favorite things about him. As he traced his fingers lightly down your back, Shinso playfully asked if you would ever let him see your face or if you would continue to hide from him. You huffed against him, pouting tiredly as you explained that your eyes were puffy and you felt terrible. This prompted a gentle protest from him, and he continued to hold you close, the warmth of the moment wrapping around you both like a cozy blanket. The rain pattered softly against the window as Shinso brushed your hair from your forehead, his thumb gently caressing your cheek. He moved his hand down to cup your chin, lifting your head to meet his gaze. You hesitated for a moment, your heart racing as his deep purple eyes locked onto yours, refusing to let you look away. You thought to yourself that this boy was going to be the end of you. He was simply too beautiful and perfect. Still holding your chin, Shinso leaned in closer, his voice barely audible over the storm outside. He told you that you were absolutely exquisite and urged you never to feel otherwise. The way he spoke left you breathless, and you felt your cheeks flush with warmth. Normally, you were the one showering him with compliments, proudly calling yourself the king of the simps. Since day one, you had flirted with him relentlessly, so his words caught you off guard. Recovering from his unexpected compliment, you managed to respond smoothly, telling him that you thought he was flawless and possibly the greatest thing you had ever seen. As you spoke, your breath mingled with his, and he tilted your face closer to his. Shinso grinned down at you, making your insides feel like mush. His captivating stare held you in place, and you found yourself unable to look away. You thought about the dangerous game you were playing, but it thrilled you. With a playful eyebrow raise, you challenged him, asking if you had stuttered. He continued to gaze at you with those stunning purple eyes, seemingly trying to memorize every detail of your face. Outside, thunder rumbled and rain lashed against the building, but you were both too absorbed in each other to notice. In a moment of boldness, you leaned up and closed the distance between you, pressing your lips against his. You closed your eyes, melting into his embrace. Your hand found its way into his silky purple hair, tangling your fingers gently as you kissed him repeatedly. It felt intoxicating, and his lips tasted sweet like vanilla. Shinsu's heartbeat quickened as you smiled against his lips, his hand moving to cup your cheek as he deepened the kiss. He thought he could get lost in everything about you. He murmured your name softly, confessing that he had wanted to kiss you like this since the moment he met you, and everything about you drove him utterly insane. Your heart raced at his words, and as you pulled away, you opened your eyes wide, beaming at his delighted expression. You couldn't help but exclaim your surprise at his feelings, admitting that you had fallen for him hard and had always thought he didn't feel the same. Shinso smiled back at you, his expression gleeful as he revealed that he had known you were a bit dense, but he hadn't realized just how much. He assured you that he felt the same way. Everyone seems to know it, except for you, apparently. He rolls his eyes while saying this, wrapping his arms around you tightly. You stick your tongue out at Shinso, trying to hold back a giggle. He smirks down at you before leaning in for another kiss. His arms press against your waist, pulling you closer as you grasp both sides of his face, deepening the kiss. You both linger in this moment for a while before parting, breathless, a light blush creeping onto your cheeks. Shinso asks with a playful smirk if he can be your boyfriend, teasingly adding that you're already his. You laugh joyfully, beaming up at him and declaring that you're the one who gets to claim him. You playfully nip at his bottom lip, feeling a rush of happiness that makes your previous worries fade away. He compliments your goofy smile, calling it adorable, while gently holding the side of your face. You close your eyes, leaning into his soft touch. Turning your face to the side, you hold the back of his hand and kiss his palm, feeling a wave of gratitude wash over you. You tell him that he means everything to you, wrapping your arms around his chest and nuzzling your head into his neck, planting a gentle kiss on his throat, a satisfied smile on your face. Shinso watches you relax against him, unable to stop smiling. He finds you so adorable and wonders what he's going to do with you. You remind him of a cat, and he playfully suggests calling you Kitty Cat. You respond drowsily, saying that you would like that very much. Your eyes grow heavy as you drift into a peaceful sleep. Shinso grins down at your serene expression, tenderly brushing his fingers through your hair, just the way you like it. Leaning back sleepily, he plays with your hair while gently caressing your back, ensuring you feel completely comforted in his embrace. Listening to the sound of the rain and your steady breathing, Shinso soon falls asleep as well, content to have you in his arms. You slid easily down the cold, wet stone wall, using the water to your advantage as you landed. You forced yourself to your feet and ran into the village, your hood pulled over your head to conceal your identity. Not that a hood could fully hide your striking features. Your boots trudged through the mud, your pants clinging to your legs in the rain. You wore a long-sleeved white shirt with a green corset vest, and the royal crest on the necktie of your hood had been ripped off and discarded into the mud. You couldn't deny it, you had family issues. Your father wanted to marry you off to the nearest royal heir to secure wealth and power, while you had no support from your mother or siblings. The prospect of being wed to Minoru, a short and overly eager boy, was unbearable. So you ran away, relying on the money you had taken from the royal treasury, your quirk, and the skills you had honed over the years. You stumbled through the night, opting to walk rather than risk waking the guards to access the royal stables. You hummed a soft lullaby your mother used to sing to you as a child. Once you were out of the village, you pushed back your hood, feeling the cold rain on your face, which brought you a sense of comfort. You ran your fingers through your damp hair, cursing yourself for not leaving sooner. Pulling your hood back up, you trudged on, the smell of smoke wafting through the trees as you veered off the path to avoid any travelers. In the distance, explosions echoed, accompanied by loud grunting noises. A male voice shouted, making your heart race. You took a defensive stance, scanning the area for the source of the commotion. Suddenly, a flash of red collided with you, knocking the breath from your lungs as you tumbled to the ground. You coughed and rolled, struggling to regain your breath as the weight lifted. You pushed yourself up, hacking as you tried to catch your breath. A concerned voice asked if you were okay, and a hand rested on your back, causing you to flinch as if burned. You warned the stranger to stay away, coughing again, tears streaming down your face as you struggled to calm yourself. Another man appeared, his hands emitting smoke. His poofy blonde hair was damp from the rain, and his crimson eyes were filled with annoyance. You glanced at the other man, whose eyes were also red, with sharp teeth and messy ruby hair. The one called Kirishima protested, insisting he hadn't done anything wrong. The blonde rolled his eyes and, with a scoff, knelt beside you, reaching out again. You flinched back, growling for him not to touch you. He pulled back, frustrated, and exchanged glances with Kirishima. The blonde expressed his annoyance, declaring he was just trying to help, while Kirishima argued that they couldn't leave you behind, especially since you seemed to be in distress. You interjected, insisting you were fine, pushing yourself to your feet with the support of a nearby tree. However, you stumbled, and Kirishima quickly caught you, offering a calming smile. You nodded in agreement, grateful for his help as he guided you through the woods, while the blonde followed a few steps behind, still grumbling. When Kirishima stopped, you saw a small campsite with a fire burning low and 2 tents set up on opposite sides. He gently set you down on the leaves, and the blonde approached the embers, creating a small explosion that startled you. He smirked and stepped back, introducing himself as Baku, while Kirishima introduced himself as Ijuru. You hesitated before revealing your name, knowing that sharing your true identity could lead to complications. Instead, you introduced yourself with a hero name, hoping it would suffice. Kirishima found your name interesting, while Baku seemed curious but skeptical. Kirishima explained his quirk, which allowed him to harden any part of his body like rock, while Baku mentioned his explosive abilities, which had helped them in tough situations. You smiled at their camaraderie and shared your own quirk, which involved controlling and manipulating water, as well as absorbing it through your skin for later use. Kirishima appeared fascinated, while Baku regarded you with inquisitive eyes. Baku then asked what had brought you to this area, tilting his head slightly, causing his blonde hair to bounce. Kirishima joined in, inquiring if you were traveling from a nearby village. You looked up at the sky, noticing it was nearly noon. You had spent the morning joking and talking with your friends. You hesitated before admitting that you were on the run, questioning whether it was true. Both Kirishima and Baku leaned in, intrigued. They asked if you were like a villain or involved in a life of crime. You quickly assured them that was the last thing you wanted to be, and they relaxed. You explained that you had run away from home because your father wanted to marry you off and was abusive, while your mother and brothers were unsupportive. As you looked down, twisting your hands nervously, Kirishima expressed his sympathy, and Baku listened intently. Kirishima offered you a place to stay with them, and you gratefully accepted, squeezing his hand in thanks. Baku cleared his throat, capturing your attention. He told you to prepare to walk, mentioning that it might be good to have another person on their side. As you got up and stretched, Baku shot a glare at Kirishima, who shrugged dreamily. You playfully remarked that there wasn't a moment to lose, prompting you to start walking. Kirishima and Baku followed, watching you lead the way. Kirishima, beaming, confided in Baku that he thought he was in love. Baku snorted in response, and they both trailed after you. There were a few simple rules to live by. One of the most important was to never fall in love with a superhero. You had unknowingly broken this rule, especially considering the reasons against it. The relationship would likely never work, your private life would be made public, and your safety could be compromised. You had developed Hanahaki disease, a condition that could lead to serious consequences. You only realized you were in love when you coughed up the first petal, staring at the bright yellow sunflower petal in your palm. You had developed feelings for Yagi Tashinori, known as All Might, a man who was adored by many but struggled with self-care and confidence. You had formed a friendship with Tashinori while in America, and when he invited you to Japan to help find his successor, you accepted. That was likely when the disease began. You felt it was inappropriate to tell him about your feelings, fearing it would complicate things and interfere with his hero work. However, you knew the disease could be fatal. After an incident where you coughed up several petals in front of Midoriya, you realized you had to tell Tashinori. You promised yourself and Midoriya that you would share your secret with him. Despite your blunt personality, you struggled with anxiety and doubt. You needed time to figure out how to express your feelings. You were aware that you were being a coward, afraid of your own emotions. You didn't want to be in love, yet here you were. When you arrived at Toshinori's doorstep with dinner, you hadn't even realized you were there until he opened the door and smiled at you. His appearance, though scrawny, was endearing, and you found him handsome in his own way. As you stepped inside and placed the bags on the kitchen counter, you mentioned the fast food you brought, hoping it wouldn't make him jealous. Toshinori laughed and helped you unpack the food, expressing his gratitude. The atmosphere felt oddly domestic, but to you, it was just teasing and cruel, a reminder of what you wanted but couldn't have. As Toshinori put the tea you bought into his cupboards, you felt a surge of determination. You needed to speak to him about something serious. You leaned against the counter and crossed your arms, asking if you could discuss something important. Toshinori, always willing to listen, nodded. You took a deep breath, knowing you had to say something. You looked into his deep blue eyes, feeling the weight of your emotions. It was now or never. He was so beautiful, and the depth of your love for him was overwhelming. You felt as if you were suffocating under the weight of your emotions. Then you finally confessed, revealing your secret. You had hanahaki. The words hung in the air, a breath of fresh air that quickly turned cold as he looked at you, leaving a stinging sensation in your throat. It hurt. You explained that it was foolish to let yourself die when you could simply speak up. You needed him to either confess his feelings or agree to surgery. Toshi took a deep breath, leaning heavily on the counter, running a hand through his wild hair. He appeared upset, confused, and lost. He couldn't even meet your gaze. You wondered why he couldn't look at you. You shared that you had coughed up 53 petals, indicating that your time was running out. Toshi seemed to misunderstand your urgency and asked how long you had felt this way. It was a difficult question to answer. You thought back, realizing it might have been since you arrived in Japan. You hadn't recognized your feelings until the petals began to fall. Toshi offered a faint smile, teasing you about your lack of observation. Anger surged within you as you felt dismissed. You expressed your frustration, feeling that he was trivializing something serious. He insisted it was true, but you demanded he stop deflecting and tell you what would happen next. Your voice dropped to a whisper, revealing your vulnerability. You hated this side of yourself, so different from your usual fiery spirit. You pressed him for answers, asking if you needed surgery. The question you really wanted to ask lingered unspoken. Did he love you too? His silence was deafening. You stared at the floor, feeling a laugh escape you, a sound filled with disbelief. You couldn't believe he didn't know what to do with your life. Panic bubbled within you, and you stood tall, pulling at your hair in frustration. Tears streamed down your cheeks, a painful reminder of your situation. You pointed out that he had the power to save lives but seemed paralyzed when it came to yours. Toshi stuttered, struggling to find the right words, looking as broken as you felt. You realized it wasn't just about you, it was about him too. Anger flared again as you slammed your hand on the counter, demanding answers. He remained silent, and you accused him of being too scared to love you, too filled with self-doubt to take action. You felt tears fall freely as you confronted him, expressing your disbelief that he could be the reason for your demise. In a moment of dramatic irony, you began to cough, petals falling to the floor, a stark reminder of your condition. You held up a bloody petal, urging him to acknowledge the gravity of the situation. You needed him to tell you if surgery was necessary, your voice cracking with emotion. You silently pleaded for him to love you. Toshi stared at the petal, his fingers twitching at his sides. Finally, he took the petal into his trembling hands, and as he opened his mouth to speak, your heart raced, waiting for his answer. The human mind can be a terrifying thing, filled with fleeting thoughts and moments that can slip away. But this was no illusion. You looked around the corner, your hair tied back and hidden beneath a mask designed to help you breathe. The suit felt tight, but you pushed those concerns aside for now. This mission was a stealth operation. Retrieve, replace, escape. You were focused on the escape part, but guards were everywhere, searching for you and your friend after he had accidentally triggered an alarm. You whispered to Kirishima, urging him to be more careful. He apologized, insisting they needed to get out. You peered beyond your hiding spot and locked eyes with a guard, panic flooding your system. You quickly turned back, clicking the side of your helmet to prepare for a fight. You warned Kirishima that you had blown their cover. With a shaky breath, you drew your gun, ready for the confrontation. Just as you fired, the guard shot back, catching you off guard. Kirishima, ever the hero, jumped in front of you, taking the blast full force and sending both of you crashing into the nearest wall. Other guards were alerted, but both of them were unconscious. That was how they ended up in this situation. They looked at their hands, once small and well-manicured, now large with bitten fingernails. Scars adorned their arms, and their once familiar body had transformed. The soft curves of their waist had become hard muscle, and the plump flesh of their thighs had diminished. They patted their cheeks in an attempt to wake up, but only felt the rough calluses against their skin. Panic began to rise as they hyperventilated. Recovery Girl approached, delivering a sharp slap on their back to jolt them from their spiral of anxiety. They shook their head, trying to regain composure. "Give me a mirror. What's happening? Where is Kirishima?" they asked, swinging their legs over the bed. "He's right there," Recovery Girl replied, pointing to a covered body. Small, with hair peeking out from under the sheet. It was them, their body, and they were in Kirishima's. They had switched bodies or minds, whatever the correct term was, and they knew that the blast had something to do with it. They were utterly confused and overwhelmed. When Kirishima woke up, he remained silent, staring at the body that was not his. His own body sat next to him, and worse yet, he had swapped with his crush since transferring to UA. If there was a god, it seemed to have a grudge against him. "I'm sorry," he murmured from their lips. "Don't be," they replied without hesitation. "It's not anyone's fault but that blasts." Both of them averted their gazes, afraid to look at each other. Kirishima suddenly moved his smaller hand to lace it with what was once his own. "I think it'll be awkward to confess to my own body since I'm not that narcissistic, but I don't know what else to do. If I don't do it now, it'll be even more awkward later, and I'm not sure if you'll even want to talk to me afterward, but I'm still going to try," Kirishima began. He looked up at them, at his face, and then cupped their cheek, which wasn't exactly theirs. They felt a flush as he leaned in to kiss them, but they instinctively shrank back in their larger body, causing him to miss and kiss the tip of their nose instead. He pulled back, and they watched as their body turned as red as a tomato. Heat flooded their face, and everything felt warm: the room, the clothes they wore, even though they were partially shirtless. "You missed," they said softly. "I what?" he asked, looking back up at them. He chuckled, leaning forward to wrap an arm around their body, pulling them close. He leaned in again, placing a real kiss on his lips. Their eyes fluttered shut as he stared at them, leaning into the kiss and reciprocating completely. He wrapped the arms that were once theirs around his neck, gently pulling at his now red spiky hair. They pulled away but leaned their foreheads against his. "I said you missed." "D'men right I did." "Show me how to aim again," he asked. "Gladly." With a huff, Izuku flung himself down onto his bed, glancing sideways at the scarf that had become a tangled mess. The sides were unraveling into a red and yellow stringy chaos. It was an all-might scarf, one of thousands sold everywhere, but this one held sentimental value much more than any other scarf he had owned. He knew this day would come eventually. He had cherished that scarf for years, but when something must go, it must go, no matter how much Midoriya wished it wouldn't. He picked up the rags and tossed them into the trash can, heaving a sigh as he pulled his shoes back on and left his dorm room. Izuku surveyed the students in his classroom, some chatting in groups while others worked diligently or studied. Ida and you were the only ones being truly productive. You hummed to your music, tapping your pencil on your paper and jotting down a few more notes. As antisocial as you were, Izuku couldn't deny his interest in you. The way you wrote your notes was similar to his, and your quirk resembled Katsuki's. The power you possessed could easily overpower anyone who dared to challenge you, but he was grateful you chose to keep to yourself instead of picking fights like Bakuga did. You were loud when you wanted to be, like now. The beats of your music were audible even from across the room. People chatted away, yet he could still hear you. You always had your hair tied back in a sign of confidence. Your tie was loose instead of tight around your neck, and you wore gold star-patterned stockings instead of leaving your legs bare. You often opted for black booties instead of flats like everyone else. You looked out the window, watching the world go by, shifting your head to the rhythm of your music, leaning your chin into your bracelet-clad palm. You could control extremely hot objects, generating heat from your palms through the sweat you produced, allowing you to burn or melt anything easily. You could manipulate and create heated materials, using plasma particles to your advantage. That was how you had excelled in the entrance exams, melting all the robots and scoring second highest. Izuku looked away, back down at the fabric wrapped around his neck. The crocheted electric blue and forest green scarf had been found on his bed that morning. He had only told a few people about his scarf, Uraraka being one, but you were present when he mentioned his special clothing item. He suspected you might have made it, but he had no idea how to approach the subject or even thank you if you were the one behind it. He felt a bit cowardly in these situations, but given you shared the same social awkwardness, he figured he had a good chance to strike up a conversation with you. His ears perked up at your voice. "Hey, Mom," you whispered softly, as if every other noise had faded away. "It's snowing again," you murmured. His eyes drifted to the window, observing the large, fluffy white flakes of snow gently falling outside. He missed someone dearly but was determined to make friends as promised. Clutching his pencil tightly, he vowed quietly to make that person proud, leaving a foggy imprint on the glass from his breath. When the bell rang, he watched as you stood up, shouldering your backpack and tucking your phone into your shirt pocket. You turned to leave, skillfully navigating through the crowd of students. As you walked away, a crochet needle slipped from your bag, unnoticed. He quickly followed the other students out, picked it up, and examined it. The needle was matte black, with a small tuft of forest green yarn attached. Now he was certain. As the hallways cleared and students made their way back to the dorms, he absent-mindedly thumbed the crochet needle and found himself heading toward your locker. You were still organizing your belongings while others filed out. He retrieved his coat from his locker and watched you step out into the snowy landscape. Although you didn't need a coat due to your quirk, you let your hair down from its ponytail, smoothing it over your ears. He called out to you, urging you to wait. You paused and turned back, your cheeks flushing a bright red. When he held up the matte black crochet needle, your eyes widened in surprise. You expressed your gratitude, apologizing for the trouble he went through to return it. Hot breath escaped your lips in puffs as snowflakes settled in your hair, making your eyes sparkle. He hadn't realized how beautiful you were until that moment, seeing you up close for the first time. It was no trouble for him, knowing how expensive those needles could be. He bowed slightly, thanking you for the scarf you had made, which he loved. Your face turned a deeper shade of red, and you nervously twisted a strand of hair around your finger. You asked if he had known it was you, and he admitted he had his suspicions, noting that no one could crochet as well as you. Your bashfulness only deepened, and he felt warmth creeping into his own cheeks. Then he hesitantly asked if you would like to study together, knowing you were great at taking notes. You eagerly accepted, mentioning your talent for making a delicious cup of cocoa and inviting him to your dorm. He smiled and nodded, feeling excited at the prospect. He grasped your hand, feeling the chill of your fingers, but it quickly warmed in his grasp, making you blush even more. When you asked if he was cold, he chuckled shyly and nodded, and you offered to fix that with a playful giggle. "Argarga, college boy, you better put me down right now." "No, don't tickle me ah." You squirmed in Natsuo's grasp as he laughed loudly, hauling you over his shoulder and spinning around in his dorm room while his fingers poked and prodded at your sides. Your desperate cackles echoed like a hyena's as he tickled you. He tossed you onto his bed, and you laughed as your body bounced on it while he crawled on top of you. Your laughter faded as he pressed his body against yours and kissed your neck. Natsu, you have to meet your family soon." Your toes curled as his hands slid up your waist. "I don't want to go, my love. I want to stay here with you. My father Bnha, he's nothing to me. But what about your sister? And Shosho? You haven't seen him in a while. Fuyumi told me it would be nice to see everyone again. Then come with me. Get in that car with me and come meet my father." You shook your head. "For the millionth time, baby, I'm not going to meet your father. I love you, but I'm not meeting him until he asks to meet me." About that. He sat up, shaking his white hair nervously as he released an airy laugh. You raised a brow and sat up with him, bringing his legs closer to your center as you stroked his thighs while he held your shoulders. Go on. I haven't actually told him yet. You frowned. I know. I want to tell him today, but I want you to come with me. I can do anything with you in my sights. He claimed, and you kissed him sweetly. Darling, the only thing that scares you is me. You can do absolutely anything, including this dinner. It's a family celebration, and I am not family. He remarked. You agreed, leaning your forehead against his. He kissed your nose, still straddling your thighs as you rubbed his back. Natsuo sighed through his nose. Okay, I promise I'll tell him today as soon as I see him in fact, but I'll be gone for only a few hours at best, okay? Okay, you answered back. I have to go to the store. I know you'll be having dinner, but I'd like ice cream of my own. This gives me my own opportunity so you don't eat all of it. When did you become so feisty? He purred. Maybe I should skip this dinner after all? You pushed him out of your lap to the other side of the bed and got up. Nope, you are going. I am cleaning up the apartment. We will meet back here tonight. You decided for him, and he offered a cute pout. You pecked his lips and got up, shoving a foot into one of your boots. Natsuo got up and stretched, his pretty gray eyes alight with happiness as he watched you change. Careful, college boy. Keep looking at me like a needy puppy, and I'll tease you before you go to dinner. You looked back over your shoulder with a stern expression. Natsuo closed his hanging jaw, blushing as he looked away from you. You smiled. Good boy. He rubbed the back of his head as you put on a coat. The fall weather always provided a chill. Natsuo was sensitive to warm weather despite his name. You kissed his cheek as you both exited the apartment. He went to the left of the hall and you went down to the right. You arrived home before Natsuo, the bagged violets in your hand hitting the counter along with the bags of groceries. You finished putting the food away, and as you picked up the violets to cut the stems, your scissors fell against the final stem. You set the sharp object down and turned around to put the flowers in the vase you bought along with them. The purple violets fell into the vase, and you flicked the water against the counter. Picking the flowers up, you turned to set them in your small living room. Upon turning, the door opened and slammed shut. You jumped, dropping the vase and making the glass shatter and spread throughout the kitchen. Natsuo, you scared me. Damn it. You shook your hands out and sighed, putting a hand against your forehead. Look at this mess. You sighed frustratedly as he kicked his shoes off and slid into his slippers. He walked over to you, stepping around the glass, and picked you up, burying his face in your hair. Natsu? He didn't respond, only carrying you and stepping over the glass. His cheeks were red and crusted with dry tears. Hey, what happened? Let's just say you won't be meeting my father anytime soon, he muttered. Are you okay? You cupped his jaw, but he refused to look directly at you, only opening the bedroom door and shuffling inside. I'm fine now. I just need to hold you for a bit. Can I do that? He asked, the timbre of his voice enough to make you shiver. Of course, darling, of course. As they pulled into the side parking lot, Hanta expressed concern about being late, fearing Bakuga's wrath. The protagonist parked the car and dismissed the worry, noting that they had time before the event started. Hanta laughed at the idea of a quick stop, knowing how indecisive the protagonist could be. The protagonist playfully threatened to withhold treats if Hanta continued to joke. Zero, realizing the seriousness of the situation, quickly shifted his tone, requesting orange juice. The protagonist agreed but asked for a kiss in return. Hanta obliged, leaning in for a sweet kiss that left the protagonist feeling blissful, the taste of citrus lingering on their lips. With a smile, the protagonist announced they would be back soon, and Hanta encouraged them to take their time. Stepping out of the car, the protagonist adjusted their ball cap, mindful of their secret identity. They valued their privacy and wanted to avoid being recognized without their hero costume. Inside the store, the protagonist noted the emptiness, save for a few patrons and the cashier. They headed straight for the drink refrigerators, selecting Hanta's favorite orange juice. As they scanned the shelves for something for themselves, they imagined a perfect future moment, relaxing with Hanta, enjoying music, and escaping the chaos of hero life. However, reality brought them back to the present, where they needed to choose a drink for the upcoming Ground Zero agency opening. As one of the first heroes to work with Bakugo, the event promised joy, laughter, and celebration. The protagonist was part of a team called Ground 7, comprised of top-ranked heroes, and they were excited to represent their agency. The sound of the store's entrance bell signaled the arrival of new customers, prompting the protagonist to fidget with their bracelet, eager to make a quick decision. They glanced toward the door and did a double-take upon seeing two teenagers dressed as Kaminari and Zero, accurately portraying their hero costumes. The Kaminari lookalike was impressively similar, while the Zero impersonator had a more casual approach, with a messy wig and mismatched gear. Amused, the protagonist returned to the drink selection, but their smile faded as they struggled to decide. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their thoughts. The Zero cosplayer had approached, apologizing for startling them. She explained her rush to grab drinks for herself and her friend, who was chatting with the cashier. The protagonist stepped aside, allowing her to grab a few drinks. As she rummaged through the refrigerator, the protagonist observed her costume more closely, noting the mismatched elements. The girl caught the protagonist's gaze and smirked, asking if they recognized her cosplay. After a moment of hesitation, the protagonist confirmed she was dressed as Cellophane, expressing that her choice was flattering. The girl beamed, excited to attend the Ground Zero agency opening as her favorite hero. The protagonist nodded, acknowledging her enthusiasm, and wondered if heroes were truly her thing. The girl glanced at the Ground 7 merchandise, noting the baseball cap adorned with enamel pins representing your friends. It seemed everyone had a piece of each other's gear, even Baku sported a couple of t-shirts. You quickly clarified that the hat belonged to a friend and that you weren't actually attending the ceremony. It felt like a small lie, but you preferred to keep your identity as a hero under wraps to avoid unwanted attention. She studied you for a moment before giggling, which left you puzzled. You couldn't help but wonder what she meant by that. After a brief pause, she asked if she could pose a question. You leaned back, ready to listen, wanting to be polite despite the awkwardness of the situation. She twirled around, eager for your opinion on her cosplay, asking if you thought Cellophane would like it. Her bright smile contrasted with your growing nervousness as you took in her appearance. In your honest opinion, her makeup was a bit messy, and her wig was askew. You believed that as a fellow cosplayer, she might appreciate your feedback. You pointed out that while you liked her cosplay, her wig needed some adjustment since strands of hair were falling out. Her expression shifted from joy to disgust, and she snorted at your comment. Clumsily, she tried to fix her wig, only causing more strands to escape. She asked if that was better, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Confused by her sudden hostility, you hesitantly agreed it looked better, unsure of how to navigate the situation. Her response was sharp, questioning your ability to comment on cosplay. You felt your frustration rise, reminding her that you had merely given your honest opinion. It was disheartening to be met with such condescension when you were simply trying to help. The tension escalated as she accused you of being rude, claiming you had no right to judge her appearance. You felt your fists clench at your sides, considering the possibility of confrontation. After all, she had initiated the conflict with her dismissive attitude. Just then, a hand landed on her shoulder, belonging to her friend in a Kaminari cosplay. The friend tried to defuse the situation, urging her to let it go. But the girl pulled away, still fuming and insisting that you had insulted her. You pinched the bridge of your nose, feeling the weight of the situation. The cashier called out for everyone to calm down, adding to the chaos as the girl began yelling at both you and her friend. You shot back, pointing out that her behavior was unbecoming of a cosplayer. Her response was equally heated, questioning your knowledge of heroes and cosplay, insisting that real fans stayed loyal. Just when you thought the argument couldn't escalate further, your boyfriend's voice cut through the tension. His familiar figure appeared, and your mood brightened instantly. You waved him over, relief washing over you. Zero approached, concern evident in his eyes as he took your hands, silently asking if you were okay. You nodded, and he smiled back, momentarily ignoring the two girls who were now staring at you in disbelief. With a playful tug, you pulled him closer, wrapping your arms around his neck. You shared a passionate kiss, feeling the tension of the earlier confrontation fade away. His hands found your waist, and you could sense his eagerness as he returned your kiss. As you pulled away, A string of saliva connected you momentarily, leaving him dazed. You smirked at the two cosplayers, who were now blushing furiously, and felt a sense of victory in the unexpected turn of events. He was her boyfriend, and she was deeply in love with him. She pointed her thumb at her flustered lover as he tried to hide his flushed cheeks. She pulled her wallet from her back pocket and flipped it open, revealing her hero license with her smiling face and hero name. She declared proudly that she was a hero. She moved their drinks into Hanta's arms, and he held onto the bottles while she crossed her arms at the Zero cosplayer, who was looking him up and down. The girl's eyes widened, and her jaw dropped in shock. She pointed at them both, completely flabbergasted. They were two of the heroes from the Ground 7 team, and she informed the girl that they wouldn't be allowed into the opening ceremony. With a smile, she waved at them and dragged Hanta toward the counter, quickly dropping a few bills. She apologized for the inconvenience and gave the mean girl another wave as she pushed Hanta out of the store with a serene smile. Hanta, still processing what had just happened, stumbled slightly as she shoved him toward the car. He asked her what that was all about, clearly intrigued. She gave him a playful smile that made him quiet down immediately, assuring him that it was nothing, just her love for him. He responded that he wouldn't mind another kiss, suggesting they find a quiet space before the ceremony. She smiled at him as she got into the car and teased that maybe they should just get it done right there. Hanta snickered, pulling her into his lap and darkening the car windows for privacy. He wondered if this was a way to get back at the cosplayers, to which she admitted it. Might be a little bit of that too. He sighed, expressing his love for her as she unzipped her jacket, and she reciprocated his feelings. Everything hurt. Her lungs felt crushed, and her ribcage was in agony. Her wrists and ankles were bound in chains, metal biting into her skin while flames licked at her back and ice gripped her front. The burning smoke filled her eyes and lungs, and the smell around her was overwhelming. The League of Villains had successfully captured Bakugo Katsuki, and a rescue crew was assembled, including her and Todoroki. Unfortunately, they had both been captured. The villain Grime had the ability to control minds with his goo, while Porcupine could expel needles from her body. It was a dire situation, and Todoroki was forced to drink Grime's goo, which caused him to unintentionally send ice her way. Bakugo was behind her, struggling against his restraints as Porcupine toyed with him, stabbing needles into his wrists to force his explosions. Bakugo protested loudly, apologizing to her and urging Todoroki to regain control. She screamed in agony as Todoroki melted the ice only to cover her in it again. Her quirk was useless against her bindings, and she refused to unleash her powers against the boys. In that moment, her mind was clouded with pain, and her thoughts slowed. Bakugo yelled her name, his concern evident. He couldn't bear to see her in such pain. He urged her to focus, calling her by her last name, desperation in his voice. She felt weak and apologized to him, her voice barely a whisper. His eyes widened in shock as she used his first name. He shouted at her not to give up, his frustration and fear palpable. She turned her gaze to Todoroki, murmuring an apology to him as well. Just then, Grime ordered Todoroki to send more ice her way, but instead, Todoroki was suddenly bound and thrown against the wall. All Might burst onto the scene, smashing Porcupine away and knocking Grime down. Eraserhead quickly restrained Grime with his scarf. Bakugo struggled against his bindings, desperate to reach her. All Might freed him, and he shot off like a rocket toward her. In the chaos, she lost consciousness, hanging limply by her arms. Bakugo blasted the chains apart and caught her as she fell, sliding to his knees and holding her close. Though she felt freezing from Todoroki's ice, she also felt the warmth from Bakugo. He was filled with anger and self-loathing for what had happened, hating the villains for putting them in this situation. He pleaded with her to wake up, calling her a moron and begging her to come back to him. "Wake up, you weakling, get up!" He yelled, eyes squeezed shut as he clung to you. Midnight rested a hand on his shoulder, and he fell asleep instantly, slumping over while still holding on to you. Midnight remarked on the poor boy's distress, cupping Bakugo's cheek. Aizawa, however, stated that they didn't have time to deal with emotions and needed to get you to Recovery Girl. He lifted you gently and covered you with his scarf. All Might announced he would get young Todoroki and walked in his direction. He picked up the limp boy and carried him, while Midnight took care of Bakugo. You woke up lying on your stomach in a bright room, hesitant to move as everything felt hazy and blurry. You groaned, and footsteps approached you. Recovery Girl's face came into view. "Oh, you're awake," she said. "Where am I?" you asked weakly. "You're in the hospital, dear. You need to rest some more, but you're all fixed up except for some nasty scars," she replied. You nodded slowly in acknowledgement. "Try not to move too much for now. You can be released and go back to school in a few days. I'll let your visitors know you're awake." "Visitors?" you inquired. "Yes, the angry one and the multicolored one," she said as she walked out of the room. You raised your brow and closed your eyes, feeling spent and exhausted. A warm hand on your shoulder made you look up, and you realized who Recovery Girl meant. Todoroki was touching you, and Bakugo stood behind him. Todoroki quickly pulled his hand back and stepped back as Bakugo plopped himself into the chair. You smiled at the pair. "Hi," you whispered. Bakugo looked up at you. "Don't smile, you dumbass." "Why not?" "I get to see my favorite people," you said softly, noticing the red tint on his cheeks. "We hurt you, Ellen." "We shouldn't be your favorite people," Todoroki said, his bicolored hair hiding his eyes in shame. "It wasn't your fault," you murmured, mustering the effort to touch Todoroki's hand. "Come here, please," you begged them both. Bakugo moved instantly, shoving Todoroki aside and pressing his face into your shoulder as he knelt on the ground. You leaned your cheek into him and held onto Todoroki's hand. "Don't ever say that again, you hear me, you nerd?" Bakugo sniffled. "Don't say what?" you asked. "Don't say my name like you intend to give up, like it's the last thing you'll say. Don't ever say my name like that again, effin'," he said, shuddering against you. You felt tears welling up. "Okay, Katsuki," you said softly, smiling as you buried your nose in his hair. He sighed and got up, and you looked back at Todoroki, who was rubbing your knuckles with his thumb. "It wasn't you, Shudo. You would never hurt me," you promised him. He looked up to meet your gaze, smiling sadly. "Hey, I love you," Todoroki said, his cheeks flushed. "We both do," Bakugo muttered in agreement, his cheeks also red. "It's a good thing I'll take both of you then," you smiled sheepishly at them. They grinned at you, both kissing you sweetly and staying by your side until you were released. They remained by your side even after that. The next day, you looked over to Midoriya with a sad smile and shared that Toshi had told you he needed to think about it. You understood his hesitation. He didn't want to say something in the heat of the moment only to find out later that it wasn't true. He was being careful, but it wasn't the answer you wanted when you confessed your deep feelings for him. Midoriya placed a comforting hand on your shoulder, and you smiled a little more. You were seated at a park near Toshi's house, surprised when Midoriya had knocked on the door and interrupted your confession. You both left together to find somewhere to sit after that, unable to bear being around Toshi after he told you he couldn't give you an answer. You felt bad for leaning on Midoriya like this. He shouldn't have to worry about your issues, but he was the only one who knew. He was the only one you had. "I know it's not my place," Midoriya began anxiously, taking his hand away and placing it back on his lap. "But I really think he does love you." You took a slow, deep breath, closing your eyes. "Thank you, Midoriya." You exhaled slowly, opening your eyes to look at the sky. The sun had begun to set, casting a warm orange hue over everything. Breaking out of your daze, you stood up and gestured for Midoriya to do the same. "I didn't realize it was getting late. I'll walk you home and drop you off. Are you going to be okay?" Midoriya's emerald green eyes shone with concern, breaking your heart. He was too much like Toshinori. "I will be fine, Midoriya." You both began to walk to his home, maintaining a respectable distance. You tried to ignore his gaze as your body trembled, desperately suppressing the urge to cough out petals. You forced a strong smile, determined not to let him see you break down. "I'll make sure of it." That night, you didn't sleep at all, reasoning that it was understandable given your situation. You couldn't stop worrying about Toshi's answer. Of course, you wanted him to love you back, but the possibility that he didn't still lingered. You knew the odds weren't in your favor, and you might have to undergo surgery. What would happen to you? The results from removing Hanahaki varied wildly from person to person. Some grew indifferent, some could love as they did before, and some couldn't love at all. What if that was you? What if everyone important to you just faded away? Your heart ached at the thought of how Toshi would react. The worst part, besides the dying and awful side effects for you, was knowing that Toshi would never forgive himself. You couldn't help your feelings, and you knew he couldn't help his either. Yet, he would pretend he could, just to continue feeling awful about it. You were more of a mess than I am. You would love to continue wallowing in bed until the next morning, but a few light knocks on your door broke you out of your thoughts. You sit upright immediately, glancing at your clock with a confused expression. It's almost midnight. Who could that be? You call out from your room, quickly putting on some warmer clothes and slippers before walking over to the door. Hesitation grips you. What if it's someone unsettling? Though you've never used it before, you peer through the peephole. The porch light glows, your only source of illumination in the late hour. When you see who it is, you swing the door open. Toshi! His eyes widen at your sudden appearance. Hello. Did I wake you? Do you really think I was sleeping? You give him an exhausted look, sighing deeply and running a hand through your hair. What are you doing here? After a moment's thought, you open the door wider. Come in, the cold air is getting in. Toshi quickly shuffles inside, and both of you shiver slightly as you close and lock the door. Well, I wanted to talk to you. I think I know how I feel, but I didn't think I would really be sure until I saw you again. His gaze drops to the floor as he speaks, his hands emerging from his trench coat pockets to fidget anxiously. You sigh and gently take one of his hands, leading him to the couch. You sit side by side, holding his large hand in yours, looking into his eyes with earnestness. Toshi, you whisper gently. I want you to know that I'm sorry for how I reacted earlier. I know you understand why, but I still feel bad. And it's okay if you don't feel the same. You grip his hand a bit tighter, your voice wavering as you push onward. Either way, I'm going to be fine. I'm going to be fine. You repeat it for reassurance, unsure if you're trying to convince him or yourself. A small silence follows your words. When you look up at Toshi, he gazes back at you with an expression that quickens your heartbeat. He softly speaks your name, a nervous smile forming as he moistens his lips and creases his eyebrows. Then, finally, he confesses his feelings. I love you. You can't quite describe how it feels. It's like the moment before fireworks start. Everything is quiet and cold, but then the explosions begin, filling the air with sound and color. That's what it feels like in your heart and lungs. Oh, God, you choke, quickly letting go of Toshi's hands as you dash to the kitchen sink. A sudden wave of flowers erupts from your throat, sunflower petals spilling into the sink as you heave. You had read about many things, but never this. It's as if all the flowers that had been budding in your lungs were now escaping all at once. Toshi follows you into the kitchen, worry etched on his face as he rubs your back in a comforting manner. You have to admit that it helps a bit. His hand is warm and soothing. You feel bad for ruining his confession. Eventually, it ends, and you can finally breathe again. The air feels fresh, and you find yourself giggling quietly as Toshi stays by your side. Sorry about that. You croak, your throat sore from the sudden upheaval. I didn't know that was going to happen. It's good, though, Toshi says, glancing at the sunflower petals in the sink. There's no blood. Are they all out? I think so. Did it hurt? Oh yeah, you chuckle. Could you get me a glass? Right. Toshi flusters, quickly moving to open a cabinet and handing you the first cup he can reach. You thank him quietly and fill it with water. When you drink, it feels so refreshing that you fill the cup again and drink that too. You happily sigh once you're done, standing up straight and smiling at Toshi. Come here, you gesture with your hand and he smiles back, taking 2 large steps to envelop you in his long arms. It feels wonderful. I love you, you whisper into his ear. I love you too, he whispers back, holding you even closer as you melt against him. Yes, your eyes are wet, but you've never felt this happy. And this tired. Can you carry me back to bed? You laugh, and Toshi feels the vibrations run through him. I'm really tired. Of course, he smiles. It's a little challenging to carry you since you don't want to stop holding him, but he scoops you up from under your legs. Am I heavy? I may be retired, but I'm still all might. He laughs through his nose, and you suppose that's true. You weigh as much as a feather to me. Someone's bragging. Maybe. By the end of your playful banter, Toshi has already made it into your bedroom. He sets you on the bed gently, tucking you under the covers with careful hands. You stop him halfway through. You're being silly, Toshi, you tease, and he flushes. I didn't want to assume. Do it. Assume. More than half the time, you're going to be right. I love you, you know. You smile and scoot over, allowing him room to lie beside you. The hero laughs under his breath as he worms his way under the covers. Good job, you say, smiling as he wraps his arms around your waist without hesitation. That was a good assumption. Thank you, Toshi hums. His hands run soothingly up and down your back as you settle into a comfortable position beside him. Once you're relaxed, sinking into the mattress, you feel one of his hands slide up and gently cradle your face. Lord help you, because Toshinori is kissing you. It's innocent and sweet, a good night kiss at its finest. But it's your first kiss with him, and it makes you blush as you look up at him with wide eyes. Was that all right? He asks, shrinking a little under your gaze. Yeah, it was great. You smile, reaching up to cup his jaw in your hands as you lean forward to kiss him again. Toshi stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing out at the vast expanse of the ocean below. The waves crashed against the rocks, sending sprays of water into the air. He felt a mix of determination and apprehension as he prepared for the challenge ahead. The wind whipped through his hair, and he took a deep breath, steeling himself for what was to come. In the distance, he could see the silhouette of his opponent approaching. The figure moved with a grace that hinted at their skill, and Toshi's heart raced in anticipation. He knew this battle would test everything he had trained for. As the challenger drew closer, Toshi's resolve solidified. He would not back down. The two faced each other, the tension palpable in the air. Toshi focused on his breathing, channeling his energy into the moment. With a swift motion, the fight began, each movement a dance of strategy and power. Toshi dodged and countered, his instincts guiding him as he navigated the flurry of strikes. As the battle raged on, Toshi felt the weight of his past experiences fueling his determination. Memories of friends and mentors flashed through his mind, reminding him of the strength he carried within. He pushed forward, refusing to let doubt creep in. With a final surge of energy, Toshi unleashed a powerful strike, aiming to end the confrontation decisively. The impact resonated through the air, a testament to his growth and resilience. As the dust settled, he stood tall, knowing he had faced his fears and emerged stronger than before. Emotions, in many ways, are depicted like an ocean. Most times, it is calm with clear skies. Sometimes it is cloudy. Occasionally, waves roll in, gently combing the sandy shore with their foam before retreating into the vastness. Sometimes the water feels warm, with breezes dancing by to provide a refreshing respite from the heat. Yet, at other times, the water feels cold. It is an ocean that invites many to appreciate on a good day. But not for you. Your ocean was turbulent. The sky was dark and foreboding, filled with thick clouds as the threat of rain loomed closer to the damp shore. The waters were frigid and murky, with waves crashing violently, rising higher and higher as they swallowed the shoreline bit by bit. The wind was bitter, its force palpable against your skin. You felt a shiver run through you at the imagery. Yes, your ocean, which symbolized your inner feelings, had been chaotic for quite some time. It only took one moment for everything to gradually crumble apart as time ticked on. A scowl crept onto your lips as you began to reminisce about the painful memories etched in your mind. When you needed your thoughts to focus on something important, they only seemed to surface when your mood turned dark. The scowl revealed your frustration. In stark contrast to your inner storm, it was another day of summer vacation at UA Academy, with clear skies and warm rays. Some students were taking remedial courses, while others were studying or practicing for their hero training to maintain DSPLN. But the few who lingered were just kids, enjoying the chance to relax in their dorms and goof off with friends online, due to global circumstances that required minimal human contact. Though students could gather in groups, they had to adhere to safety measures, wearing protective gear and maintaining hygiene. It was just another summer day. Unlike everyone else, you kept to yourself, only appearing in the kitchen for meals or to complete your daily chores in the main hall of the dormitory, sluggishly waving to those who passed by. You never intended to come off as rude, it was simply exhausting to keep up the facade of a smile, especially since your mask concealed your expression due to the ongoing pandemic. Today, however, you thought it best to take a moment to release your negative energy by sitting in one of the man-made garden areas on the academy grounds. Some said that nature could help dispel bad energy or at least calm one's spirit during tough times. So you did just that. You dragged yourself to a bench in the shade and slumped down, taking in the simple scenery in silence. And you stared, and stared, but the noise wouldn't stop. Your brows furrowed, and you wrinkled your nose in frustration, digging your nails into your skin as a way to momentarily distract yourself from the turmoil within your mind. Why couldn't you be enough? You were fortunate to have a loving family, or at least one that tolerated your struggles. You were fortunate to be accepted into a prestigious educational program, to have made some friends, and to be achieving passable grades. You were honestly okay. Yet you weren't. It just wasn't enough. It felt as if you didn't deserve such good things. You worried that you would disappoint your family, break hearts, and lose friends. You were paranoid about whether the next exam would keep you in school or lead to your expulsion. No matter how bright the future seemed, your doubts would always weigh you down. You questioned your own worth, dragging yourself even lower. You weren't enough. To the point where you questioned your existence. If you were to disappear suddenly, the world would change no more than if you had never existed at all. Nothing. Absolutely no change. That's how insignificant you felt. You wished you were okay. You took a deep breath, holding it to keep yourself from breaking down into tears. But the attempt was futile. Your face burned with the effort to stifle your sobs, becoming a mess as hot tears streamed down, mingling with the mask you still wore, dampening it without it. It was already hard to breathe with the mask, and crying only made it more difficult, yet you endured it as a way of punishing yourself for your perceived failures. You didn't care if you felt lightheaded or worse. You only wanted to cry. Your silent screams for help, your desire to find a way to fix yourself, were muted. No one could hear you. Only ragged breaths and sniffles echoed in the garden. Yet coincidentally, a shuffle of steps caught her attention. She was surprised to notice too late that someone else had occupied the area, too late to fix herself up and hide her tear-stained face and red eyes. Sure enough, the moment the person approached her, they expressed concern about her state. They asked why she was crying and what was wrong. Utterly embarrassed, she weakly hid her face with her hands, using the cuffs of her long-sleeve jacket to wipe away the tears and the remnants of her shame. She didn't dare to look at the speaker. There was no way she could face them again. For now, sniffles were her only response. After a minute passed, she felt the bench creak slightly as the other students shifted their weight. She huddled closer to herself, uncertain of what they had in store or how she would explain her behavior in that moment. She wished for the quirk of invisibility or teleportation to escape this awkward situation. So much for looking for a secluded place, she thought. The voice continued, cheerful yet serious, and she recognized it as familiar, though she couldn't quite place it. It was a boy, but not anyone from her class. He mentioned that it seemed like she didn't want to talk, and that was fine. He would talk for her instead. He began to share his own experiences, mentioning that he understood rough days, despite being known for his positivity. As he spoke, her tense posture gradually loosened. He recounted moments when he had doubted his potential and considered giving up. He emphasized that obstacles are part of the path to triumph and that challenges should not be feared. His words resonated with her, and she found herself leaning in closer, curious about what he had to say. He continued, explaining that life is about taking risks and having faith. Rough days make one stronger, and growth comes from facing problems. He quoted a skilled hero, saying that hope for the worst and expecting the best is essential. He encouraged her to face difficulties with a smile, reminding her that failure is the gateway to success. Wiping her face, she shifted comfortably on the bench, finally allowing herself to be seen and to see who had spoken. Her tired expression morphed into shock, mixed with a sense of recognition. Of course, such encouragement would come from a senior close to All Might's spotlight. It was Mirio Togata. He kept his gaze on her respectfully, smiling as he acknowledged her presence. She wanted to express her thoughts but hesitated, unsure of how to articulate her feelings after the turmoil she had just experienced. Sensing her struggle, Mirio reassured her that it was okay to have moments of vulnerability. He reminded her not to quit on herself, emphasizing the potential she carried within. He shared a story about his best friend, who had once doubted himself but ultimately became one of the big three, inspiring Mirio to grow stronger. His enthusiasm was infectious, and she couldn't help but crack a half-smile at his antics. Mirio emphasized that everyone at UA was striving to be a hero because they believed in themselves. He encouraged her to believe in herself as well, assuring her that she was never alone and that they were all there to support one another. Feeling a wave of relief, she thanked him, her eyes glistening with gratitude. Mirio quickly interrupted her apology, insisting there was no need to apologize for her feelings. Instead, he encouraged her to be proud of enduring another challenge, his smile widening as he expressed genuine amazement at her resilience. She felt a tear escape, but this time it was out of relief, and a slight smile finally adorned her features. Mirio playfully tapped her forehead, reminding her that winning takes time and commitment. He encouraged her to keep smiling and to remember that they were all learning together to sharpen their skills. Without warning, he pinched her cheeks in an attempt to stretch them into a smile, laughing as she swatted at him, resulting in a light-hearted moment of wrestling between the two. A genuine smile rested on your face as you laughed wholeheartedly with Mirio, enjoying his presence as you both headed back to the dorms. You mentally thanked him for his unwavering support. He truly was the sun that broke through the dark clouds, and you were grateful for that.